because I always see when they're like dominating Crit
Yang
just
player-player
being the most
Indonesia.
annoying position 4.
It's the beautiful harmony between Crit and Abed. I think when Abed has a good game, be it like on his Embers, his Pucks, these playmaking heroes, at minute 10, he's behind tier 1 towers in the jungle, tier 2, he's like just doing so much stuff that it allows your double carry side lanes of RTZ and Nightfall to be able to get
I like
into
the way
items.
you said carry in air quotation.
Yeah, I wish I was on camera to be fair, but alas, you know, you enjoyed it. And then
because you don't necessarily need a playmaker in every single game, right?
Aduh.
If you have these two kind of greedier cores on the side lanes, your mid lane definitely needs a lot of help early on because
nggak ada lagi anjing bet tolol babi.
Okay, and then on Beast Coast as well, when they're running on all cylinders sheet, who's really kicking off for their team? Who's
Let's
the
go Bolt
playmaker?
PZ.
Sorry, Beast Coast, did you say?
Beast Coast,
Yeah, I mean, Whisper, I'll just say his name 100 million times. This guy is way
go
too
on, you can
talented.
start now.
Okay, baby, Whisper, let's go. Whisper.
And another one, there we go.
He's so good. Whisper,
Bacot
this
bus,
guy,
anjing.
honestly.
Just said something other
10
than
kill
Whisper.
siapa,
I'm a
bus?
seasoned professional at saying things
Tai,
over
tai.
and over and over again.
Yeah,
Lama banget anjing
that's,
ngedraftnya, Cok.
Insanity.
But as you were saying,
No,
Stupid,
I
anjing.
think that he's really strong, and what he gives as well is he lets K1 play his comfort heroes. When we saw PL, we think, oh, it's
Bang
not
cosplay
just a
RTZ
PL
bayar
game,
anjing
because
ada
Whisper is
gua cosplay
dominating
RTZ
his
enggak
lane.
udah sering anjing gua cosplay
It
RTZ
gives that
bangsat.
space to him to get the net worth needed to reach his hero's timings, because a hero like PL can be run over.
GG mau beli laptop gila.
Because Hector is just going to pick whatever he wants. He's going to pick it. He's got his Sven carry, his Raytheon carry. He feels something.
Laptopnya hasil judi, anjing, GG, Cok.
It's like a ranked game, and you just go on instinct.
Sambet
you
di mana?
just
Apa ya,
go,
kesambet
go,
di mana?
Go, kill this shit, and then you run at them, and that's like what his comms are like in game.
No, you'd be surprised at how many players still play like
Oh,
that.
di
Just
pos anjing draftnya bangsat.
Even in the drafts, like,
Oh, ini udah ngedraft.
they give input, it's like, yeah, I
Stupid
feel that
anjing
it's
nih
so
ngedraft,
good,
Cok.
and I feel that it isn't.
Iji kiri,
It's not
nggak peduli.
necessarily that strict, like, okay, he's bad because of this, and this. It's more like a feeling.
Main live lah, judi lah. Kalau judi gua harus live lah.
100,000 games, like.
It's almost like a wise man once said, the beauty about Dota is anything can work.
Exactly.
Ntar,
No tell, there you go.
nih ya, gue bisa ngeramal masa depan. Iji ngepick SF. Wah, keren banget nggak?
So, yeah, looks like we're actually getting some
Bulba
bans
draft,
in,
anjing. Hujan di lu,
they are
hujan
gonna
kali.
be on
Di
the
gua
way
nggak.
for game one, so I will let you guys focus on the heroes and what potentially
Ya,
can
SF-nya
happen.
di ban.
And listen very
Biskos pusi anjing takut sama SF, Cok.
Awaken probably going to look to the
Thunder
Brood
Awaken,
mode.
that's my favorite team.
Sorry, Beast
I'm on Brood, right?
Oh my gosh, my teeth. Yeah, Beast Coast. Sorry, I was looking at stats.
10 kill aja, Cok. 10 kill nggak usah aneh-aneh anjing, nggak usah game winner, game winner.
The Primal Beast are the main prominent bands.
Tapi
against
gue
EG,
tertarik sama Iji 1,5
so
sih.
most likely-
Fuck.
Oh, okay. Giving it through.
Bring it up a little bit.
Which is fair. I guess the reason there is EG is second pick.
Pucar gue diganti. Gue ganti lah anjing, gila lu setengah-setengah bangsat.
Is like a strategic opening where
Udah.
Beast Coast
Masih ada kok duitnya
if you
kok.
do that, you still have pick
Udah.
A, the final pick of the first phase to respond to it. It's not as disastrous as EG being first pick and getting the close.
Biar gak banyak, Cok.
Nah,
Tai lu.
Is this Slash? Is this Silencer now being banned out by EG? Because these are the ones I see being banned out against Beast Coast most of the time.
10 kill sama game winner apa?
You
Ya,
mentioned,
jangan.
I'm always scared of Marcy.
Marcy as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Bet ke LGD, ngapain mau bet LGD?
They have to obviously think if
Stupid
you're
team
like
anjing,
something
LGD
like a
mana
Brute,
LGD?
you need heroes that deal
Gak,
with
anjing,
it.
boom,
The
boom, boom.
old counters don't feel like they're as effective anymore because Brute's kit has changed so drastically over the
Ya,
patches.
siapa nge-ban Nagashikan di first phase anjing?
Okay.
That must be so because Beast Coast have the last pick of the.
Enigma
phase,
bebas.
I think they are
Enigma-
thinking that EG
Enigma
wants to take
lepas.
Brood Mother and they want to get rid of
Marcy
any
lepas,
counters
oke,
that
first
they
pick
feel is
Crystal
very
Maiden.
problematic that could be picked. And Hector has been playing Nagasar in this one.
Brut, brut,
So it is
brut,
definitely
brut,
out
brut,
there.
brut, 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 brut.
And EG
Brut, brut, brut. Halo, halo. Brut, brut. Brut Hootwing.
After have been
Fuck, Hootwing jelek anjing win rate-nya.
So
Tapi Brut Mother anjing.
the most prominent one. So EG really kind of
Brut, Cok, gila. Brut kerjanya cuma mati anjing di lane pasti, Cok, 100% hoax. Apalagi ada Crystal Maiden
Crystal
anjing.
Maiden pick, I think, is really good as an opener because we've seen Crystal Maiden and Jakiro primarily as the
bucernya gua buang
first
semua
fives that
dah.
have to deal with the Brood Mother on the lane. Because one of the reasons the Brood Mother is so strong right now is because of the heal that she gets from Insensible
ada
Hunger.
Mars tapi, Cok.
She is able to trade in the lane and then use the heal afterwards to get back up to full health, as well as take trades with it, secure last hits, and all of this relies on her being able to hit. So if you have supports in the lane with spells like Crystal Nova and Jewel Breath that reduce attack speed, then that is really good against Brood lane.
And are there any like carries that can match up against the Brood Mother right now? Usually you'd want to have, like back in the day, it was the trolls, right? It was anything that makes her miss, anything that makes her unable to get her HP back.
Gimana ya?
Some new ones in the meta.
Apalagi selain 9 kill apa nih yang bisa nih?
I'd say it's the offlane department. You can go for like these axes. You can even throw like the mid Pangoliers and stuff. They picked a Mars.
Masalah RTC botak anjing.
Brood Mother is like a two-pronged assault where you want to have a really strong lane
Mau
against
di ban.
her that you can kill her.
Ini dapat Mars
before she
mereka,
gets
Cok.
6 and gets the spiderlings, and then you want to transition that hero out the lane, and then you want to put a new hero in there that has the levels from elsewhere that can then
defend the tower.
Exactly, defend the tower and the spiderlings. And the cool
Terus
thing as
Blood
well
EG
is
ah.
Hoodwink, for
Goblok lu
example,
teori
is
anjing.
Once Brood inevitably wins the lane, having your position 4 that can also just be super active on the map. So previous combos for crit have been a Shadow Shaman. Now he goes for a Hoodwink. These heroes, if they play within territory that's easily controlled
Jangan
by
deh, Cok,
Brood,
anjing.
they get to play such a
Masa
free
EG
game.
menang
They get to
2-0
run
nggak
between
yakin gue anjing,
lanes,
akhir-akhir
they
ntar bakal
don't
nge-troll
kill
bangsat.
under the protection
Also,
of the Brood.
there's an additional thing that you get from Hoodwink, because you don't actually have to play on the Brood side, right? Like, as a Hoodwink, you can play on your own, you can defend the tower forever. Meanwhile, Brood is assaulting your side.
Gue juga tadi kaget Liquid bisa kalah 2-0, makanya gue juga tadi mikir anjing Liquid kayaknya menang udah game 1 dah kok. Gue bangun-bangun kenapa kalah anjing. BO1 apa 3 BO3 lah goblok. BO1 kemarin doang.
I've seen Broods that haven't even taken the tower yet using their webs to connect to mid and play around there. So if the supports are playing around mid, it's easy for Brood to connect too. I think the most important thing for Beast Coast right now is to make sure they win this game against her and kind of shut her down. So Brood, one of the reasons that everyone is picking her right now is because you are able to get a really early Wraith Pack and play around damage reduction. And then you can buy this pipe afterwards, which nullifies most damage from the enemy, and you get this Wraith Pack timing around
EG 2-0 nggak sih?
minutes, and it's really hard to deal with. And another thing to look at is in the group stage of TI, if Brood got her Wraith Pack pre-16 minutes, the score of her win to loss was 12-1. If she got it after 16 minutes, it suddenly became much more even, around 7-9.
Beta
So making
1
sure
gitu
Brood
kayak.
doesn't get this early Wraith Pack timing is
Siapa tahu ya kan?
insane.
Siapa tahu ya. Nggak
Because
ada yang tahu,
if
Cok.
Brood
Siapa
does
tahu
get
ya dah.
that level 6
Oke lah.
fast enough,
10 kill kita aman di 10 kill.
And you cannot stop her that easily, right? Which is why you
Profit
get
udah ada tandanya depan angka. Oh,
Also, it
ini
reminds
maksud lo.
me of Enigma, the way you play the Enigma, but you don't have to rely on that black hole. You aren't just
Tapi Soju udah datang lah, udah gak peduli gue lah.
more to the
Tai emang.
I'm just trying to get
Bangsat.
she said she enjoyed watching Brood.
I mean,
Blood
That's like
EG tuh
saying
judi
enjoy
banget
watching
anjing.
Brood.
First
I
blood
enjoy
bisa siapa
watching
aja, Cok.
so-
I think the way the hero has evolved over the years is just really interesting to me, because she used to just be, I'm going to dominate the lane and buy carry items.
Yeah.
And she sort of reminds me a little bit of
Di
Nature's Prophet
dunia.
of Major Patch, where everyone was picking him because he was so versatile. He could push, he could connect to fights, he could carry and scale. And
Gas
Brood is
Soju, apa yang mau
similar to
digas
that,
ini
like,
siang-siang
you can
Soju
go
nggak ada,
carry
Cok.
items, or you can go more utility with this Hex.
And there's something that I've noticed from this TI, from how the game's evolved. Breaking smokes seems to be.
Ini Bulba mikir apa ya di sini ya? SF bagus gitu. Masih mikir gitu atau Storm Spirit bagus. Masih mikir gitu aja.
Hero or not so much, would you say? I'm okay being wrong, sheep. You can tell me I'm out.
Baju lokal, ya enggak anjing. Kan kemarin gue beli curung babi.
Like she uses her spiders as the main primary.
Belum
source of
dingin,
vision
sabar, baru
because
datang
they
tadi,
change
baru
the
gue
way
masukin ini, baru gue masukin
control networks,
kulkas.
so now you can send out spiders everywhere across the map. So it's more about knowing where people are or where people aren't, so you know if there's smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always giving vision, and
I love being wrong and right.
You're beautiful, James, no matter what.
at the same time, like she brings even more than just the smokes because of the way the shard and axe have been reworked.
Oh, the axe as well.
Ember ya, gue nggak tahu, gue demen ngeliat embernya Abed anjing.
You
Ember
can
kali,
catch
Sabi
this
kali.
hero, so it's not only about breaking smoke. You can set up traps. It's basically a more annoying techies at this point.
Yeah, and to give reference, the axe, it's this like invisible snare that you place inside your web so you don't see it, and then you walk into it, and then you suddenly just get rooted, and then other people get rooted, and then you can just spam so many, and if you get into an aggressive position, and you're putting them on the high ground
It's a fan.
enemies, you're mentioning smokes, even if you do get a successful smoke out onto the map, you then walk into a high ground area, but you're instantly rooted, and then...
Oh, Fly main se-fan sih, aman sih. Bisa 4, bisa 5, bisa 1.
Through indirect spells, basically.
And the Sven being picked up here. T, you've been a coach for teams. What position would you rather be in here? Would you rather be? You feel like EG?
EG dapat last pick, Cok. Jadi bisa bagus mid lane-nya. Kalau Dimas.
I think right now EG is just making a statement with their draft because they are picking heroes that are forcing Beast Coast to react. So when you're entering a lower bracket game, not having full control of the heroes that you want to pick always can be a bit more annoying. And in this situation here as well, it's like EG picks up the Sven, so now
Kayak bakal work kalau last pick itu papi doang anjing yang bisa gitu.
You just take it away.
Adi kalau nggak salah main CM ya.
So yeah, EG just being really forward thinking with this draft. So I think I'd probably lean EG right now.
Meanwhile, Beast Coast they snap up.
Oh, Aster tadi main CM menang loh, tapi Liquid main CM kalah, cok.
When I made a fun, everyone just shit on me and called me a wannabe Lacoste when he does it. Ugh.
The delivery, the smooth, silky tone.
That's true. It was beautiful though.
All right, so.
Oh God, he got silky.
He's got more. He's got more.
It's
Talk to me,
versatile.
lizard.
It's versatile for them, but most likely.
Aduh, gua gini ya, tim tim Amerika Selatan ini selalu ngepick Tiny anjing, dan itu bagus memang.
Sapphire is very versatile in this region. It was more Thunder Awakened last sort of DPC tour in Arlington where they were playing it on multiple roles. Off lane is usually like
Mental rungkat siap-siap sih.
It strikes me more as a
Siap aja sih, gue mah siap aja.
I think one of the concerns right now.
Abet Mipo, fuck off man. Lu lawan lu lawan Tiny, lawan CM, lawan Mars. Mau main Mipo nggak main anjing.
But if that interaction doesn't happen, if you don't see that little shredder come through, then you're not going to kill the Wraith Pact.
Ember, Ember kan bener kan anjing.
You can't rely on her. And then the pipe, so I'm a bit
yang penting kau juga udah OTW, udah datang anjing.
They're just going to be on the back foot a little bit.
And everything that you were talking about stands as long as you can interrupt the long range damage that Mortimer's kisses bring, right? But now you get the Ember on the side of EG, so you can deal with that as well, not only with the Sapphire but also with the Crystal Maiden.
This is what I love about EG's draft though, is how they're covering their bases. We have the Wraith Pact and the pipe for damage reduction. Sven, his Warcry, it gives armor to the team.
Yep.
EG have ran this strat before. Fly plays it
Biscos.
typically on the pos 5 Sven.
Enggak.
And you build around
Enggak,
this
enggak.
core who becomes incredibly tanky and just kind of can't die. And that's what I like about this Brood and this Sven. What are you meant to draft
Apa ya?
in terms of damage?
I think, we've been praising EG and how they've set up
Red
this draft to
King.
be super aggressive.
Underrated,
The
bro.
flip side will be, if Beast Coast does survive through this very mid-game centric kind of annoying lineup, their heroes with BKBs, items, and just scaling in, they will always have the team fight. They will always have the we can just hold this position and fight you if they can get around this Broodmother Ags and stuff. But it's still very much leaning more towards EG of the teams.
Ricky, lu Ricky anjing.
Go disastrously, then sure, Beast Coast they have a plethora of damage.
Sniper lu sniper enggak, lu nge-pick sniper sini tolol sih jujur aja nih.
About the snap flexing a bit. I'm just realizing it's Beast Coast, and I know that Schofield hates ranged fours. He has played the snap and he can play it, but he heavily prefers pos.
From Chris Luck snap or?
Well, I'm thinking it might be a mid Mars and an off lane Snapfire with the Tiny. That would make the most sense to me in terms of their players and how they play.
KOP gas sih, KOP boleh. Jadinya Abed ngedot semua skill satunya anjing.
That sounds way more fun for sure. Like I'm checking here, they have played it already at TI. They played the offlane snap, they played mid snap. There's a lot of flexibility with the hero, and they need something that provides more aggression, because like if you put Mars mid, you're going to secure his levels. So we mentioned how the Broodmother needs to have that anti-wave clearing hero to go against her. That's going to be the Mars now. If you put it in mid, it's easy to transition that Mars from the mid lane to bot. It's not as far as the off lane to safe lane. So I honestly like that adaptation.
The only problem that I would see with that is that you're kind of tying up your mid laner, the one that's supposed to do the most in the mid game.
To one lane,
tying him up to one lane that's just defending against the Brood.
RTG nggak main sniper ya?
The way to do it is some 4.
Sniper bagus anjing.
That can just spam out the spiders, make it annoying for the Broodmother. But then again, the new Brood is kind of difficult to stop that way.
RTG kalau main sniper bagus
He
anjing.
does have the final pick in the entire draft, so Beast Coast they're going to be entering this final phase, kind of picking a little bit blind here.
Enggak juga deng. Tapi di lane lumayan. Drew enggak.
Against the Brood. Hector does play a lot of different heroes. Who else is still in? Do we have like Faceless Void?
Is there not like a Pudge scenario here?
Yeah, that could work with the Vanguard rush.
Yeah, exactly. Just go for some Vanguard, get an Ags. You're aggressive in lane, CM Pudge, you have the root. You can
bisa sih, tapi agak kurang.
There's some kill potential.
Jagger bisa Jagger.
I like that a lot.
Hunter Brood apaan yang bisa bersihin laba-labanya sama hero-nya dah? Apa tuh? Apa aja deh itu dah. Banyak. Kayak Jaggernya di bench, Cok.
I actually do like the Pudge idea quite a bit.
It's kind of like a hero that you can kind of dangle in the middle of the fight, and all these like
Baygon, bener Baygon.
Be too aggressive, and for EG as well.
He can also be way more active earlier on, and he can be an additional
Red King nggak sih?
in front of the Brood once that Vanguard is up.
Slark bisa sih, tapi kayaknya lu kurang demen dah kalau main Slark lawan ketemu Hoodwing.
That's another thing is if you pick a weaker carry who dies so quickly to a brood mother when she hits 6 and that pressure.
Would you be worried for their burst amount of damage, or is tiny Snapfire good enough?
Yeah, I think that's good enough. I think Beast Coast, they're playing a game where they want to try and be really aggressive in lane, and then sure they will fall victim to not being able to play as quickly as a brood and Ember, but they'll eventually just get into the game nicely.
Oh, they go with the Slark.
Boleh juga lu.
This is it.
Boleh juga lu Slark.
As Sheep mentioned, if he wants to play that Slark, he's gonna get his Slark, he's gonna play his Slark. And this hero has been picked quite a bit recently. Like in the Chinese region, they switched up the whole kit on the hero. Like first item Radiance, that's been the flavor for at least a couple of months. Not gonna happen here, most likely.
Hopefully not. But we mentioned how EG doesn't really have team fights. They're relying on kind of annoying heroes to just win in these mid-game engagements. Slark's the hero that if you survive that style of play, you can dominate. And EG,
I feel like TB was the answer almost no matter what.
they've done this so many times before. They've done the Brood, they've done the Terrorblade. Yeah. Their play style is get into the enemy side of the map. Terrorblade.
Pernah lihat anjing draftnya sama kayak di sama kayak di group stage anjing. Hero RTC itu doang anjing. Hero RTC itu kalau nggak ngehit creep cok udah. Iya cok 10 kill bahaya emang babi.
And their entire lineup is just spell casting, running around team fighting. So I think it definitely plays to their strengths as a team. But this late game is a little dicey.
I'm worried there's not enough map for Beast Coast to play where they rely surviving for long enough to get items, and a Terrorblade and Brood they can really choke you out of a game just through just.
Kalau kayak hero ilu SFI anjing. Itu doang anjing.
Beast Coast, I have some faith in the lower bracket SA Slark.
You don't believe in the boldness?
Well, there was one guy that won going bold yesterday as well. So
See?
Are we overdoing it?
No. I'm just quite excited. I know we get to hear a little pre-game interview from Bulba in a moment, so I'm just waiting for that to come through. But
well, it is mid tiny. That is one thing we got wrong.
Oh no, he's still got the headset on. I was like, if he's walking over, he might now be able to hear us. Oh, say hi to Bulba.
Yeah.
Hi Bulba, enjoy your interview. But again, he's got the headset on, so
well,
wait a minute.
When he's ready, I'll know, and then we'll send it over. But it's definitely for a game one. It really seems like EG. You think controlled.
Gue gak demen mid tiny anjing, sumpah gue ngeliat tim SA ini pasti main mid tiny bangsat. Dan mid tiny itu selalu jadi itemnya, terus muter anjing, terus ngekill, terus kalah 10 killnya. Biasanya begitu.
Okay. We'll see how comfortable EG are because Slacks has got an interview with Coach Bulba.
Bacot banget anjing in game-nya, Cok.
Thank you so much over there on the panel. I am here with Bulba, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. The people love you, sir. Very confident draft. First pick Broodmother, and then countered by Beast Coast by a lot of AoE.
Ngebet ke siapa? EG.
Okay. Are you happy with the trap that you have spun?
I mean, hopefully we're happy. I think we're happy. So yeah, we didn't expect them to give us Brood. So, but I think we haven't lost with the hero yet. So yeah, let's see if they have their ideas good enough.
All right, fantastic, sir. Well, I think the crowd has a lot of confidence in you guys, so thank you very much, and we wish you the best there in game one, and we will get right to that now with Owen and Fogt.
Thank you very much.
Gimana ya tadi nge-EG first picknya soalnya ini anjing Broodmother anjing. Lu siapa nggak tertarik 10 kill sama Broodmother? Setahu gue setiap kali ada Broodmother pasti menang 10 kill anjing. Belum pernah gue ngeliat Broodmother kalah 10 kill, Cok.
Would you also agree there's reason to be confident in getting that through in the way they've closed it up at 3G, or do you feel the Beast Coast will have the means to deal with the Spider?
Does look like they have a lot of answers because they've seen it so many times. We've seen them play it, I think 5 times. They did drop one game, I believe, versus Liquid when they had the Brood, but they do have so many answers. It seems like every single one of their heroes is to respond to that, and also to respond versus the Wraith Pack build that we've seen pretty much every game. They have the Snapfire, of course you have that little Shredder to kill it off, so it does look like they answered it pretty nicely, but let's see what's going to happen with that last pick Terrorblade.
Well, let's get ourselves into the action. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one of Evil Geniuses versus Beast Coast. And in terms of the way that they ended the draft,
Ngapa penontonnya Beast Coast anjing? Sabar. Bisa predik.
and strength they're going to look to
Network 10 menit Nightfall.
Just doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get enough
33-7.
distractions on the game because he has this
Dagger
Brood, he has
siapa
this
Dagger ya?
Funk, he has this Ember that's going to be causing
1, 2,
problems
2
across on the
paling.
other side of the map. So maybe it feels like he can get all the space in the world as this Terrorblade to be able to get this scaling. But
Dyer.
looking at the draft, of course, from Beast Coast, they have a lot of answers too for TB. Mars has traditionally been seen as one of those heroes, even though it's gotten nerfed a lot of times, has done well versus TB, and they have a plethora of burst damage and nuke that we saw work pretty well versus these pretty squishy agi cores a lot of the time.
On the side of Beast Coast, obviously.
Oh, diculik.
That Slark pick here for Hector. If they get anything here as both teams.
Not a good start, bro. Observernya diambil anjing.
Around that night vision, you can see so much. They can actually sneak into this enemy jungle nicely.
And indeed, was able to pick up the ward there, Gojira. See the stun here around the mid. K1 not going to want to stand around too much.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen, actually. At least not in a TI.
No.
Get their mid ward just.
Gila, ini kerjaannya Beast Coast nih anjing, motong creep wave sebelum mulai anjing.
Alright, that's gonna be pretty cool to set up.
They'll be happy with that one, Beast Coast.
And look at this approach. The start of the lane right away, they're gonna actually put the pressure onto the TB. I think they look at this lane and they're like, this is a lane the TB can definitely get punished. This Mars, this Snapfire, they could definitely shut this down since there's just a Sven behind him. Alright, let's see how it plays out. Yeah, I can't believe that happened.
See if it has any sort of implications on the way they're able to set up this early vision, and indeed the lack of it that EG might have these first few minutes around certain areas.
This is that melee versus melee matchup, so sometimes, you know, it can be like a range versus range where you want that high ground ward to be able to play with them to pull creep aggro and stuff like that. So it's not the, I mean, of course it sucks to lose your ward, but
Abed bisa perfect wave, bisa lah anjing, Abed bangsat.
worse if it was him like on a range or something.
Kalau tuh Yopats boleh lah, lu ngomong gitu dah. Tuh Abed anjing bukan Yopats.
So whether this lane starts down bottom, I mean, so which core is going to be happier at the beginning out of K1 and Nightfall down here?
It's pretty tough to bully out Brood nowadays. With the new way that the web works, you don't really get slow ever. You have so much health regen. When you get that second point in web, even if you drop low on HP, you're pretty speedy, and you'll be able to get that, of course, that HP regen that builds. And so I don't think Nightfall should be too worried. He also has crit always behind him, so I would say if anyone has to worry, it's Stinger more than anything in this lane.
Anjing di stun buat dapat deny.
For sure, yeah, has to be careful how far he steps up, especially once the level 2s are there. Crit could look for a quick setup and have that damage.
Just a lot of harassment that comes
Sakit
out with
banget anjing
the
tuh.
spam that's going to be coming out from the Silken Bola. We'll see which choice actually Nightfall does go for, because also you can actually go for either. Any of these builds could go for like just like 1-2-1 or something like that, so he can trade with Hector. Or K1, we should say, of course.
Of course, on this top lane then for Arteezy trying to lane against the Snap Mars duo that Beast Coast are putting against him. I mean, is he going to be fine up here, or is there potential for kills to be found by Beast Coast?
I mean, from what we've seen, these Svens are able to secure lanes pretty nicely, but look
Mati Sven.
Good setup here, they will indeed. First blood for Beast Coast. Nice little combo there. Of course, between these two heroes, Snap and Mars, they'll be able to pull off much more of that to come here in the laning stage.
And they can do that to Arteezy pretty much any time too, so he always has to be careful. It's a death that's kind of needed in a way. Like it's gonna happen there for the Sven, and it's better that he dies than the TB dies to this big burst damage that comes out from these two. But they're gonna keep going for that. They're gonna always go for these double nuke plays onto either TB or Sven if they're out of position.
Of course, whilst the meta's unavailable, very hard for EG to get aggressive in return.
Gua gak demen anjing intro begini banget.
Even though he did lose his Sven.
Siapa tadi bilang first blood EG, pala bapak kau anjing.
Down so far.
None of the cores really. Mid lane also, see C-Smile versus Abed, pretty much dead even. And bottom, Hector, a little bit behind, but it's a tough lane in a way versus the
I feel that sort of across the map, he's the one that's going to have a bit of a trickier time when it comes to getting up to the CS.
Honestly, it feels like both of the carries might start to be in some troublesome positions, right? Like Arteezy does feel like once these nukes start leveling up even more, will be problematic for him, but they do actually get a stacked pull-off. That's pretty rare. So they're going to lose a whole wave on Beast Coast.
Structures are fortified.
See what Gojira can try and do about this. See if there's a chance to maybe look for a kill between the two of them here, Whispering Gojira. the setup onto Fly, but quick with the mango in the stun, make sure the Whisper doesn't get the chance to line up any follow-up.
That hurts though. They lost literally the entire wave there to that double pull, and Arteezy's able to free farm under the tower, so really good play from Fly. As bottom, yeah, just constantly seeing them spamming these spells back onto each other. All the trees being cut on the side there, you see K1 constantly culling blading. Oh, he's going to be watching for those.
Ayo Ember, aku percaya padamu Ember.
To cut down that acorn shot.
On the top. Once the meta's up, it's definitely a bit trickier for Beast Coast to try and make that play between these two.
They still do have a lot of burst, right? If they can get the chain stun, even Arteezy could go down.
Absolutely, yeah. If they can land sort of the lineup to get that good
ini di bawah low semua kagak ada yang mati anjing.
Almost certainly death for one of EG's members on that top lane.
Lu lihat headbarnya Beast Coast anjing low semua banget atas.
Gojira and also 9 on Whisper. But lingering pretty low on HP.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Down bottom, K1 able to rely on Stinger to continue to bring in the regen whilst he's working his way towards that second set of tangos here. Picked up.
Mati lagi.
Looking to follow up, it's another kill. Beast Coast combo here proving to be very strong, and as best as EG are trying to avoid getting caught in these situations, flying RTZ, Beast Coast still able to find these opportunities.
Yeah.
Gue bingung tuh yang tolol Fly atau emang Beast Coast yang jago anjing.
They might even go for Arteezy top.
He's on his own now, underneath the tower. See if they can do this here, but Fly back in action and TP at the ready. He'll manage to turn up and make sure that the dive cannot continue, but really feel it already. Beast Coast finding these great chances to just get under that tower and aggressive. Right, Cookie as well, under to Whisper to close the gap, but the stick charges will keep Fly fine. Beast Coast will have to reset a little bit. They're starting to fall low on the two of them.
But the rotation's coming in. Look how low these heroes on our EG are.
I mean, yeah, Fly and Arteezy have to be careful.
Mati lagi Fly nih, liatin aja mati lagi nih.
Fly.
He saw him?
Be able to catch him with the avalanche. He can. Fly's not going to be able to run away from this one. He'll pop the war cry, but a final blast from Kajira.
Fucking feeder man.
He's going to be able to. Oh, with the remnant. Oh, he's in and he's out. Arbed will manage to still pick that up before Chris swings back towards the mid.
That would have been some pretty fortunate scenarios coming in. Of course, Rune spawning top right when he's rotating. Does get the catapult last hit on Chris Luck. Good start for him, level 6 early on. Quick, easy rotation. Doesn't find the Terror Blade, but again, finding the early kills, 3-0 ready for Beast Coast. And the bottom lane, they actually haven't died. They've weathered everything, and as you mentioned, your Slark, sure, he's a bit behind the counterpart, 400 behind the TB, 800 actually behind the Brood, but they haven't died down here.
No, and this was going to be the toughest part of the map for Beast Coast in this laning stage, no doubt about it. So they're dealing very well with the pressure and the setup, the EG.
Fly feeder anjing, Fly F feeder ngentot. Ini juga bawa mati lagi nih.
And with the pounds to blast to follow up into the cookie, and indeed the spider's gone. Beast Coast, they are doing an excellent read of where they can make these plays in this laning stage here. They're not letting a kill miss them at all here. 4-0 now.
It's similar to the way that we saw Thunder, the approach that they took versus EG, just this constant aggression. Really nice moves coming after them, and now K1 soon to be getting level 6, so should be able to withstand down bottom on his own. Yeah, really smart moves. And we see a pretty clever ward, of course, too, from Gojira. Actually places it in the river down bottom after he makes the rotation, so gonna spot any rotations that Crit makes as well. Maybe guarantees that 8-minute power rune for Chris Luck if they do linger in the area.
Definitely want to keep control of that power room for sure.
They're actually going for the play here on mid.
Get the toss back. Cookie as well to follow things up.
It might be so close.
Abed tai banget anjing.
Almost gets the frostbite onto Abed.
Same time up top. CEG.
Mati.
Can move on towards Mars. Look to threaten Whisper. He'll be able to spear back RTZ, but flying Crit able to finish him off as EG finally get themselves a kill on the board.
Yeah, lane's starting to break pretty early on here. And Rune will spawn, and yep, Gojira, since he's staying in that area, will secure it with the 3 heroes. That's K1 in a 1v1 versus the Brood. Much better for him.
He's happy now. Yeah, he's hit the 6. So when it's Nightfall alone down here, K1, very little to be concerned about. Yep. Should be able to start closing that gap in the farm.
And we do see Nightfall, most of the games he's gone for that Wraith Pack, but I think he's starting to realize, they have the Snap who's gone for the early points in the Little Shredder too. He can actually go Wraith Pack first item, so gonna go for the pipe. Also the item that, all these Broods do go as like the first, second item. Yeah. A lot of magic damage, so.
Absolutely, yeah, he needs it to be able to protect his army this game.
Exactly, and to protect the TB if he does show up early. There's so much magic burst that's on Beast Coast, so we like that. Seeing Abed kind of cutting mid lane as well, and they are looking to make perhaps some rotations too. So trying to divert all that attention off of the top lane.
Want to go for Nighbot?
Nah, Nightfall anjing lu ya.
He's playing very cautious under the tower. Same time around the mid, they'll look to dive in for Chris. Chris able to get the free man avalanche off. Time's being bought for the backup TPs to come in. The Stinger turns up. And EG, they won't be able to continue the aggression onto Chris. He'll be fine.
He's very tanky.
Now still had, it's pretty much a full stick there. 10 charges and a fairy fire. So really a kill that EG was going to be able to get, even with the 3 of them turning up.
A scary place to overcommit to. I think they knew that the Mars wasn't going to be able to come in, but the 2 supports could be around there just to back him up right away. And now K1, level 6 is online. Treads are done. He's just going to get to the jungle a little bit here. Another move for mid. Not going to be able to get Gojira.
Abed nggak ada chain anjing, masih level 7, Cok.
Although 4-1, EG still leading in the net worth.
Yeah, farm's still good.
Core is still looking very good with their presence. And Nightfall, now the pressure is going to start on the bottom lane. So let's see what Beast Coast does to react versus this Spider. As we mentioned earlier, their draft does have a ton of ways to clear them out.
They'll try for the catch onto K1. Will scare him enough to pop the Shadow Dance immediately in return to the Bushwhack coming in from Crit.
Ngegeng gagal ngegeng RTZ gimana ceritanya, Cok?
So they made an attempt, but weren't quite able to pull it off this time. RTZ remains safe. Won't be able to continue to farm underneath the
Mati tuh, CM.
underneath the tier 1 bottom. Trying to dive in past the tower. They know that K1's got no ultimate. He's already used the Shadow Dance. Further TP's coming in to try and pounce away, but Crit able to time it perfectly with the Bushwhack. Pulls him back. They take down K1.
Sumpah fly feeder anjing.
We'll see if the rest of EG can get out. In fact, they might not want to get out because backups arrived. Arbed, he's also ready to dive underneath the tier 1 tower, but he's hit the
Allahu Akbar.
He's just able to turn with the kisses. Takedown. Arbed takes down Crit. It started off as a smooth move from EG to try and pressure in, take down K1 whilst he didn't have the Shadow Dance. But then they tried to go for more, and that was not the move that they were going to get away with against Beast Coast there. A perfect time to hit the 6. Beast Coast turn it around, and Arbed, he's going to wish he didn't come down here at all.
Oh, yeah. A beautiful latch from Crit here to start it all off, getting him in mid-pounce. But yeah, I don't think they expected so many rotations coming. I don't know if they expected the snap to be that 6 either. And yeah, Whisper had just used ult top, so maybe they thought he wouldn't come here either. Beautiful moves. This Snapfire really kicking.
Abed gak ngedodge anjing pakai ulti lah, minim bet anjing Abed tolol.
Set up there as well from Gojira, using the cookie for Whisper, getting him on top of Arbed, and then with that opening stun, easily able to find time to get the follow-up spear. It just locked down Arbed for the whole ult that was coming in.
And the crazy thing is too, look at the tower HP in that bottom safe lane. After we see the Ember perhaps getting gone on a little bit.
We'll see if they can get it. They might. They've got
might be able to.
Again, the 3 stuns are there. Arbed a couple of times now, back to back in this area of the map.
2-0 Bisco Slayer.
For him to be.
No, and then we do see the tower. It is 100% HP. It has not been touched. This is a brood lane near 12 minutes. That dive not working out at all.
See around the mid. Chris ready to set up more, gets the toss back onto Fly, and of course back up, it's there, it always is here from Beast Coast. The 3 of them take down another. Fly falls. We'll see RTZ turning up to the mid. This is quite an aggressive fight for the Terrapins to be involved in. I don't know if RTZ wants to be in. The arena's there. What's going on? From Arbed, dying 2 times down on the bottom. RTZ suddenly turns up to a very premature fight in the mid. 12 minutes in, he's stepping up to the mid high ground. You can't do that against Beast Coast.
He just had popped his meta too. Wanted to try to come in just for a quick kill onto a core, but Beast Coast, they're too fast around the map. EG's got to give more respect to these movements.
Absolutely.
This is devastating. Look at Nightfall even too, maybe.
We've just seen it happen to Arbed. We've just seen it happen to RTZ, and we've just seen it happen to Nightfall. EG losing course left, right, center here.
It's 12-2. I mean, this is looking just like thunder, really, the way that the aggression is coming out so early.
Even rough, I think, in this early game.
Absolutely. K1 even looking to top.
Won't be able to do too much on his own.
Just steal some Agi. But he's got the Diffusal Blade finished up, so that's also another scare. The fact that Beast Coast can even start involving the Slark in every single one of these fights. RTZ can't come back to show up for quite some time.
We'll get a quick pick on to Stinger here. Over on Beast Coast side of the map. Definitely, you see at the start, EG...
Stupid anjing, sumpah stupid banget anjing.
They were getting the farm. They've got to be careful not to sacrifice the space that they've been able to maintain on their half of the map, but for going for these aggressive plays and losing these huge kills.
That's devastating. They're trying to look for K1, perhaps. Secret trying to, but no, he gets in the tree lines.
Gue harusnya percaya feeling gue anjing. Gue gak ada feeling, jujur aja nih, gue gak ada feeling buat EG anjing. Gue ngeliat EG main kemarin lawan tim lawan TA kayak gitu bangsat.
For TB, like usually the way he wants to play in backlines and hiding in the jungle, pretty much farming for most of the
Mati lagi.
a lot harder now with Whisper having this type of start.
Dagger? Nah, udah bubar.
Quick setup in the mid. Chris. Arbed will be fine. He's got remnants to play with, but taking a heavy bit of damage.
Only, I think, misses one of those lobs. A super farm Snapfire.
Super power rune in 9 seconds. East Coast, they'll want to make sure that Arbed doesn't get a hold of that.
They have the blink on Chris as well, too.
And the rune, and it is going bottom. Arbed able to grab it inside.
Chris is out of mana. They're trying to chase.
Kind of hard to chase though between these two. Yeah, further TPs are coming in. He'll latch on with the searing chains, but Arbed knows that he's got to be careful. Whisper turns up.
Arbed might still be in trouble.
I mean, he is indeed. The remnants, it was laid down in a bit of an awkward spot, and of course, no struggle at all there for Chris to make sure he's there, ready and waiting. That's Arbed dead again.
And I mean, they did not have the damage at all to try to go for the ton. They had the spin and the Ember, no flame guard. That was.
And the kills, they're just going to keep rolling in, by the way. Beast Coast, they find Fly out alone. It's 15-3 here, 14 minutes in. Beast Coast, there's just no slowing them down here.
Sumpah gue kebet sama itu anjing pik-pikan. Jujurnya nih gue kebet sama pik-pikan apa?
Oh look, some spiders as well too. Whisper says thank you.
Pik-pikan Brute Mother anjing.
Anytime anyone shows, it feels like they can die now because of these double blinks that are set up, and from these over-leveled supports, they're always going to be able to get the catch on EG.
That's some terrifying stuff here from Beast Coast so far.
How does EG really get things together now?
Misalnya gini ya, Brute-nya bagus gitu, pik-pikan Brute oke lah. Selanjutnya tuh tolol anjing, se-fan. What the fuck, bro?
Feels difficult still.
But Chris here around the mid. TPs are going to come in. See if they can take down the Tiny. Stinger on the side, able to lay down the ult. EG there attempting to reach it to take down Chris, but Chris, he's out and he's alive. He's going to be fine. K1 charging into the front of the fight. He's in with the pounce on top of Arteezy. Avalanche just went onto the forward. Arteezy will be able to get the sun drop onto Fly. Arteezy back up to full HP. Arbed out of the fight. The arena's down. Spear will miss. So they won't be able to hold Arteezy in position. Arteezy's going to be fine for now. Now turns towards K1. Pounce back at the ready. Chris, he's in with the jump though. They've got the combo. The follow kisses Arteezy melting to the deck. And the Snapfire Gajira takes him down. So Arbed, is there more for him to find? He's going to try and keep the fight going, Arbed. Jumps over towards Chris. Chains and the further remnants, but the Avalanche is back up. Chris will still die. They get a kill and return, EG. Anything more for them to find? I mean, K1, Stinger, and Gajira, they're ready to continue this fight as well here. 4 versus 4. They want to keep the action going. They get the bushwhack set up. Onto Stinger, stun. Into the angle of crit soul. EG find another.
Ooh. I mean, they're pretty durable. You're definitely seeing that pipe coming into play. This 30 HP regen Broodmother just never getting low.
Now, Cookie, into the blast, but no further ability to send them back under the tower quite yet. So EG, they may lose Arteezy in the fight, but they do take down 2.
Yeah. It started, I mean, it looked almost kind of disastrous at the start, but I think the Sleight of Fist actually canceled Whisper's Blink Dagger, and then he had like a little bit of an awkward jump with his ult and spear. That's why it ended up missing. But he's still going to keep going for these plays too.
Yeah, EG, they're trying to play with the momentum that they were able to start get going a little bit around that mid.
Coba lu main lawan tim South apa Amerika Selatan tuh Tiny anjing.
Even though they're playing into a team that has like Mars ult.
Dari kemarin tak kalahnya sama Tiny anjing, nggak ada lagi. Tim Amerika Selatan megang Tiny menang, cok. Beast Coast kemarin megang Tiny menang, Thunder Awaken megang Tiny 2 kali menang. Udah Tiny anjing problemnya, cok.
Because Beast Coast is not going to play slow at all. They're going to just constantly look to hunt. It's going to continue to accelerate too, because K1, he's got a couple components finished already of that Aghanim. 3 pieces done. That's going to make it even easier for him to just stick onto that back line, get onto Arteezy.
Absolutely, and to be able to kite him out if things get dangerous when the meta's up.
Okay, Whisper opts to go for his shard early on since he's playing versus that TB. Tends to be one of the most valuable options when you're playing versus Illusion Cores. He's very farmed, so doesn't hurt him too much to go for that.
Ada Lulba mah nggak peduli anjing, musuhnya mau nge-pick apa yang bagus nggak peduli dia anjing.
See if they can get the combo off onto Arbed. We're going to try with a slight error. Immediate reaction. They still find the Avalanche toss combo, but that quick little dodge at the beginning, meaning that the full lockdown couldn't quite be there from Beast Coast. Arbed will be fine. I mean, Gajira's going to go with the kisses. Whisper tries the arena, but won't manage to get the catch. This time, EG able to dodge the combo. Still to the side though, Fly will be finished off. EG, they try and attempt to fight with the arena being missed. Arbed, Remnant at the ready, will be able to dodge out of the range of the Crystal Maiden ultimate. EG, they'll keep that distance for now. Arteezy looking for an opportunity to step back in on this, but Beast Coast, they're out with the retreat. They pop the smoke and keep that distance.
That's a fresh meta. He just popped it. This could be dangerous position here still for Arteezy. He could still just get popped. He has the pipe aura around him. He's gonna need that near him. But all this time, Meta's just taking down. Not getting any farm, not getting any pressure either. This tier 1 still standing. All tier 1s on the side of Beast Coast standing.
What have we here? Saw a quick move there from Chris and Whisper down towards the bottom. Maybe seeing if they could catch out whoever turned up to clean up this bottom lane. It is Arbed.
Not the spear just yet. They definitely have enough damage to control. The max frostbite is at the ready.
If Arbed shows again, that could be Beast Coast key to go. And here we have it. Chris is in. Have a large toss. Spear back TPs are coming in, but it's not going to be soon enough to save him. Arbed taken out by the combo once.
Pon lu cair kan, bisa kali dapat percikan betting lu. Mau lihat lu cairnya nih.
Maybe saw them, maybe thought he was going to be tanking up, but not way too much damage. Way
Mana
too
anjing
much
kok hilang.
Beast Coast does have down here. Again, just continuing to make all these beautiful
Nih
plays.
cair nih.
And it's, I think that is going to be, yeah, the Axe is going to be done now for K1 for Hector.
Cair nih.
He's having a phenomenal game.
Cair.
They continue to shut down Abed. 0, 4, and 3 on December Spirit.
Cair sampai hilang anjing.
See what sort of a defense EG can put together around these tier 1 towers. Now the Beast Coast are amping up the pressure on these lanes.
I mean, it's pretty astonishing, right? The team that has the TB and the Brood are the ones that have been able to take a tier 1, and they've actually lost pretty much all 3 of theirs in a second here. Beast Coast just really bringing that early action these first 20 minutes. Not really giving any opportunities for that Brood. As we mentioned, as Bobo was talking about it, they've gotten this Brood a lot of the times, but Beast Coast, they answered it pretty much with at least 4 or 5 of the picks in their draft, and so far you're seeing it work pretty damn nice.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw obviously the other day in the series that EG played, right? Both games, they were able to get their hands on this SF that they've been winning through the group stages throughout, and it was clearly something that Thunder Awakened had planned for. You've got to ask yourself, with the Brood being let through this game, it's probably something that Beast Coast had a pretty good idea of how to deal with, and so far looks pretty good. Top lane. Whisper and Chris continuing to
baru pesan makan dulu ler. Gak penting tonton nih game goblok anjing.
Combination of any two of these heroes, they've got excellent kill potential.
Damage and control more than necessary. Whisper continues to have this crazy game. He's top net worth still somehow on this off lane Mars, 8, 1, and 7. I think it's something we've gotten used to, of course, with Whisper in some of his games where he just totally pops off, but this is ridiculous.
EG finally able to get some pressure onto the tier 1 themselves bottom. This tier 1 should be gone.
Jing, itu Bondo gak ada makanan apa-apa anjing jam segini cok, kayak makanya itu doang anjing gua.
He's got Arteezy at 0 mana. So they know that Arteezy can't fight now for the next few moments. They might look to pressure even harder.
ST Indonesia ada di situ Bondo ler. Di mana ya? Gua nggak tahu. ST Indonesia yang itu yang ya, tau lah.
A little safer in the team fights as long as he's able to get it off before that first jump.
Kan jiwa tos dah anjing tai. Janji jiwa. Wah. Sejak kapan ada janji jiwa juga di situ Bondo? Wah, ngentot gue terlalu lama di rumah nih nggak pernah touch grass anjing. Fuck, ada jiwa tos anjing. Gue
set things up onto Whisper.
Okay.
Not an easy hero to go for at all.
And he's got a BKB coming out in the courier right now, so even if they try for it the next time, they might just get fully surprised and turned on. He's just so farmed on this Mars. 209 last hits.
Janji jiwa tos yang enak apaan ler? Gue belum pernah nyoba jiwa tos, gue pengen nyoba jiwa tos ya. Gak peduli, gue udah kalah anjing. Gue ngabet berapa sih tadi? Gila udah minus 9 aja gue baru mulai anjing. Sisa berapa nih di inventory? Sisa 5 ler, aman. I'm still standing.
But Beast Coast, they're just prepared for them every single time. And this is, of course, is the problem with how good Beast Coast is at jumping EG. Arteezy just doesn't have the chance to get his BKB off. Look at this jump, Whisper.
Chain stuns every single time, and they all are just following up each other perfectly, right? Chris comes out of nowhere and just cleans it up. That's just amazing.
Ini apa ini? Coba janji jiwa, jiwa tos yang enak apaan ler? Tai. Coba ini ya.
Look at Gojira, right? I mean, for me, his early game has been absolutely ridiculous. Him and Whisper, 7, 0, and 13 on the Snapfire. He's kind of set that whole tempo from that bottom fight with the kisses. Yeah, they're really crushing this game right now. EG, and we said,
jiwa yang harus dibakar. Iya, jiwa tos yang harus dibakar dong.
Has not been the case. I don't know what the next time is. Yeah.
They fight through it. Sure that the magical's getting reduced a bit, but they've still got a heavy bit of physical, a big Big old punch, of course, coming out from the Mars, the Tiny, the Slug, after the stats build up with the Essence shift. A lot of things that EG have to be very, very scared of if Beast Coast are the ones starting the fight.
Yeah, it's like they have this Sven who's got this war cry for Arteezy. He's like, I don't need armor. I need to just survive. I need more HP and some type of more magic resist, but they've got really all they can do for him.
Ini gimana sih?
And Beast Coast just keeps giving it to him. Whisper, every single one.
So for EG now, they did try and smoke out
Big Mac. Wow, beli Big Mac.
Now that there's an Aegis on K1, do you just have to hold back on that plan, wait for the 4 minutes to pass, or do you still have to take that risk, try and make that move?
I don't know. I don't know what they can really do. The pressure is so immense, really, from how ahead all three of these cars are. Who can they really burst down? It's got to be like some type of support. So pretty difficult at the moment. Beast Coast just really controlling the map perfectly. I don't think you could ask for a more crisp 24 minutes.
Oh, it's been kill after kill after kill.
Kill a minute, right?
Really has been, yeah.
And it's on the. It's not like it's on the supports every single time. Sure, Fly. You know, he's got 8 he's got a lot because he's had the soak for the TB. But TZ, 0-4 Abed, 3 kills on Nightfall. It's been great pressure on every single one of those cores from Beast Coast.
I mean, what would you sort of consider the next potential chance or sort of item that the EG, one of their cores, is going to be able to pick up, could give them the
ongkirnya mahal banget tai.
take these team fights? What are they looking towards next as the next sort of power spike that they'll be able to get to?
Bullshit banget anjing.
I mean, it's the BKBs that are going to come out for both of the cores. The Ember probably needs one too, but the problem is that they're playing into the double BKB.
Ini nggak ada ini apa? Gratis ongkir tai.
So it's just not an easy thing to do at all.
Jujur gue nggak peduli anjing sama gamenya, udah fuck lah. Bullshit banget anjing. Lu malu gak sih lu jadi EG ya, lu menang 7-0-1 di group stage gitu. Tapi kalahnya sama tim-tim lower bracket anjing. Tim-tim yang harusnya kayak eliminasi. Gak ada harga diri anjing.
And they're not easy to hit either. You know, that Slark has so many different ways to just reset in and out of the fight. And he doesn't even have shard yet. So that's going to make it so even everyone else is going to be a lot severe too for Arteezy to stick on to.
I'm still
standing. TP just from crit though. The rest of EG able to continue to stay out on the map at least. Still being able to farm despite Beast Coast being as close as they are to EG's base right now. Swing over towards the mid. Beast Coast look to push towards another tier 2. Again, attempting to force EG back into a defensive position.
I think we're going to see Beast Coast start to be much more aggressive in a few moments. Stinger
trying to go for him here. He's able to put the Ghost Step to get a bit of the ultimate off. Arteezy will manage to put the BKB in with the meta. They're able to take down Stinger.
He just has to book it up. Meta BKB to run. That says everything about the current game state.
And Whisper now godlike on the Mars.
He's on his way to his refresher. He's pretty close to having it already. That's definitely the most farm Mars I think I've ever seen. 14k net worth at 26 minutes.
That's insane.
This is crazy. Level 18 as well. Immediately kill the courier too. Nightfall.
Smile. Chris Luckett, DD in the bottle, ready for the next jump.
He's got the Echo finished back up to it, disassembling it for BKB.
That's a huge amount of burst between the magical and physical. If he jumps any target there, they're probably gone. Maybe Arteezy survives through it.
And
but even that, he's going to be left so low after Chris is in and done with him.
The thing is too, they can jump pretty recklessly on all 3 cores because they can probably just BKB reset out of the fight right afterwards. ZG now kind of having to watch their T2 just drop while Arteezy tries to farm some farm, but yeah, BKB on cooldown, meta on cooldown, the whole map is Beast Coast's. I mean, even if he had those, the map is still pretty much there.
Mid K1. He knows now with the Zags, and of course with a minute left on the Aegis, he can start to tease.
2-0 Beast Coast ini, percaya nggak lo? Game 2 bakal diginiin juga anjing. Kalau Bulba draftnya masih sama, bakal diginiin juga anjing. Tiny pokoknya kalau nggak di ban tetap kayak gini, cok.
Set up on a Chris, good force stuff there to get Chris out of the combo, away from the sharpshooter.
Early kiss is being thrown. Bit of a whiff.
Chris is falling a little low, he's holding on to the BKB. And Abed, he's thinking about committing towards some Chris there, but jump forward. In fact, it's K1 that's going to be the one jumping on him, and now there's going to be a follow-up. They'll be able to keep him locked down.
Oh, he didn't jump. He continued fighting inside. The Pounce waited and waited. Didn't want to jump away. Didn't expect Whisper.
And of course, but just before this fight, just so close to the BKB on the Ember. About a couple of hundred gold he was away, Abed, but didn't have it for this fight. And now, beyond the racks, Beast Coast, they're ready to just continue diving in. Arteezy's TP'd over, but he's low on mana.
He has his BKB to walk away.
He has, he's TP'd in. It's a BKB and a move back to the base. So he'll heal up.
Mana ada meta botak anjing, Arteezy botak tetap kalah kok. Emang enggak ngaruh jujurnya nih, botak-botak enggak ngaruh anjing, emang tolol anjing, Iji tolol. Tapi bener kan ya, gue tuh tolol anjing, gue dulu udah ngomong anjing, Iji ini bagus di group stage gitu, playoff saya belum tentu cok. Dan terbukti anjing, terus gue masih batu anjing ngebet Iji gitu kayak tolol anjing. Lihat aja nih, gue ngomong gini nih. Ntar abis ini game selanjutnya gue ngebet Iji lagi anjing.
Respect to EG. I mean, they're happy to sort of play this one out.
They also just got like 2,000 gold on every single hero, right? Like everyone just got a full item injection.
Sure.
Then they pick those up, wait for the next fight, clean up the area of the top side, get that tower, and just wait for EG to walk kind of into them because they can just take any fight on Beast Coast here.
A lot of money on Gajira as well. Looks like he's going to be picking up the Lotus here for the team. Bash has just been grabbed up by K1. Next up.
They're so far. This Snapfire is getting close to being at the same levels of the Ember and the Brutes. Yeah, he's got Lotus done. So tons of different ways to protect his teammates. Great spells to either dispel.
Anybody can go in.
Yeah, amazing things to reflect, protect versus Sunder. I mean, this is a godly Lotus game.
I mean, that's the thing is right now. Beast Coast, as we've seen so far this game, they're the kind of team that will go in without these items.
Yeah.
You know, so now that they've got them, they're going to be stepping it up to the max in terms of how aggressive and sort of, you know, they'll look to move in and dive wherever they want to.
Still standing. Kali 2 anjing ngebet Beast Coast menang, cok. Kalau gitu gue tadi ngebet Beast Coast menang anjing. Atau at least ini 1,5 nih, 0,7 lumayan anjing bagus. Game 2 kali 4. Oh, 2-0. Kali 4.
Maybe that snap being more of a priority.
Alright, they grouped up.
Lagi kelar atau ada game 2? Ada game 2. Cok, tapi di speedrun anjing nih TI cok, harusnya jam 3 anjing, ini mulainya kenapa jam segini cok. Tas! Hilang. Ya hilang juga dia. Karena match sama bracket 2-0 semua, iya. Itu dia maksud gua, kenapa 2-0 semua gitu.
Another BKB for Chris is about to come to an end. Arteezy attempting to close the gap on him.
They want to get one of these cores so bad.
I mean, Chris is getting pretty low down with the avalanche, but Arteezy is able to finish him off. Stinger as well looks to be in trouble. Pops the Ghost Scepter. They'll block him up. Arteezy will claim another double kill for Artur.
Game 2 gue yakin Iji menang, gue nggak yakin sih.
Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan at all, as we saw there. They only had to commit one buyback there. EG Flight getting back in on the action.
I mean, it's the first time EG's
Gak ada harapan anjing. Iji kalau mainnya kayak gini gak ada harapan, cok. Lu nggak usah jauh-jauh menang TI. Lawan Bumi Sport kalah anjing ini.
Quite a lot more of those, but at least they finally do get a kill onto that core.
I should say a different approach to the fight, one that we haven't seen from.
Najis. Kita nontonnya Dota ya. Ini arah JKT nontonnya Mobile Legend anjing. Najis.
I mean, as we saw the damage numbers,
pacarnya Vicky yang najis, pacarnya Vicky.
Things are probably going to go a little bit better for you in these team fights.
Yeah, they were able to get a good wraparound and just good connection to the
najis.
Also didn't connect perfectly, and saw Slark a bit low mana. They all just were a bit awkward about going for a full commitment on the fight on Beast Coast.
Wirda Mansur, apalagi nih, dapat mobil 1,4 M dari sedekah 50 juta pada Yusuf Mansur. Gimana? Enggak, gimana anjing lu jadi anaknya Yusuf anjing. Sumpah keluarganya Yusuf Mansur ini aneh, cok. Wirda mengaku mendapat mobil seharga 1,4 miliar. Wirda mengaku mendapat mobil seharga 1,4 miliar usai memberi sedekah 50 juta kepada ayahnya Yusuf Mansur. Gimana ceritanya anjing, lu bersedekah pada ayah lu tuh gimana anjing? Hah? Bersedekah 50 juta pada ayah tuh gimana anjing? Hah? Nggak ngerti gue sumpah, keluarga Yusuf Mansur aneh, Cok. Keluarga paling aneh anjing Yusuf Mansur. Setelah Halilintar ya, nomor 2 Yusuf Mansur anjing. Aneh. Ngeri, Cok, Steven Liu, Cok. Woi, CP dijual 4,5 triliun, ada yang mau beli nggak? Gua kalau ada duit gue beli tuh.
Without the BKBs, I mean, looks like they're going themselves now. See, having the meta still going, they feel they're stronger around the pit. They were able to eliminate the 2 supports.
Whisper still has another round of ult. He's gonna refresh. He does get seen. The illusion's on him.
Chris is in with the jump. 3-man avalanche. There's the arena. Will be able to lock down Arbet with the spear. They've taken out the Ember. Arbet does have a buyback available if he wants to commit towards this Roshan fight. And Nighbot trying to escape the arena, but he's trapped in. Takedown by the God's Rebuke. Whisper dies in return. He'll immediately buy back to get over towards the Roshan once again. But Roshan is falling fast into EG. Chris is in with the jump. RTZ is pretty low. The toss goes there. The line of the spear. RTZ goes down. As EG, they attempted to finish off the Roshan, but they didn't respect the buyback there from Whisper and the ability for Beast Coast to jump into the pit.
Gue udah mikir ya, wow, comeback, nggak jadi anjing. Cok, Rahmat jago, Cok. Ya emang jago sih Rahmat dari dulu anjing.
Beast Coast is able to reset in and out of the fights a few times, and they do get that catch. They get it onto Abed, and then Chris gets the perfect toss-up onto RTZ.
Ini tuh bukan bukan EG yang main di group stage anjing. Jujur aja nih, ini bukan gaya mainnya EG di group stage anjing. Ini gaya mainnya EG zaman tahun lalu anjing. EG tahun lalu, EG di PC, EG Major kayak gini mainnya, Cok. Beda gitu main di group stage bangsat. Yang di group stage ngeri banget, Cok. Eksekusinya bagus gitu. Hero-hero yang di pick tuh wow gitu. Kayak wah. Ini tolol anjing.
Got one more glyph. Maybe he's respawning, but no matter when he's up 30 seconds.
And man, they have one more fight as well, EG. They're gonna have to pull everything together.
Bangku live mabar Dota, oh ya? GG.
Beast Coast.
They'll give their respect.
Bleed blue, bleed tolol anjing.
Picked up AC's complete here for Chris.
Lah, FIFA anjing, pala lu live mabar Dota, FIFA grinding anjing.
Pick up these items.
Gak ada di siang-siang main Dota anjing. Disbandnya terus pindah saya, enggak lah.
EG looking to maybe take advantage of the fact that Beast Coast might be kind of chilling back here. Maybe they can catch something big.
Kan mau dukung Boom, oh iya. Gue juga dukung Boom dah. Kalau Boom kalah ya udahlah ya. Don't care gue.
And look who it is again.
Here's Gojira. He's able to get the 4-stuff off in time to break away from the bushwhack, but still RTZ chases him out. A further force and a jump with the cookie will dodge the sharpshooter, so Gojira this time will live.
And now EG's got to run.
And they certainly have it. The Snapfire's alive. Things are probably going to go rather bad for EG. As Fly goes down, RTZ holding onto his BKB for now.
They know where he is though. Whisper, he gets the
spear. Oh, BKB is there from RTZ, and immediate response is the bashes are there from K1. Now RTZ needs help, but he needs it now. The bash is there. The silence as well. RTZ goes down. No buyback available for him as Beast Coast, they're ready to go for more. Arbed able to BKB TP out. But EG, they've got to try and hold here with just the 3 of them against the full 5-man push from Beast Coast. No RTZ for nearly a minute.
Panelnya ini apa? Panel host yang ngomongin draft kayak Eevee, Gods, fuck siapapun itu dah. Itu nggak di Singapura anjing, di Norwegia. Oh, baru tahu gua. Kedengeran? Enggak, bukan maksudnya mereka tuh nggak di ini. Mereka tuh nggak di Singapura. Mereka di mana fuck? Di Norwegia anjing, bukan di Singapura. Baru tahu gue anjing, gue kira sama-sama di Singapura semua, Cok.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give so much credit really to this top lane, right? The Mars and the Snapfire, they really set the tempo for this game. I mean, Chris Luck too.
Sama caster sama MC yang di lapangan dong, iya. Cuman Slacks, terus sama Casey, OD Pixel gitu-gitu doang anjing yang di sini.
That was quite a performance really from Beast Coast.
Lo mau tahu sesuatu nggak? Gue baru dapat driver barusan. Selama itu gamenya belum dari gamenya masih tengah-tengah game sampai udah mau kelar. baru dapat driver nih gua.
Something that we've seen in the past from Beast Coast when they get
Tapi yang suara caster di stage saya juga kedengeran. Itu kan casternya soalnya di sini, casternya di sini, enggak host-host yang ngomongin draft.
The way they're in sync with each other, it just doesn't get any better. And EG, they're going to have to step it up coming into game 2 because this game 1, Beast Coast are going to be on a bit of a different level here as they'll get the first victory in this best of 3. Back to you guys in the studio.
Buka lobby.
Thank you, Odi Pixel.
Ini nih. Mereka ini di Singapura, nggak di Singapura nih, nggak ada di Singapura anjing. Di Norwegia nih mereka, Cok.
Making all the rotations, all while simultaneously keeping their hair. What a victory. Guys, do you want to break down a little bit? What did you think about the game?
Just an incredible game from Beast Coast. Like, they identified how EG needed to enter this game, a strong lane from Brood, getting the early towers and kind of choking out the map. So Beast Coast were like, let's just dumpster our lanes, let's just dominate this early game, and then this EG entire concept just never came online.
Too good better than nggak gitu anjing caranya, Cok. Nggak gitu.
We're excited about the EG concept. And I think Bob even said we get to play around.
Kita terbang
tinggi. They looked like they were selling the
Twitter dulu doi, bro.
Itu
dipecat dulu, ya dipecat dulu. Gara-gara kalau ngejokes, jokes bangsat.
A good concept. If you lose 3 lanes, you're not gonna win the game. It doesn't matter. Like, and they did get dominated quite a bit everywhere. Later on in that first rotation towards the bottom lane, it needed to work.
Lagi juga kelar anjing nih streaming hari ini, Cok, kalau isinya 2-0 bangsat.
Whisper and Gojira, they had such a good start, they had levels on time, they could rotate, and this is exactly what we're talking about right here.
Cepat lagi 24 menit, 38 menit, 42 menit, 36 menit.
And Sheet, whisper.
Whisper
to me. Let's
He's
go.
way too good. Like 13, 14 minutes, he had the highest net worth in the game, like 7,000. He's got every small item that you need on Mars. Like, that might be one of the biggest downsides to Mars. You have to buy a bracer, a phase boot, so on, and it can delay your blink really hard. But he had all of that by 14 minutes, and he was just so active. He's going to bot, right, responding to dives, getting those kills, rotating again, getting that blink, making more plays happen. He was just the complete.
No hope anjing, sumpah ini no hope anjing. EG nggak bakal dapat satu game, dah percaya dah.
He set the tempo so well for everything they wanted to do.
Yeah, and even in this fight that you're seeing here, unfortunately,
malah ngeliatin Cigul anjing bangsat.
and just kind of got caught out.
Kenapa di nikahan Uping nggak ada Cigul ya? Kenapa adanya itu telur anjing? Siapa namanya?
Lupa gue.
Ini 2 band awal nggak di band Tiny, gas 10 kill bis. Iya anjing. Tapi nggak tahu bakal di pick apa enggak apa Tiny-nya. Bisa aja mereka ngebandnya di second phase anjing.
Really assault the towers. He can position himself really well in front of that tier 1 tower. Just defend it forever. Meanwhile, EG, I feel like they got caught in this. Okay, we're losing, but they forced the tier 1 tower too hard too many times. That's why you just saw Arteezy. He gets picked off before the BKB is popped. Why? Because they have all the vision they need. They know exactly where EG is all the time.
Yeah, and then again, congratulations to Beast Coast, really selling pace. And I know you guys have a lot of questions. You want all the answers here at the panel, and one of the most important questions, hairlines. This man can answer for you.
I have a terrible hairline, and I reciprocate with all the players who have gone bald, and I one day will be bald myself. But the Yatara effect. This is the most critical thing we have right now. We have multiple players at TI11 who are going bold. Don't forget Yataro, at the previous TI, he had never beaten VP during the DPC. He shaves his head, bam, 2-1, beats VP, all right? We have Skem, draws with Team Spirit. Can't beat them at the Arlington Major. He then goes bald, bam, beats them. We then have Panda, he plays against EG in the Anna Major on no ping. He loses to them 2-1. He goes bald. He then wins 2-0 against EG. So finally,
EA Play itu Origin.
Gue
pengen Sims 4 butuh Origin. Ya emang butuh Origin. Semua game EA pasti butuh Origin. Cuma katanya mau ditutup itu layanan Origin. Cuma gue nggak ngerti.
In theory, statistically, that this time they aren't lying, Naz, he should win. But if he doesn't beat them, it's over. The Yatara effect has crumbled.
So this is one of the biggest storylines here at TI. It really is, and so we need to go to an next.
Yang katanya EA Play itu Origin.
I think we got
enggak,
and Casey.
Beda. EA Play itu layanannya dia yang bangsat.
Hello. He has decided to join us, and we will bring our energy together like a bold spirit bomb, ladies and gentlemen. Bold boys for Arteezy. Bold boys for Arteezy. Bold boys for Arteezy. Bold boys for
Bangsat emang.
Take
Pakai baju Virtus Pro yang najis.
Yes, bold people
And also go everybody.
That's it. That's the bit. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Some insight. That was some insight.
Pressing.
Bro,
That's an exclusive. You've never heard it before. This is a TI exclusive.
Yep. And does that change your opinion on, what?
No, I think Beast Coast's probably going to win the series.
EA Play itu.
They played game 1 incredibly, but no, a lot of bounce back from EG required because, Beast
EA
Coast
Play itu langganan, lu 60.000 dapat semua gamenya EA, gitu.
Momentum, and of course this is lower.
Kalau Origin tuh
can go home.
Steam yang dipunyai EA gitu loh.
To finish this one out, Lizard, I interrupted you again as I am the silent.
I'm very happy you did because that bold energy is way too strong. I forgot my thoughts anyway, so it's all good.
All right, and Sheeps, you've been bigging up that team. Game 2, though, looking at EG, where are you thinking for EG?
Oh, it's hard, right? Because everything comes down to the lanes and the start of the lanes and making sure that those go well. Because it's hard, no matter what your draft looks like. Like you said earlier, if you lose the lanes, it's just too hard to play the rest of the game. So focusing on making sure that goes well is just the first stepping stone for playing against Beast Coast. Because Beast Coast are just a team that likes to win lanes, group up, fight, push you, fight. So you have to be able to fight back.
Yeah, but of course we mentioned a little bit earlier that you put up some stats. It was EG have dominated, so to speak, a little bit more over Beast Coast, or at least the SA region. So is this a new position for them?
So I think the EG's always just drawn out with Beast Coast. I think, EG's normally, statistically against Beast Coast, they always win game 1, then they lose game 2.
Okay.
So it's the first time in the last 3 matchups where EG's actually lost game 1. So maybe it's all changed now. Maybe just Beast Coast is leveled up, but EG normally has SA's number, but right now it doesn't.
Kalau malah EA yang
I want a little bit more about this. I want more history.
Menang judi.
Enggak lah. History. It's Tsunami.
EG?
They've had SA's number for a very long time. In fact, I want to take you real far back. EG in South America, this is a storied rivalry. All the way back to, let's say, 2015. Let's say Evil Genius's PPD. Does that ring a bell to you? And them always going head-to-head in South America. Back then, it was the Brazilians. It was Pain Gaming. Can't really say that SA was too respected of a region back then. PPD, he didn't want to play on those servers. Old Universe, though, he was trying to come to the defense of South America. It took a little bit of time, though. It took the Dota Pro circuit to really foster the region. It took all the way to, let's say, the Animajor.
Jangan gitu, Bus. Tapi amin boleh lah.
Poor Beast Coast was on the cusp of being able to qualify to TI. It was all up to Evil Geniuses. EG had to take out 2 of the teams, TNC and Enigma Galaxy, to let Beast Coast in to TI-10. Te quiero mucho, Arturito. But it goes both ways. Beast Coast.
Ini apa, anjing?
1 year later, come to TI-11, the Arlington Major. All of a sudden, EG's in trouble. They're in just the border of being able to directly qualify. Fnatic and Outsiders, if they place high,
Udah 2-0, belum habis ini 2-0.
Evil Geniuses, but Beast Coast repays their debt. They save Private Artezi, and they bring EG all the way to this TI. Now, will Beast Coast giveth and taketh away? Will they do it in a 2-0 fashion? We'll have to find out with this next game.
Thank you very much, Tsunami.
Hey, oddsnya jadi bagus, EG.
There's a history, and it's. I want to say hi, by the way, Tsunami. How are you doing? I hope they're going to turn your mic back on in a moment.
I'll hang out. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, we've seen you over in the corner, kind of preparing these segments. You've been playing a lot with your new toys.
I have been. It's been a delight to augmented reality enhance the experience. I thought that you were a hologram for the first day.
Yeah, I also got told though you did say you asked to make all the Dota heroes smaller. Could you tell us?
Listen, the scale is just inherently off. They're mere pixels on my screen. I'm glad that you're all sitting because then I would also feel somewhat underscaled. But we're fine right now. No, please stop.
Wait.
I'm not a fan of this.
Don't break the panel.
Anyway,
this is why they only let a certain amount of people over here, because too many Dota commentators in one room and panelists, it just goes haywire. But to get your opinion on Game 2, what are you thinking between EG and Beast Coast?
I know Bulldog was particularly thrilled about getting the Broodmother as a first pick. I remain reluctant. Nightfall has been doing great on the hero. In fact, I think this was only his second loss on the Broodmother. But time and time again, I see stubbornness be the downfall for Evil Genius drafts. I think Broodmother might be one of those things that they might need to go back to the lab. And same thing with the Sven. I know Fly's been doing great on Sven as well, but it's becoming a bit
Sven hero tolol anjing, Sven. Satu-satunya tim yang bisa pakai Sven cuman entity dah, sebatas itu. EG first 10 kill, pala bapak kau, Rick.
And we look forward to getting more AR and more Tsunami and hopefully Purge in the future as well as the teams enter for Game 2. This is potentially the elimination game for Evil Geniuses. Tsunami.
Saya nggak lu EG pulang.
Yes, maybe stubborn, but they've, a seasoned team. They've got a lot that they can show.
Tim yang game 1 kebantai, biasanya game 2 langsung kebantai, bro.
I'm really looking forward to see if they can, kind of get RTZ more involved and more comfortable. It did feel like those lanes really kind of didn't allow him to play his game. But on the side of Beast Coast, what a great storyline. If they can come through the bracket, beating
apa nih EG? Game 1 kalah. Game 2 tambah kebantai anjing, stupid anjing.
This is really been a great year for SA.
Yeah, 100%. And you mentioning about how great that previous game was, I think.
20 menit kelar nih game.
How EG, they rely on like Arbed, crit, they kind of unlock everyone off the play. Beast Coast did an exceptional job at just preventing them from having their games, so we never got to see EG hit their form that allowed them to top their groups. And ever since that loss to Boom, then they lose to Thunder, Awaken, and now this game as well. It's like we feel like we've not seen EG really leave.
Gue nggak ngerti nih jokes apa anjing, nih Reza Ardana siapa aja gue nggak tahu anjing ntar. Gue nggak ngerti nih jokes apa cok. RTZ pasti orang Jawa makanya botak. Gimana? RTZ pasti orang Jawa makanya botak. Hah? Lucu banget anjing, gue gak ngerti ini lucunya di what the RTZ pasti orang Jawa, gimana caranya lu emang orang Jawa botak? Goblok anjing, otaknya di mana?
We looked a lot at RTZ and the utilization of TB. A lot of these times the carry will go to the offlane and help push the tower, and when you have Brood, you want to sort of take
bagus banget cok, Otsa EG cok 0,81 babi.
Beast Coast are defending their mid tower, which was a massive priority for them. You can at least try then to fan out across the map and outfarm them a little bit, and you're not doing that.
Bukan dong.
So we saw RTZ instead go mid with the meta and die there. Instead, I think if they had used more of their forces to go bot and take that tower, that would have been a stepping stone to start getting the map back.
Yeah, for sure. Being able to open up the map and just play your heroes, and like when you look at the historical games between EG and Beast Coast, the time that they are beating Beast Coast is when they have just really strong, robust lanes that can take the fight. Like in Arlington, they had Viper Marcy. In the Stockholm Major, they had Tidehunter with some Shaman, Quops. Like these heroes that just do well and then just overwhelm at a strong point. And this previous game, it was more just we exist, take towers, and we continue farming, and then we pressure.
But you could see the idea, right? Yes. Like eventually, if the TB has.
Gue masih nungguin ini pengumuman dari mana? Pengumuman dari Nikma aja.
Completely different, right?
Exactly. You kind of take over the enemy map, then the Ember can actually catch the backlines in this game.
Mas bro, pakai topi suruh pulang duluan. Iya sih, nggak salah sih, setuju sih gue.
To those backlines, he couldn't deal with the Crystal Maiden.
Fucking stupid, lulba.
They played extremely well. Like we just can't talk about these things that EG hasn't done.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what they're going to do this time round. Thank you, Lizard, because we're ready for Game 2. We'll be heading into the draft momentarily.
Tai gue kira mulai.
Beast Coast versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
Kuro stay and kick the rest of the team. Wah, nggak apa-apa dah. Nggak apa-apa, gue terima.
Getting ready to start. The draft is, as they said, moments away, as they will soon be getting their first bans. And this could be EG out of the international. But of course,
I guess spam hashtag EG out.
To winning this, and you know how.
Gue udah verify belum sih?
What would you say if you were kind of back with EG? Like, where would the talk be?
EG out.
It's not that they've just lost their first game. It's that actually this is a continuation of a bit of a lost streak. So if you're a captain,
Nikma XMU, wah GG sih kalau itu.
Now getting a little bit worried.
Bayangin nggak sih lo di jersey Nikma ada logo MU?
I don't think you should have fear at all at this point. I know it's hard, but
well, he's a panelist now, so you wouldn't be able to get him.
No, I wouldn't. That's true. anyways. I'm going to try my best. My mom might be proud. But yeah, I think it's more about...
nomornya Miracle di belakang nomor 7
I
anjing.
mentioned it before. They've had like 4 or 5 games in a row now where they've not left laning phase with any wins to a lane, pretty much, it feels like. So they need to go in and go, let's respect Beast Coast aggression. Let's try and match some fight, at least in lanes. We don't need to be super aggressive playstyle and change EG, but we just need to be able to enter the lane and go, we're going to kill this hero, we're going to dominate a lane. And that's probably it. Just a little pep talk.
Perhaps something like a different position 5 can help with that. Because if you identify their losses as well, you had a very passive 5. You have a Sven. Later on, of course, he's strong. He brings utility. He brings the war cry. In the laning stage itself,
it doesn't set up kills.
It doesn't set up kills.
Cok, kira nothing bukan anjing.
Exactly, and it won't really dominate the lanes.
8 menit
You
lagi,
have to
Cok. Langsung
respect
mundur
the
lagi.
Beast Coast are coming out all guns blazing. Like if you lose the laning stage that hard, they won't let you recover.
Yeah, and maybe that's a little bit of confidence from EG with like, hey, you know, lanes, we can win and lose a couple, but don't worry, we're going to fall back on this mid-timing. But unfortunately, last match, they lost all 3 lanes. Sheep, you know, still on the bit of the EG train. Do you agree? Just like, you know, focus on the... No, we're on the EG train right now.
I want to get off. I want to get on the Beast Coast train.
Daripada gue jawab, lihat sendiri.
EG train, because it could be going over a cliff. Okay?
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, you've got first-class tickets to Beast Coast. you're sat up front. So Beast Coast, what are they thinking if they come into game 2? Because they've got room to play, but of course you don't really want to play in a lower bracket, even though you're 1-0 up.
Oh no, they love playing in the lower bracket, I'm sure. I think for both teams,
Minus 9 mah kecil buat dia, Nak. Kemarin cair berapa anjing? Lu kata gue kemarin cair berapa anjing? 8 juta. Enggak ngentot.
This is one of the good things about group stages. You sort of just like figure out the kinks and problems that your team has if you're losing there and take to the bracket. But for EG,
udah Beast Coast to ban apaan?
Hopefully they're
di ban. Tadinya di ban.
Where the main problem was, I think they just didn't have a proper vision of their win condition for the game and weren't able to really put pressure on that. So if they go into this game 2 with more of like an idea, maybe these lanes, maybe an actual way to take towers more easily, right? Like a distract.
I think it was like 20 minutes until the first tower went down.
Yeah.
Beast Coast.
Wah anjing, first pick CM anjing.
Way for them to get a foot in the game and give themselves.
Gue ngeri nih CM-nya fly anjing.
I just love the fact that we enter this draft and it's instantly 3 bans, like one after the other. And then it's like the final ban is let's think about it. And this time the adaptation is simply EG is going to be first pick. So Beast Coast, they now need to pick 2 heroes, respecting the fact that if EG wants to continue the Brood train, they're not going to be able to counter pick after seeing Brood. They're going to have 3 bans will occur, and then they get to go for it. So Brood's in the mind of Beast Coast once again.
And there's so many heroes as well, right, that have to be in your mind. It's the Brood Mother, it's the Marcy, there's also the Lash, there's Enigma as well that's in the pool, that's unpicked. They go with the Nyx. Is this a possible Lash then follow up by Beast Coast?
Yeah, they played Lash on the second pick before. They've done Nyx and Enigma before, but Lash doesn't sound too bad, just to give you some at least covering. Not the best hero for laning, but once you have items, it's decent.
And they go with
Lash,
I feel like Nyx is a giveaway, right? If you're picking it that early on, you're setting up for the Lash. Meanwhile, the Crystal Maiden alone might not prevent you from going Enigma, but Crystal Maiden plus Dawnbreaker or anything that's left in the pool, that's decently good against Enigma, and you can't really lane there. We've seen PSG LGD even, like Fade Beyond, he picks that Enigma, if he gets countered by 1 hero, it doesn't feel that impactful.
Yep, a refreshing change. EG, they have the opportunity to go for the Brood, but no, they just go for a Beastmaster. They're seeing what Beast Coast is picking up, You pick up this Beastmaster, you play around him. We see the value of Nyx Vendetta. If you can't actually, if teams are grouped up, it's kind of weak, so now it's forcing Beast Coast to think about that a little bit differently, and emphasis on countering Beastmaster on the lane.
By the way, did you guys expect Crystal Maiden to have as sick of a win rate as she is having at the moment? Like, what's happening here? Before
she's
TI?
got an Arcana coming.
Oh, okay, I see.
Another one?
Do you know in the team meeting before TI starts?
Arcana for the wolf.
Well, I thought
for the
she turned into a wolf. Is that not?
Oh,
Is that
persona.
just? There's a persona.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Wait, she's actually
I spent so much money on. I spent so much money on my battle pass, but I haven't got
be
it.
happy.
Yeah. I think her win rate makes sense though, because she's just good against a lot of the heroes in this tournament and secures so much of the safe lane. Like this Enigma having one of the biggest like ban rates and pick rates, right? CM's just
gimana ya bos, gue masih mikir anjing.
And the same with this Brood, like all this attack slow that she provides and the kill threat in lane, it seems to be really nice. We've totally seen a shift in POS 5s going from these old Warlocks and Dazzles and stuff that just secures the lane.
Gue ngeliatin dulu nih kalau Dawnbreaker yang nggak di ban.
And CM's great at that.
Yeah, did you expect that? Because the moment they nerfed region, everyone was all in. Like, all in on the healers, right?
I thought that was weird.
Up. Yeah.
Because we didn't used to have this meta of sharing salves, which meant that Dota was used to be in a playable state where we didn't rely on just healing. So it made sense for me that we did move to this.
All right,
yeah, exactly.
Carries got so pampered. All cores got pampered. Bottle refills, salves. This is the finally supports get to play the heroes they want to play.
I'm just happy that bottle buying didn't ever become too popular.
You mean the
because
+5? Yeah.
I remember there was a month in which my mid lanes would ping me, buy me a bottle. I'm like,
I'm pretty sure Celery did that to Boom a couple times.
Look, James tried that as well.
Some carries like to be bottle fed.
Gak peduli dah gue ngentot.
Not gonna name names.
Biskos, let's go.
Sure, that's what you like.
I say carries, but you know,
I like the gratitude that carry gives me when I buy them.
The joke did not land. Continue, panel.
Sorry, this has been derailed.
Bisa tembus anjing dari Doommaker tembus, Cok.
Continue.
No, I like
Doommaker tembus anjing, dia ngebelin Chantras anjing.
I'm just going to continue saying nothing.
Okay.
Just got a lot better here.
Tapi main Dawnbreaker nggak? Biskos pernah main Dawnbreaker nggak?
Sheeps, take us away.
Thank you. So this current opening from EG can really snowball into a death ball type lineup. It can be the complete opposite of what we saw last game, where they were more, okay, we're waiting for this late game timing of TB, brood timing. This time they have a Beastmaster. There's a chance he gets counted in the lane, which could kind of slow their timing down. But if, you know, we've seen like Visitors pair up well with the Beastmaster. Marcy's still in the pool if they want to go for an aggressive support that can rotate on mid. You can really start to apply a lot of pressure to these lanes, because Beastmaster, even if he has a rough lane, he can still skill the pause, get 2 boars, go jungle.
Sumpah DB bagus banget anjing. Terserah dah mau taruh di mana dah. Dia bisa ketemu sama Beastmaster, nggak masalah, bisa bersihin bornya. Bisa combo sama Nyx. Bisa main tempo anjing Beastmaster. Pak, Dawnbreaker.
Through the BKB in those early game fights, like the Bloodstone will not help you versus someone ranged just wailing down on you.
Yeah, there's a lot of range heroes that are quite nice to play against Leshrac. Like you have Terrorblade, Drow, Sniper. All these heroes are still
down
and potentially to be picked up. SF is the only one that's gone right now.
And it synergizes well because Nyx is
Sniper as well, right?
Yeah, Sniper. Because like Nyx doesn't really apply pressure in lane. It's like a lane secure. That's why you see it often paired with ranged heroes. Because Nyx secures the lane, a ranged hero that would get pressured now gets to farm. And then when you have this like CM plus any aggressive style carry, it just makes it easier. And in regards to the bans EG, they banned out like the Enchantress trying to cover the Beastmaster lane. They block picked the CM, and now Beast goes to go for like one of the only options left really.
Right, it's one of the best ones versus Beast, but it's not like in the old days. We have this Beastmaster, you pick Enchantress or Chen, he can't lane. You just go Axis, right? Like you still do the same thing. You can go for Raid Pact and just lane against that. Perhaps not as easily, but it should be completely fine for EG.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Beastmaster for sure. But off lanes aren't as stubborn as the old days.
47% anjing win rate apaan 47%, Cok.
Being strong against the Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, the fact that there's a lot of tankiness with Beast Coast. Leshrac going for a Bloodstone, you got the heal from Chen and Mech. Nyx Assassin is naturally being strong with the Carapace. If they commit to a fight and they're not getting that kill in that moment, the secondary fight, the prolonged fight, that's where they might struggle. And that's why they go for these more skirmishing heroes.
Are we hyped for Crit Mirana?
10 seconds. I am, yeah.
That doesn't sound pretty hyped.
No. The first thing I'm thinking is how easy is it for them to use a lot of like arrow setups, because stuff like OD, Kunkka, all this stuff, like any actual stun is really good versus Mirana, right? But they don't have an actual stun outside of Primal. Not Primal Beast, the Roar from Beastmaster. They have 2 roots, so when Beast Coast start to buy like Lotus Orbs and Dispels, it's a lot harder to get these guaranteed arrow setups.
Bentar, ngambil makan.
Pick Kunkka themselves, like right now, that is all the damage mitigation required to be strong enough that you can brush off EG's aggression. Like
so you would lane Nyx / off lane and Kunkka mid?
Yeah, like, exactly, yeah. Like that type of idea, and you just... I'm a bit worried for EG's damage. If it's the same as last game, right? If they don't come out ahead in lanes, having the CM Mirana who can't find kills, your Beastmaster who can't pressure towers, Embers, it could be the same story if Beast Coast come out ahead in lanes.
One thing that James did talk about earlier is crit and how if he's on fire, EG is on fire. And this is a game that's a perfect setup for him. Like on the offlane, you're playing with the Beast, but also versus Chen, you can deal with him. Plus, you can rotate toward mid, because it doesn't look that great, like you have Ember, but that's more than enough setup for a Mirana, for a crit Mirana. Chains into arrow, the Leshrac can really suffer on the mid lane.
But it could be offlane because if it's Beast Coast.
Yeah, of course it could be.
Whisper is one of the guys that made Lesh offlane like really good. He took the idea from Brax, made it his own, and he's played it in Arlington. He can play it again here if he feels like it.
It applies for anything though, right? Like chains, arrow.
Yeah. It is really nice, but this Naga pick is. I talk about the dispels. There's one right there on this carry.
And you also have this kind of double set cover because Leshrac now protects the Naga, where EG obviously can't go for a PL pick, which is another potential option into Naga. Pacing-wise, would have been a little bit weird for EG. So just the synergy of Leshrac covering the illusion killing heroes and then this Nagato in lane, it kind of doubles down on Beastmaster where he needs to go axes for the magic damage to apply pressure, but that build feels good for a little bit of lane, but then you don't really farm later because you don't have the boar. It just forces Beastmaster to be a clunky hero, less tower pressure. So yeah, Beastmaster really just put themselves in a decent position.
Do you think he was going to do it anyway because of...
For sure, but it's like...
Because of the Chen?
It now even feels like...
It's a must, right? Yeah, okay.
This Naga pick looks really good for lanes and the things you highlighted, but in the game it can be...
Allahu Akbar Naga Siren. Pasif anjing mainnya anjing.
AoE spells, the Starfall, this Maelstrom...
Suram bro.
It's also harder for
Giliran 10 kill begini mainnya pasif ya Beast-Coastnya ya, tai. Ada emang hidup anjing.
Participation is going to be probably a little bit worse this game, which means this last pick, we don't know yet if it's Whisper or Crystal, but that's going to be very pivotal in making sure that they have a good tempo running. And it's hard as well because Nyx and Chen are not typical playmaking supports. Nyx is pretty strong, mostly because the games has like slowed down and you can find more pickoffs, so they're probably playing more pickoffs in my opinion.
But do you think that just because they're a little bit slower, you have this slash from the offlane or the mid lane to actually push the tempo, and then Nyx can actually set up, run behind the towers, Chen can actually force, be that meat shield for Edict? It's doable, right? But I do like their bans quite a lot, like Pudge and the Alchemist. Okay, the Lifestealer pick. That's a little bit aggressive from EG, I would say, right? Like they're going a little bit all in earlier on.
A little bit, yeah. They're relying on, we're going to play this, Ember has a good game, Lifestealer gets a couple items, and we want to try and fight and win the game before Naga even gets to her items, because like Naga v Lifestealer, even in pubs, like Naga in pro pubs is beating Lifestealer consistently. Like this isn't like some, gotcha, your carry's going to have a bad game.
Is there some sort of an item build that you can go for, like back in the day, maybe a Mjolnir or something like that? Probably not.
Suggest some Radiant situation here?
I hope not.
I mean, maybe a Radiance or a Maelstrom.
There was a time in which you could go for Radiance. Like, why is Pudge even banned out here? Because naturally he builds items that are good versus Naga, right? Can Lifestealer do the same? Probably.
In theory, yes, because the items don't feel too bad on this hero. It's actually so hard to think.
I mean, it might even...
too?
I can hear slacks. It's kind of nice though, you know, if you're going to have if you're going to go crazy, get a good voice in your head that's really...
I just thought I was going crazy.
No, you're not. That's because I know Slacks is going to... We're going to be lucky after this because we are going to get an interview with the Beast Coast coach. But the last pick then coming out from Beast Coast is going to be that Brewmaster.
Ngasih mayones banyak banget anjing.
You know, it takes years, but you can...
Gue tahu anjing mayones murah tapi nggak gitu cok bangsat.
Yeah, it's okay. But we have him on the drip when we need him. So... Who do you like at the end of this draft for game 2?
I think EG's put a lot of pressure on themselves to execute, and I think the simplicity of this puts Beast Coast.
I think this Lifestealer could just ignore the Maelstrom stuff and go Deso, and then they just try
apa aja mah harganya
Lifestealer and let Ember do it.
Sama ongkir tadi 73.
Bold energy from Slacks was too strong.
Nih.
I'm going for game 3.
Minuman teh satu.
And we're excited for you guys to
apa sih namanya
chat with Slacks
kentang
because
sama
he is going to
jiwatos.
have an interview with Beast Coast. Let's see how they feel
Mahal
about
sih.
game 2.
Tapi kan gue nggak jarang beli makanan di luar.
Hello
Jadi
guys, I am here with Guachi, the manager, and Raykill, the coach of Beast Coast. Thank you so much for taking time. So, want to ask you, a lot of comfort heroes coming through on this draft, the Chen, the Nyx. I believe you guys have not been beaten on your Nyx yet. So I want to know just how confident you were going into this game.
Estamos piqueando héroes que son muy comfort para nosotros. Hasta ahora creo que no hemos perdido ningún juego con Nyx. También piqueamos el
Para nosotros.
¿Qué tan confiante estás con este draft?
Bastante confiado, ¿no? O sea, sé que ellos darán lo mejor de sí y responderán bien, pues. Bastante bien.
Well, we are very confident. I know they're going to play the best they can. So I believe in them, and that's pretty much it. We're confident.
All right, well, we are absolutely happy to hear it. Thank you so much for that first incredible game, and we are ready to watch another incredible game. Follow it up. Let us pass it on over to Owen and Font.
Thank you very much, Slax. Yes, the game underway now here. Game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast. Fog, this is Evil Geniuses' last chance, right? If they don't hold on here, that is it for them. And after such an incredible group stage, which if anything just gives more credit to how well Thunder Awaken and now Beast Coast are playing against them, you know, what do EG have to do to try and get back that magic that they had days before?
They just have to start, just clean up this early game, right? It really, everything
jujur ya,
before the 15 minutes.
Giliran gua ngebet Beast Coast, yang agresif mainnya EG anjing, jadi kayaknya bakal kalah lagi dan kill gua di sini.
Of course, we've seen a lot of these lane
Kurang memang.
dominators been able to punish the Ember so much. See what Abed's going to be able to do this time.
Draft Beast Coast, draft pasif anjing, Beast Master, Blue Master, Ken, Naga Siren.
And in the mid game, right? Because Ember, Nyx Assassin can be really troublesome to play this Ember in a lot of situations.
Excited to see sort of how the carry matchup works this time around. Well, the second time today that we will have seen a Life Stealer played into an illusion carry. Earlier we had it against a PL. Worked out, I believe they're right, with the armlet into Miyona. I imagine we're going to see sort of a similar direction.
Hero-nya EG tuh nggak perlu cooldown, ini benar-benar maju. Apa? Diikat CM arrow mati. Diikat Ember arrow mati. Life Stealer nggak usah item banyak-banyak, bisa maju terus. Mukul mati. Beast Coast anjing, butuh item semua bangsat.
I'm always very worrisome. But even earlier we saw when it was the Life Stealer versus the PL, he had like an Earth Shaker. He had all these different elements to help him as well too. So I think it's, you know, it's not always like the best pick to deal with the illusions, but if you have some other complements, it can work out fine. So we'll see how that all goes. And yeah, I'm going to be looking a lot at Abed. I think last game, it was one of the rougher games I think I've ever seen from him. So let's see how much he's going to be able to improve this time.
Yeah, for sure. Those sort of early movements that he went for just did not pay off. So we'll have to see if he has a bit of a better chance getting that early momentum that he wants to be able to find to allow him to continue to make aggressive plays throughout the mid-game as an Ember Spirit and just be able to be a part of EG just closing down the map and limiting the areas that K1 feels safe to sort of place himself.
And let's see how much, how well of a game Nightfall is able to have this time too, because he tends to be the kind of the guy for EG that really sets the tempo and the pressure. So let's see what he's going to be able to do on the Beastmaster this time, because he is playing versus Chen, one of the harder counters in a way versus the Beast as the game progresses, because even when you get your Helm of Overload, he can get his Shard, he steals your Ancients. There's so many plays that you can do as a Chen versus Beast. So see how Nightfall is going to adapt.
FF.
Getting in the Brewmaster, yeah, Beast Coast, they've got to feel just as good, if not even better, than what they're able to see Whisper on in terms of heroes, because this is one that you can completely control the team fights with.
And they will have two different ways of completely controlling team fights, right? They have Naga Siren and Brew, so they have a lot of different ways where it's like, oh, this fight's not ours, we can full disengage. Or this is a fight where, oh man, it looks like we can stop them, we can actually fully surround them with the Brew and the Naga Siren. So right now, no one really being left too far behind Beastmaster. We see a little bit of pressure, of course, from that Chen, but he's going to go for the Axe route, not having any of those summons early on. Should be able to catch up. But Naga Siren, it does mean K1's just going to have a full free farm lane, which always tends to be pretty problematic when K1's able to do stuff like that. That being said, RTZ is also getting his full free farm. And we are seeing, of course, the switch of like 5 Mirana again, right? We've seen him multiple times now today. Crit playing it in the top lane, and we have the CM playing bottom.
And as mentioned in that pre-game interview too, you know, Gajira, Nyx Assassin, very much one of the supports of the tournament, it really feels like, in terms of heroes. I mean, what makes this so good right now? He's still got a Mango and a stun back in 7 seconds.
I mean, he
might be a little
dead.
Maybe he can get the deny. No, won't be able to do so. So Crit will manage to chase him down and get that first blood.
5 Mirana, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to start seeing that in your phones probably. Looks, I mean, honestly, if you go for like the chase when people are pulling creeps, it's pretty good. You do pretty decent, right? The harassment and stuff. Nicely done from Crit. And now also, so looking at this mid matchup, we see
kenapa ya kalau gua ngebet mana maksudnya kayak gitu loh.
From the arrow from Crit too, if they do get a connection. And it actually
they do. And with that, the Flame Guard's up. He'll run down Chris. Won't look to dive the tower, but you saw the potential there, Chris. Very, very fortunate he was able to get the stun off himself at the same time. So the damage was limited, that the Abed could get out onto Chris during that stun from Crit.
I was gonna say, I wonder if Abed does look to grab an early point and change to set up for these type of early rotations, but I mean, didn't need it that time. But Chris will get some help, of course. Gojira coming in, and they will be double checking these runes. An arrow connects again. Crit able to take that one away.
Some good early positioning here from Crit.
I like how he's playing it too, because he knows now Lifestealer's in a 1v1 matchup versus the Brew, so Arteezy's just fine. He's going to be able to free farm. Whisper's going to get farmed too, but Arteezy's under no pressure here. Actually getting some decent hits perhaps onto Whisper. There's a lot of creeps though. Like 2 waves, over 2 waves adding up.
Anything that Beast Coast heroes can do with that sort of pressure that's going to build up underneath the tower with these waves?
Not with these 2 heroes. The Brewmaster and the Nyx going versus the Lifestealer, it's pretty difficult. They can hurt Crit a little bit, but I don't think up here they can almost ever pressure Arteezy. And that's the reasoning why we did see that Lifestealer pick, we were talking about so much. Yeah. They have this Naga Siren and everything. It's not the greatest for Znog, but in the entirety of the game, versus Lesh, versus Nyx, and even versus that last pick Brew, pretty good game for the Lifestealer. Just the Rage in general is going to be really effective.
Oh, for sure. And of course, because that Brew was the ultimate last pick, you would imagine when Beast Coast were grabbing it, they weren't expecting it to be able to have its strengths in the laning stage. No, right? It's for all the other parts of the game, so
absolutely.
This is all as expected for Beast Coast in terms of the outcome of top lane.
Yeah, and it's for like the itemization of everything too in mid game, because he's going to go for this Wraith Pact, maybe in this game, because he is playing versus Mirana, and Mirana is kind of a Wraith Pact killer, so maybe he will opt for a different type of build. We'll see. I know he's got the
makanya.
And there's just a crazy amount of wave pulling going on here.
Soalnya asal Iji gak nge-kill mulu menang ini. Cuman gue gak nge-bet game winner, ngentot gue nge-bet.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Yeah, because Whisper's still going to soak up the golden XP. Yeah, rather would get the solo element of it, so he can get that 6 as soon as possible.
Yeah, and he can pull the lane himself, and there's not really a way that he dies to the Mirana and the Lifestealer. He can just Drunken Haze and run out of there.
Oh, and the same to be said, in turn, Crit, he's like, well, I'll head around the map and continue to just hover around the mid lane.
Huge play from Gojira. Stops the TP back from Abed from the low ground stun. That new stun cast range, that's 750. Pretty much everything there.
The movements. EG will still be able to maintain control around the 6-minute power in. It is a haste rune for Abed.
A pretty important one really for him to get, because he did get that TP cancelled for the fill up. Smile. Chris Luck will go bottom. We'll be able to get his own bounty rune to fill it up. And we do see K1 now starting to get some jungle. So slight lead in the laning phase here for EG. Nothing too crazy. About 200 or 300 on each of the counterparts. Does mean this is Helm. Helm is pretty much done. Down bottom for the Beast. And he does actually start skilling these boars, so the Chen's gonna be able to turn them against them.
We'll see which sort of route Arteezy wants to go with his build. When you are trying to scale up against a losing carry, do you still always get the armlet first, or is there potential to kind of go for that Maelstrom or farming item a bit quicker?
I always think Armlet is the most core item ever on Lifestealer.
Okay. Oh,
can't deviate too much. But we'll see. I mean, right now he's just got the phase and the bracer. Maybe he's feeling like he's not going to get it early enough that he does want to go Maelstrom. But I think Armlet Maelstrom's fine. He's got the Ember, as we said, so he's already got a hero that can also deal with the Naga sometimes earlier on. But we shall see. Maybe he goes for more right click. I don't know. Nope.
He's going to. Yeah. I mean, this is, I think, the temptation. To skip the armlet. Sometimes when you're trying to play this matchup, and you're going to be farming for the most part. You're not looking to turn up to fights with that first item. You're just looking to clear through the jungle, clear through your half of the map.
I guess that's the reason, right? He's under no contention. Even when they do bring heroes to his lane, he's like, they can't actually threaten me too much. So I'm just going to be full free farm game. Okay.
Ini late game nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain anjing. Lifestealer-nya lawan Naga.
Secret and Fly trying to get a bit of information deep in Beast Coast half of the map.
Yeah, try to slow down this Naga Siren. Since they see the Chen just soaking down bottom, they know that Hector is just full jungling. Didn't actually find anything though. Nightfall, still level 5.
Won't be able to get Gojira here. A Frostbite. And with both spells on cooldown, has the Fairy Fire, but another leap's there from Crit. He'll get and take the kill. Chris able to find Flight and return back in the river.
Let's get a trade for it.
Tadi ya.
With the DD. Very strong rune on the Ember Spirit.
Tapi tadi itu PL masalahnya, bukan.
Chris is he knows that if Abed hits another slight, very likely that Abed will dive the tower for him. Yeah, Chris gets right back into the triangle.
Perhaps you just wait for that one to disappear before you walk back toward that mid lane for sure. Yeah, but that does mean tower pressure. Abed and Crit able to hit mid tower. TP to mid, will he get the bottle refill in time? And yeah, talking about Abed, you know, we saw that he had a bit of a rough one in the last game. He actually has a much easier game this time versus all these, you know, doesn't have as many stuns that he has to worry about. Last game, it's like everyone had a disable. This time, it's the Nyx and the Lash that he has to worry about mostly, so a lot freer of time. But Carapace is really annoying.
It is very.
So.
Very much. Bottom Nighbot having to drop the roll straight away to give him a chance to run. And Whisper, Primal split to the ready, and already a bit of a body block coming in with K1 and the micro of his illusions. Leaves no escape for Nightfall. So
nice. Instant. Nice.
Wasn't able to get alive. At the same time, at another entry point of the jungle, they find Crit hovering around the stairs. So a couple of kills for Beast Coast, and they make sure that EG does not feel too safe coming back over to their half of the map.
And Whisper, he actually used the Thunderclap, totally missed the neutral creeper, otherwise he would have probably been able to kill it a little earlier. Might still be able to get it with the next one. But making sure he actually was maximizing when they used the split to kill the beast, and oh, the bird! Okay, when he used the split to kill the beast earlier, he actually used the dispel to kill the boar and everything too, so he actually maximized quite beautifully on this brew.
At the moment, sitting the lowest of the cores in terms of net worth, but if anything,
nice, good kill. Hero, awas.
To go by, you know the Whisper's going to be catching up very, very soon. Always ends up incredibly rich here, even from the offlane position.
And he wants to be a little bit more like active of moving around just because he doesn't want to sit in the lane versus a lifesteal.
Iya, mau di-steal tuh sama Abed aja.
Yeah, and of course we'll get to the point in this game where it's K1 playing a Naga Siren. He's going to be soaking up all the waves. He'll be taking the majority of the farm that presents itself on the map. So a bit, sort of a different spread of value that you'll expect to see grow for each of Beast Coast cores this time round.
See what he can find. Whisper shows himself. He's quite durable though.
The split still on cooldown. TP reactions coming in. See if EG can get the
balikin please, ya Allah. Sudah nggak ada yang kena tapi nggak apa-apa, masih selamat Whisper.
RTZ continues to push on, will get him. They lose Crit in return. We'll see if RTZ can get out of this. He has the Infest, is able to jump in our bed with a Remnant at the ready. Will be able to deliver RTZ back to safety.
That was close. If that stun catch, it actually almost catches the both of them there. Could potentially be a disaster, but they do end up cleaning up Whisper. They do get a trade out of it though, so Beast Coast not the most fussed about it. We did see how tanky he was there, that brew. Even though he's only got the 1 point in the Drunken Brawler, he did have that Ogre Frost Mage, I believe, that Ice Arm.
They did, yeah. They're able to buff him up, but
yeah.
Quite able to keep him alive long enough. A nice read there from EG to know that they could get away with that sort of an aggressive play. Something they struggled to do in the early stages of Game 1. Already 11 minutes in, 5-3. EG definitely going to be feeling a lot better out of the laning stage than they did at this point in the first game of the series.
Absolutely. I mean, night and day difference. Stinger, I mean, look at this positioning from the Chen. He's up here alone, trying to pressure RTZ in the tower. He's getting a lot of damage on
the bottom lane. Another split and another attempt at a kill on towards Nightbot's Beastmaster. He'll turn with the Roar.
Oh, Roar's the Wind Panda. Make sure you can get away. Okay, in the Moonlight Shadow, they'll be able to reset. That was a cool move, though. While we were looking, the play happening bottom, the Chen was actually making sure that he kept the catapult alive as long as possible, top with his creeps, and just like kind of sacrificing them.
Good chain setup.
Anjing!
Quite able to end it there. A little too far away, too much travel time.
But they're forcing them away from the tower. So tier 1 likely to fall here with that dominated creep also coming in. Totally different game state, as we said. This time, they're able to get 2 towers on the side of EG early game. Beast Coast not able to set that tempo yet.
Cabut K1 anjing. Oh, Stinger deng.
To get Stinger here. Fly. He's got him. Quick frostbite, and the setup's there for RTZ to pick up a nice bit of bonus gold. Gets the kill.
I mean, look at his positioning there. A little aggressive there from Stinger.
I mean, he's
K1 anjing. Orangnya ternyata K1. Maaf.
Quite some time.
Allahu Akbar.
Arrow is already coming in, and Abed able to make sure that Chris is held in position for it to hit bang on target.
I mean, these two Beast Coast heroes completely in no man's land. Nobody even relatively close to them. The ward, of course, coming into play there from EG, kind of seeing that the Lesh was alone in that top lane. Good movements, 5-5. Still seeing the Nog at the top, but not by too much. RTZ is keeping up. And he's actually going to go back for the armlet.
Yeah, that's kind of for sure. I mean, as you said, armlet, you always want to have it on lifesteal, but of course going for it this way around the Maelstrom into the armlet when he knew that he was going to be able to play this whole top half of the map completely uncontested, you're going to end up with the 2 items quicker than if you did it the other way around.
I mean, it's cool. Yeah. Now they have double Maelstrom, so the Naga Siren for the early game showing up. Pretty difficult for Hector to really do so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
How close are we to this Helm of the Overlord? Helm of the Overlord is just about done, 600 gold. And Stinger, I mean, if he wants to save up the gold, he can do the option of going for that shard early. Right now he's got that drum queued up, but we'll see if he opts against it if he sees Nightfall. Pick up that Helm.
Akhir ronde dari tadi Iji mulu anjing.
Almost Bloodstone also on Chris Love. But still quite fragile. We see the amount of burst damage that EG has this game. It's very different than the last time.
Oh, for sure, and of course RTZ, in terms of the nature of the Lifestealer, he's able to put that rage and just get straight on top of a hero like the Lash.
Yeah.
Lash top. Let's have a look here, we'll have a quick replay.
Let's go run it. Bot is good, guys. What is this? Go to trade top. I'll just drop it. I'm gonna run. I'm coming.
Wow, terus like.
You can switch or you guys stop too.
There we go, some very calm communication there between EG as they make that movement up towards that top lane, get the kill.
Yeah, they're just kind of, it sounded like they're mostly just calling like positioning of where all these heroes are, whereas the Naga, he's keeping tags, of course, of where if they look to make an aggressive move, have to be careful, because that song can come in, things can get turned around, so keeping tabs of where K1 is definitely going to be important. Quiet game though in comparison to last one, 5-5.
Yeah, which I think will come as a big relief to EG. You know, very much in the early points of last game. The struggle was just keeping Beast Coast under control. Beast Coast were getting away with so many kills, so many
mungkin pakai bahasa Indonesia, Cok. Kalau misalnya yang dimasukin terus itu cuma yang bahasa Inggris anjing.
Get that little bit more value from the map.
Mana ngerti anjing orang-orang ini ngomong bahasa Indonesia.
1K gold advantage.
At some point, they definitely do want to apply a little bit more pressure. They will,
yeah,
of course, have these Maelstroms and Mjolnirs, of course, for the Naga Siren, but you know, we see how they cut the waves. They don't want to
anjing mati lu ngentot gua gitu.
Addressing, so see what they do.
Spirit LGD lah. Bukannya ini ya, emang ada kemarin Spirit LGD. Di ini di terus gitu juga. Gak ada siapa-siapa bro, aman bro, balik kewan. Ada. Oh, ada translatannya berarti. Ya mungkin bisa kalau ada translatannya. Ya gitu paling. Babi. Apalagi ada Rusman.
He's actually gone for the Diffusal build early on here on the Naga Siren, so could even look to, if he gets like a grab onto Abed ever, that could pretty much set up for a kill. And now the Roche.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the Beastmaster in his army. Decent damage as well from RTZ. They can tank this up with the summons and look to go for this.
Bisa anjing, song. Sumpah demi apa lu buka pakai song.
Beast Coast they'll have to make a move soon if they want to try and stop this.
They do have this song in a second.
It's already gone. Abed able to get the kill, get the Aegis. We'll see Beast Coast now popping the ultimates. Whisper leading him with the primal split, but EG, they themselves are split up.
Look at Crit.
Now they're going to see him now. Moonlight comes to an end, so Crit will die.
Oh, and also they catch Fly, it looks like.
Abed's also got to be a bit cautious. He has the Remnant, they're ready to dodge the split up. But indeed, the two supports look to be in trouble. Fly's going to do a fair bit of damage to Whisper with the ultimate, but he will still slow down.
Double stun!
Actually, Gajira's going to stun out to the two of them, but Nightfall has the roll ready, turns towards Gajira to take out the Nyx Assassin, and now RTZ's ready to chase down more, gets a double, takes out
Nyanyi, Allah Akbar nyanyi.
Might be able to keep this fight going, change there from Abed, but he's stunning, losing.
Nyanyi anjing!
Chris turns, looks for the stun, but nice sidestep there from Abed. Abed still ticking down very low. That's the Aegis gone. As he's down the ones, they've got to be careful about this Lesh. Chris charging through the middle of the fight. So able to burn down Nightfall so they can kite him out and control him further. TPs are coming in. They're surrounding the Leshrac, but they're being careful how they commit for this. They know that Chris is very, very strong here on the Lesh. And EG, they won't be able to hold him back. So Chris manages to get back out of there. A nice bit of action.
Crit mati. Ah! Gue kira crit mati anjing.
The hands of Abed, but RTZ able to turn up, get some kills. He's got a continued clean scoreline here, 4-0-0 on the Lifestealer, and enough money to pick up that Sange. So now between the Maelstrom, the Armlet, and the Sange, this Lifestealer is pretty darn strong. 17 minutes in, he can absolutely turn up to the these fights as we've seen, and he's not easy for Beast Coast to deal with.
No, absolutely not. Chris.
Debate.
Got the arrow on him.
Gajira's ready to back him up. Turns with the stun. We'll hold back Crit with that stun, and now Chris turns, heals up with the Bloodstone.
Crit mati, Crit. Yes! Yes! 10 kill gua menang! Yes! Woo! Hei, kontol ya anjing. Bangsat. Close game banget anjing ya, babi. Cibal. Tai.
Chris actually comes out most ahead.
Jing.
Bloodstone coming back up at the end of the fight, able to replenish him and kind of
akhirnya menang, Cok.
pretty huge for him. He's actually overtaken the Ember now.
For sure.
Pulang lu Iji, pulang.
Yeah, the first heroes are accounted for. The ults have been used. Raw goes down.
Sekarang kita nikmati gamenya benar. Karena gue nikmatin gamenya. Mau gue nge-cash apa? Gue udah menang 10 kill, gue bisa nge-cash nih kalau kayak gini, Cok. Nyanyi apa lu goblok anjing.
And the one thing too is like they've itemized now at this point, right? The armlet, the maelstrom. This is to deal with the Naga Siren. This is consistent damage that's going to be clearing out these illusions. It's not this
go to airport anjing.
This chunking damage that can eat the Leshrac. So Chris, you know, he could maybe get away with quite a lot in this game.
Mati enggak ada mana. Aku tak peduli.
Solid catch here from EG. We're seeing if they can push on for more. Jump forward with the Remnant. Arbed attempts to close the gap on Whisper. We'll hold back though. Don't want to try. Maybe they do want to dive the tier 2s. If they catch him around this area, if Whisper steps out, they might go for a kill attempt.
Oh, the ward's placed.
Yeah, they'll see it.
Probably seen though. Visco's probably going to be able to get rid of that one quick. And you know, we did get to see a couple things also in these last situations. So much happening. But Chen, we did see he went for the shard, so he is going to be stealing those ancient creeps consistently from the Beastmaster. Chris needs to be a little more careful how far up he is alone.
Gue tetap dukung Beastcoast anjing, nggak peduli gue udah menang, gue tetap dukung Beastcoast.
Especially if they have everyone on top of him like that.
Dire's top tower.
Very close game, 10-8.
Radiant are scanning.
Still playing in this aggressive position, EG. Maybe seeing if they can.
Teh ini enak anjing, tapi kayak ada rasa.
Do something early about the tier 2s.
Daun-daunnya, daun apa ya? Earl Grey itu daun apa, guys? Ada yang tahu nggak?
EG's just waiting to see if like someone, like people trickle in one by one, because their heroes they do have burst if they find them in the 1v1 or in the 1v like 2v3 etc. But if it's a 5v5, it can be a lot harder for EG.
Ganja, tai. Kayak min gitu. Enggak sih, kayak wangi-wangi aja gitu di mulut, enak aja baunya.
EG side, they will TP back. Push Stinger away in time. He's going to go for the TP in the trees.
My God, under IQ. Min enggak, bukan min. Earl Grey. Ini mumpung kita udah menang judi, bentar ya, gua berbawang kepala lu.
You know, it starts to happen at these points when everything's just split pushing. They have the Naga Siren, so it's just natural for him to.
Daun ini ya kayak daun tehnya dah, wangi aja. Enak anjing.
A lot of different ways to buff up and
di group stage membantai LGD, di playoff pulangin nama Pakas. Iya anjing. Bullshit banget anjing. Enggak, ini gini. Jadi ini gini, Gar. RTG kan salah. EG kan masuk TI gara-gara Beastcoast ngalahin siapa sih waktu itu? Ngalahin Fnatic kalau nggak salah ya? Atau ngalahin siapa gitu? Ini balas dendam anjing. Lu nih ya, udah gua kasih kesempatan masuk di TI, masih mau di upper bracket mau ngeeliminasi Thunder Awaken. Lu sadar diri ngentot mau digituin ya sama Beastcoast.
Heart now finished up, K1.
Di lower lebih gampang, bullshit. Lihat aja ntar OG kalah. Oh, siapa sih OG? Oh, lawan gaming gladiator anjing. Enggak anjing, curang anjing.
They'll have to stick on him for so long, and he does have a lot of different ways to bail him out too, right? The brew, the sleep, the hand of God, of course, from the Chen. See what EG can find. Fest is inside Abed. He doesn't have the BKB quite yet on this Ember Spirit, so still has to be very careful of Carapace.
Yeah, Gojira playing nicely around the sentry they've got down. Means that EG won't manage to find an entry into the fight from this spot.
Gojira mostly is just like playing either around the Naga or the Lash, just waiting with the Carapace, right? Because if that instant jump comes, he Carapace and they can turn it right away onto the Ember Spirit.
See what they can get to with this smoke. EG were pretty aware of this, and indeed with the scan hitting, they'll certainly make sure that everybody's back under the safety of their structures underneath their towers. So Beast Coast not able to get a catch this time.
Having to avoid fights a lot though. Look at the map state. Look at the way that they're able to just keep everything forced in onto the side of EG Beast Coast. This Naga Siren's starting to be a problem.
It is. It's not easy for some of EG's members to deal with these strong.
Kalau gue lapar mending GoFood atau Padang, GoFood.
Yeah, I mean it has to be either the Life Stealer or the Ember to clear.
Karena gue malas kemana-mana.
Every single one of the lanes. As top now, Glyph is popped, but that is the tier 3 Glyph. Actually, I'm lying. It's a tier 2 Glyph. I'm sorry. I thought the mid tower was there. So we'll have it reset at the very least.
This is the thing though.
GoFood nasi Padang atau GoFood nasi Padang juga bisa tuh.
kill score stays pretty stagnant, you are going to see quite the difference.
Karena di situ bodoh ini ada padang tapi nggak enak.
Naga Siren's able to clean up from the map. In comparison to Arteezy on the lifestealer. Already 3,000 gold difference, and that will only grow unless EG can make some sort of move.
But the thing, it's just difficult to look for the move because, as we said, you know, their lineup, it does want to
lebih mahal di situ.
when your lanes are all getting shoved in,
so much pressure.
Tapi tetap lebih kenyang.
These pickoffs. And Beast really, they're sticking together quite a lot here.
Kalau gue pernah padang, oh iya bener juga.
K1's been just microing the illusions perfectly on this sort of mid and top lane. Two lanes consistently held right up to the high ground of EG.
Chris also having his Lotus done. I believe the Ags on the Brew is about to be finished too. So Beast Coast, they're hitting quite a few timings here. EG trying to feel what timing they're going to feel where they're like, okay, we can actually go for this straight up fight. It's, you know, they've got all these items, but when are they actually going to look for that real big on team fight versus Beast Coast? It does feel a bit difficult. And with if Beast Coast is able to consistently keep these lanes pushed in, at some point, you know, Roche is going to start coming back up. EG's going to have to look to make a move. 2 minutes until
Abis ini boom, yoi.
Let's see when they do look to make that aggressive move. It's going to be now. They're smoked.
K1. Not going to be able to offer up the catch there, top. I mean, EG do look like they're interested in taking a fight here.
Nggak, masalahnya gini, Bus. Ini apa? Si bocil Oki ini dapat hero-nya dia, Cok.
Nighbot commits with the BKB. They want to kill off the Chen. They'll do so very quickly. See if they can chase some more. They look towards K1. It's back up to the safety of his own high ground, and looks like EG they'll just manage to get the one kill for now with that commitment.
Nggak apa-apa sih.
With the raw down, they might have to be careful themselves. Arbed steps forward, pops the dust. Will be able to dodge out the stun. Arrow ends up getting blocked by the creep here from Beast Coast. So no connection there.
That was pretty close. Almost gets Carapist, almost gets stunned from the Lash. They'll find a kill on the Chen, but Chen now respawning. They're gonna have to reset. Deal with their lanes again. I think that's actually one of the better kills if they can get it like that, because it prevents so much healing. So much chaos that will kick off.
It does just feel like, you know, K1's Naga Siren, it's getting out of control. He's pretty much got the Skadi done.
He's really gonna just probably deal with all the rest of the heroes and isolate the Arteezy Naga.
Lu tahu nggak sih, ini kalau K1 beli Aganim, Arteezy nggak main, Cok. Gue kasih tau ya dah. K1 kalau udah nyampe timing Aganimnya nggak main anjing Arteezy, Cok. Mau pakai skill 1 diikat, ditarik gitu. Oh, udah nggak mau ngapain anjing.
Just giving themselves that extra time between the Rage and the BKB to just stay alive and just keep hitting this Naga Siren and trying to clear out.
Cuma nggak tahu ya, Arteezy nambung BKB nih, kayaknya nggak ada.
Stun will connect on top. Arteezy's mana. It's time. He doesn't have the mana for Rage now, but they don't have anything else to catch him yet. That can't quite. That was a little scary.
Whisper does pop the split.
Fly,
He's
Mati.
gonna try and set up for some kills here around them. It will get Fly.
Yeah, I think he's like, they're just avoiding us constantly. Like, he just wants to look for something to use that split. And now Roche is up.
Roche is indeed. It's there and ready. So Beast Coast, they could definitely look to just step into the pit and start going for this. They have the song to rely on if they need to bail out or sort of set up a fight outside of the pit. And EG, only the 4 of them up. It's not going to be easy for EG to get in on this. You already see Kajir in his position. He's giving great info outside of the pit.
Woo! Double stun. Ada follow up? Nggak ada follow up.
She's gone already.
It already is. Aegis picked up on Chris. EG, they've got to run. Nightfall pots the BKB. Arbed will go with a couple of remnants, but he's still pretty close here to Beast Coast. Ends up losing his courier on the way out. But at least himself and the hero will keep the distance. But he just picked up on Chris. Beast Coast, they're ready to come running down the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, EG, they found like the one catch on Chad, but now, you know, when are they going to be able to deal with the Naga Siren? This Naga is just getting way too out of control. Same thing with Chris. He's the one carrying the Aegis on this Lash now, too. They're going to go for high ground. Whip is available. But they're going to have to pop it pretty early because that Edict.
I mean, how do they deal with this? I mean, say K1 27 minutes in, Heart and Skadi.
He held the Edict. He actually baited the glyph. He lifted his hands, canceled the animation. So they've got Edict now for the push.
Big range stuff here from Chris.
This tower is going down. The racks also.
I think maybe more, yeah.
Uh-oh, EG.
EG sudah dapat notifikasi belum di HP? Tanggal terbang dari Singapura ke Amerika. Ayo EG cepetan, EG pulang EG pulang ya. Notifikasinya ini pada rame nih, notifikasinya Fly, Arteezy ini ada notifikasi. kepada penumpang ya kan Singapore Airlines ya. Penerbangan dari Changi Airport ya kan. From Changi Airport to JFK ya kan, anjay. Udah dapat nih notifikasinya nih, notif Traveloka. Yo, udah dapat notif Traveloka nih, dikit lagi pulang nih. Iji, mana notifmu Iji? Buka HP Iji, ngecek. Pulang Iji, pulang. Kon lu dukung siapa di I11? Gue dukung siapapun yang gue bet. Soalnya gak ada tim dukung, gak ada tim gue, jadi gue dukung tim yang gue ngebet siapa gitu.
Chris, he'll have that ready for the next fight. Still with nearly 3 minutes on the Aegis, it's not.
Sebenarnya Bulba udah mesenin tiket pon, iya sih, bener sih. Katanya kemarin counter bet, kagak ada counter bet, anjing mati gak tuh? Wow! Gue yang liquid pon dipredik, oh iya. Itu, ini anjing, itu rasa kasihan gue anjing sumpah. Matumba kan mau pensiun, kayak udahlah menang gitu.
So still tons of pressure on the map. They do get at least 2 kills out of it, but it is just those 2 supports, and now bottom tower looking to drop.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
East Coast, I mean, their macro game, very nice so far. Making sure they don't lose K1 at all so far. 0-0 and 2.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Indeed. During the time those 2 supports were down, nothing more that you really could get other than maybe some increased sort of space on their own half of the map in the jungle. That there was not going to be an aggressive play made by Beast Coast, but unfortunately for themselves, not enough of kills to do.
Apa Iji susah comebacknya? Kalau misalnya ini Stone Spirit pakai Aghanim mungkin bisa ya, tapi karena bukan Stone Spirit pakai Aghanim, Ember Spirit jadi kayaknya enggak.
Pop the Rax glyph, wanting really to hold on to those tier 3s. Don't have another glyph after this. Now the push continuing.
RTZ is going to try and get in on the fight. Steps up towards K1. Nighbot, he has the roar.
Got the song off.
Get the arrow as well. Rage into the BKB. So
ada damage kah? Nggak ada damage, Brody.
To beat in onto the Nagasari, but it's still just not enough damage. He's only down to pretty much half health here, K1, as he backs away. No, kill Chris. That's the Aegis gone. A quick infest here from RTZ as he looks to stay alive. Now get the opening stun onto Chris. Out to the side though. Arbet's been held up by the split.
Bisa cow, bisa nge-def anjing. Fuck ah.
Chase him outside of the base. K1's getting low. Falls to the side. They're trying to separate K1 from the lifesteal.
Abet low.
As RTZ also
Low semua anjing, gak ada yang mati. Zeus ulti triple kill. Allahu Akbar.
So once again, EG getting the 2 supports, taking that Aegis away a little early from Chris.
Nggak, butuh shard. Makanya butuh shard. Lu lagi song regen, reset. Songnya buat reset anjing.
Absolutely beautiful fight. Everyone's sitting at like 10%, 20% HP on EG, jumping in and out, getting these connections. Making sure that Chris Luck can't actually use this Aegis to its maximum. Almost even getting K1. That was a really good hold from EG.
Yeah, we definitely
udah shard belum anjing, lu lihat anjing nih. Belum shard anjing.
Pretty much. And indeed you're seeing exactly why you go for this.
Itu taras doang itu regen taras 97 itu regen taras.
Even during the song to just keep hitting the Nagasari, and we saw that ended up getting down to about a 3rd HP at the start of that fight. If RTZ is able to get that halberd done and then some sort of damage item, and during that sort of setup, they'll have a good chance of killing K1.
That was before they picked up quite a few items too. Abed now has an Aghanim stun too, so his damage is going to be quite a lot higher in this next fight. And they're looking to get aggressive. They're actually looking for more.
See what they can make a quick jump towards. In with the Remnant, Abed.
Udah dapat anjing gila emang.
Got Lotus though.
Underneath the tier 2 arrow is going
Wah,
to
jancok.
gets the angle. As Chris going down, EG they'll definitely want to try and continue to fight on for more. Kajira turns with the sun onto the 2 of them indeed. Over towards the mid lane, they have the raw set up onto K1. No further damage output for now though, as K1's got the backup of Stinger.
Nothing to stop the CM ult. We'll clear out all those illusions.
TP over from Whisper.
Lesgong nggak BKB anjing. Belum BKB cok. Kalau Lesgong BKB kuat cok. Dapat satu.
They want to try and tackle K1. I mean, RTZ's going to go for the squishies first. Go straight for Stinger. Takes down a second support. See if they can get K1.
Ada roar.
Very much for sort of the first time this game where Beast Coast are the ones that are having to play a little more cautiously around EG.
EG's definitely found their footing of timing really for the lifestealer to stick on his targets, right? It really is this BKB, his halberd also making him super tanky, and he does have that goal frenzy talent too, so can stick on those targets a lot easier once he gets that initial hit.
I mean, what is the item here for Arteezy? He's got 2,600 gold saved up. Does he want to get the Skadi still to sort of limit the heals of the Leshrac with Bloodstone, or do you want to see him get some sort of straight up damage on?
Oh, honestly,
bangsat Hector kontol.
it feels like they're gonna start getting more and more damage for the Ember Spirit. So I wouldn't blame him if he does go for the Skadi. It is so valuable versus that Leshrac, as you're mentioning. Because he could also, I mean, we'll see. Bloodthorn kind of build. I'm not sure who's going to go for that, but it's always pretty valuable versus Lesh. So, yeah, we'll see which one it's going to be.
Look at this.
Abed, he's actually got his shard damage too.
Again, a quick kill onto Gojira.
So Abed, he's got Ags plus his shard. So watch for these remnants. Level 18 also, of course, was hit in that last fight. So his damage is going to be a lot higher versus that Naga Siren too.
EG themselves, they might have a bit of a chance to push up towards their base here. They're bringing the creeps in on the mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good sort of vision here towards the move that K1's making over towards the mid. Looks like they'll still hold back a little bit here, EG.
Yeah, Abed, he keeps a remnant there, goes back, is starting to clean up the counter push.
We'll get a bit of a setup
in the area.
Onto Arteezy, who'll be thrown into the air by Whisper. Arteezy popping the rage. He's going to try and get on top of K1. Look at the illusions out. Turns now over towards Chris. The rage finishing. Arteezy's got to be careful.
Arteezy.
We'll be able to force him back to safety. Infest into fly. He's fine for now.
Nice.
He's gone.
Lanjut. Lanjut. Arteezy. Oke, BKB keluar. Beastmaster mati. Nightfall.
Stays on top of
nice.
Arteezy now godlike. It's ready for more. Turns towards Gojira. Rage at the ready. So after the BKB comes
Bersihin yang lain baru Arteezy lar. Arteezy. Stun. Ah, K1, what the fuck, bro?
He gets bashed.
Where is your fucking besser, you fucking dumbass?
They actually got the stun there. Gojira, the two-man stun, it catches the Lifestealer and the Beastmaster in the back, so kind of splits the fight up. EG do get pushed away.
I mean, yeah, Arteezy making the correct call at the last moment to get out.
Yeah,
realized that the fight was not going quite as good as maybe EG felt they could get it going.
Okay.
Choosing the right moment to bail out. But now, 3 heroes dead on EG.
And we do see that Arteezy actually has gone for, I believe it was the Basher. Yeah, but he's going to go for the Abyssal to stick on target instead.
See if they can hold back K1 here. Is onto the barracks.
His BKB is cooldown, so Arteezy does have to be a bit careful how he uses his rage.
Absolutely. We're seeing the rage alone, not enough for Arteezy to rely on in the midst of a team fight.
So many chain stuns that can come out from Gojira as well as the Lesh. Yeah, we see this one again. I think the stun is going to come in a few seconds right around this moment when Arteezy backs up. It's tough to stick on the Naga Siren, you know, even though they do get this connection of chains, he is still very tanky, and they have to be very careful with these supports. You know, if they get caught at all from a Lesh, at all from a Naga Siren, they're just dead. And yeah, here it is, the stun from Gojira. Boom! Catches the 2, catches the Beast, and K1's able to focus fire.
Absolutely, and he's sort of stunned that allows
K1
to close in on a hero. They're not going to stand much of a chance against this massive here, 28,000 net worth. K1 just continuing to grow at an incredible rate. Has yet to die this game.
Rosh in about a minute. Also having an Arcane Rune inside of Chris Luck's bottle. Getting more stacks, continuously level 20 on the Lesh. 20 on the Ember. You still keep killing this Ags, of course, from Whisper. Stun does connect, starting to burn away some mana. I mean, mana is pretty important on Arteezy.
That is.
Rage and BKB, like, look at Halberd, Rage, BKB, like, he actually has to be very careful how he uses these. Now he has Infest, so he has 240 mana.
They're gonna get the jump on Chris in the mid. The rest of Beast Coast to try to make an aggressive move on towards Fly, but Chris was left behind, and EG, they move immediately to punish that.
Great Infest blink play there from Nighbot Arteezy.
I guess 20 detik, Rosan.
So they can get around the mid now.
Ooh, might be able to get Gojira too.
But K1 is around, and the mana's gone on Abed.
Abed, no mana.
The Bash as well, holding him in position. As he steps across, there's no saving Abed.
I mean, his diffusers, it's really being a problem for the BKBs, right? They keep getting burnt and they can't pop their BKBs because of it.
And you see as well, Chris committed with the buyback. So he really wants to just join the push,
they know
or maybe go for the
Rosan.
looks to be indeed what they're going to do.
Rosan, player.
And they don't have, of course, control of the
Nggak bisa dipecah, nggak bisa.
in their own jungle, so they can't really go for some sort of buyback play on Arbed either. They're just going to have to let this go here to Beast Coast.
And, I mean, is this one where you give it to the Naga Siren? Probably, right? Because he can just net the Lifestealer through those spell immunities.
I think certainly so. We'll see if they see anything higher up the list than that.
Oh, Chris.
Nihilism!
Nihilism also in a way could protect the Lesh, so we'll see. He takes everything. Oh my, okay. Takes the cheese and the angels.
I mean, he did buy back, you know. He wanted to make sure he got his money's worth.
That is quite fair. Definitely could see the argument, though, for the eggs on the Naga Siren for that, you know, that, of course, ensnare through the spell immunity, but... K1 also about to finish up a Bloodthorn. I mean, he's hitting critical mass soon. Maybe that's also why he's probably like, I'm going to buy an Ag on him soon, perhaps.
That is the thing, right? In terms of these two heroes, who's going to get the money quicker for their own Ags? It's going to be the Naga Siren if the game continues on for longer. As mid lane, K1.
All three lanes are getting sieged.
And then, what do you do if you're EG? You've got to do something.
Mega ini kalau nggak di dev dok. Masuk, Nightbot.
Raw target turns towards Chris.
Lotus is up.
Has to be careful as he holds back on it for now.
Nihilism.
For the bashes, they're bringing Chris down pretty quickly.
Yeah,
They'll be him down the ones. Arbed jumps in. He's going to get caught out by the spike characters, but at the same time, just does get...
K1 mati, Cok. K1 mati, Cok.
He's focusing down the Naga Siren. K1's going to get forced to side. He's going to get the sword bar. He's got the BKB up. Able to charge him with a remnant. Take down K1. He's ready for more. Looks over towards Kajira inside the base. RTZ.
Oh!
Die. Chris
smile, bro.
Bodhi just destroying them all.
Holy crap. And Chris just killed them all.
And there's no buyback on RTZ. He's a hell of a lot short on the gold here. 1,500 gold. He does not have here to get back.
Abed kalau mati. Masih ada buyback, Abed. Nightfall.
With the three of them, and indeed Chris is ready to chase him back up.
Nice!
Runs down Nightfall, and he's not done yet. He's full HP, and he's got plenty of mana to play with. The buyback comes out from Arbed. As EG, they scramble back towards the fountain. They've got to try and hold and keep their cool here.
Mega, Cok.
RTZ.
They're gonna get megaed. And there's still the cheese as well on Chris. Oh my god, dude.
RTZ no buyback, bro.
They focus fired K1, but they ignored the Lesh for a bit. Look at this 12,800 damage.
This is at least going to be the mega creeps here. Can they really slow down Beast Coast for this 30 seconds? I don't know if they can.
I don't know if they can. 30 seconds seems like a big window. This Edict is about to come back up. It's got the 25 talent too.
Melting the tower, Cok.
The second shortly.
GG sih.
The Ancient's exposed. As Beast Coast, they're looking to close it up. EG, they'll go for one final attempt at holding back Beast Coast, but they're just focusing the Ancient. EG,
GG sih, Cok. GG.
GG it's called. Beast Coast will be moving on. And this is the end of the road for Evil Geniuses this year.
Oh my, South America has taken out EG. Back-to-back
Halo?
series.
Iya, EG pulang. Iya, aduh.
Oh my. Beast Coast, the team that
Ma, notif buka HP, notif Traveloka. Iya dong. Aduh, puncak grup. Aduh, di atas dingin. Aduh, di atas dingin. Di bawah juga dingin, anjing. Di bawah dingin, injek-injek orang soalnya.
Too much at the end of the game. Now, EG able to pull together pretty much the better defense that we've seen out of both of these series, but it just
botak forward, anjing, botak forward.
Once again today, the South American teams coming out on top. Beast Coast.
Bro.
This is a team.
Botak apa ujungnya botak? Apa fungsinya?
They just hit
Bro.
when they get out there in front of the crowd.
They power up off each other. They play out for each other so well. You can see, yeah. As soon as the
Kenapa botak RTZ, anjing?
Chris comes in and just slams things. I mean, wow. That was an unbelievable series. 22-20. This one a lot closer than the last game, but still, Beast Coast. Wow.
Yeah, it was across the board. Every single player there from Beast Coast just falling perfectly in sync with one another, and then just right up until that last point, knowing when to just really just put the foot on the pedal and push it to the max. So Chris just running into the base, running down the mall. A point where RTZ doesn't have the buyback gold, it's just over from that moment. They couldn't kill the Lesh, they couldn't kill the Naga Siren. It was too much for Evil Geniuses today as Beast Coast knocked them out of the competition. Beast Coast, they'll be the ones to get to continue their lower bracket run here at the International.
Thank you very much, OD Pixel and Fogged. Yes, Beast Coast just dominating. Another 2-0 here.
Ya lah, bokep pijet yang dulu
aja. So many 2-0s. I'm really hoping we do get a best of 3 go all the way. But unfortunately, Evil Geniuses, that's the last North American team. I believe it's only is it only Snake King that is left from America?
It's something along those lines.
Yes, my knowledge,
still have only
The
snaking.
weight of America on snaking.
Well, he can lift a lot. He's a buff boy.
He is buff.
South America.
America, yes.
Let's go, baby.
Apa anjing?
And we're still alive and strong. I mean, obviously sad for EG, but Beast Coast played hype as per usual.
Lu ngebet 2-0.
I think this would be a good Naga game.
Gus.
He made it work so well.
Respect sih gua kalau lu berani ngebet 2-0 ini.
Especially.
Yeah, I think the main thing from Beast Coast is they under the pressure of EG early
Jing,
on.
22 anjing. Boom
Really
Esport
make these
2-0.
Arbe kind of sacrificed his game a little bit, so when they got the Aegis onto the side of EG,
gua ngebet 1 dapat 20 anjing.
If that, or like 30 seconds, and EG's kind of momentum completely shifted, and Beast Coast, they look back to their Naga side and say, come on mate, it's your turn to take over the game.
And I have to say,
coba stay di sini. Kalau stay di sini gua mau ngebet ginian anjing. Kalau stay tapi nggak bakal, Cok.
Valiantly on his life stealer, itemized well against the Naga, but at the end, even though Naga was given a lot of space and he was the focal point, like he was what everyone was focusing on, it was Chris Luck that was just meeting everyone on the left. Like he went for a very interesting item build as well with the Lotus Orb, which allowed him to just completely stay up front and soak all the damage.
Yeah, so
tunggu ngobrol-ngobrol nggak jelas ini dulu, Cok.
As you saw, once the buyback came in and the amount of resources they spent on trying to take down K1, unfortunately, C-Smile got into the back lines. But I need to feel someone's pain from America. This is really, this is what we need at this show. We just,
bisa ngebentuk band keren
wait.
sih, biasa aja
bro,
sih.
Bro, look at this.
Kan,
fucking
ya,
look at this, bro.
Gitu. Keren sih, keren.
Wanjeng!
Ya aja kayak ya udah ngeband keren sih, keren.
Kalau lu pengen tahu nih ini per merah minimal 1 juta.
Tuh,
coba.
Udah.
300 ringgit.
Terus Miyabi Senpai manis
juta,
sekali.
bener anjing. 300 ringgit kan 1 juta.
Miyabi Senpai aku langsung
berapa biji anjing?
Nih Oli Senpai pasti
3 juta tuh.
Bunga-bunga banget.
Ini 2 juta, 2 juta, 4 juta.
Aku nggak tahu sih gimana.
7 juta. 10.000 yen tuh 1 juta kalau nggak salah.
Makasih Veril, thank you Sen Ongkong.
Enak ya? Enak ya? Coba enak banget anjing.
Thank you, selamat, thanks.
Masalah gini, Cok.
Item free SC.
Kalau dibilang apa? Ngiri ya ngiri, oke lah.
SC-nya 100.000 IDR.
Ya bos Yaki Panjaitan nggak ada jam segini mah, dia masih ini, Cok. Nggak ada.
Siapa lagi ya?
Ini aja mereka nggak dibaca loh, Cok.
Terus pas aku sama Zeta tuh ngakak
gitu
pas ngelihat aruran
jadi gepeng aja nggak segampang itu anjing. Ini masalahnya gini loh, dia ini jadi gepeng dan dia ada di apa sih ada boosternya gitulah dari perusahaannya kan, jadi aman, jadi kenceng gitu, Cok. Itu super chat gue ada notifnya terus anjing. Gigi anjing. Jujur aja nih ya, kalau misalnya Kobo ini mandiri kayak Miti gitu, nggak bakal serame ini anjing. Susah, bisa serame ini, cuman susah karena dia ada lewat agensi itu, makanya lebih cepat.
Improve a little bit, like because this is their second game now in the lower bracket.
Itu aja sih.
Their first match wasn't, it was Hokori, that's still a good win. But here they seem to take even up another level.
Judi final day TI
improved because they are more comfortable. You can tell that they're in their element of their playstyle and how they like to be. Like groups, there was just
classic
that. They were lacking cohesion, right? They had a clash of ideas. They weren't on the same page, and now it really feels like they know exactly what they want to do with each other. And they said themselves like they're a different team from the DPC. Like against Hokori, neither of those teams knew what form they were going up against. They are good now.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get to hear how good, because I'm sure they're on a high, and we're going to go over to Casey for an interview with Beast Coast.
We have quite the group to interview today. First of all, we have
siapa lagi
who's
botak?
gonna help us with the translation, C-Smile/Chris Luck, and then Valky, who is newly bald. I don't even know where to start, so I'll start with Felicidades. Congratulations. This has been quite the brotherhood between these two
Kalau
teams.
Rayadza adiknya Rafathar gimana? Ya itu emang udah dari lahir tajir aja.
Getting to TI and in TI, and it all came to this. talk about what that means to you to be able to play so well against a team that dominated group stage.
Había hermandad entre ambos equipos, ¿no? Durante los últimos pasados años había enseñado un poquito, tanto llegar al TI, ¿no? En el pasado, este año en las ciudades ustedes.
Kotor banget anjing mousepad gue bisa di kayak ada bolot-bolotnya gitu anjing.
Jugar tan bien contra un equipo que ha dominado la fase de grupos.
Ada dakinya anjing.
En realidad nos sentíamos confiados porque sabíamos que podíamos ganarle y que conocemos, más que todo conocemos a los jugadores y varias veces hemos jugado contra ellos, entonces creo que estábamos relativamente confiados sobre la victoria que íbamos a tener.
We felt pretty confident. Honestly, we knew them. We played against them a couple of times. And,
Sí,
we
famoso.
were pretty confident
Sí.
about the victory we're about to take.
And I would like to talk to you, sir.
Hola, Valky.
Okay. ¿Cómo se dice shave head en español?
Shaved head, pelado.
Pelado. ¿Por qué? Matu.
¿Por qué te has pelado, amigo? ¿Quieres explicarlo?
La cábala contra el jefe.
¿Qué?
La cábala contra el jefe.
La cábala
La caja o la heados
tenía que regresar.
He says because Arteezy shaved, it was necessary. You had to beat the curse.
So Arteezy shaved his head to counter, and then you tried to counter his counter. Yeah. So what's next? How do you top this?
¿Qué haces
moving
más?
forward for the next?
¿Cómo superas esto en la siguiente partida?
Voy a pelar a alguien del equipo.
He's gonna shave someone else. He's gonna shave him though.
Oh, jadi tahun ini TI-nya adalah The Bolt ya. Tahun TI botak-botakan anjing. Ntar lama-lama tim di final dua-duanya botak anjing ya. Lu liatin aja anjing, tim di final dua-duanya botak anjing. Satu tim 5 lawan 5 nih, botak lawan botak ini anjing. Adu tuyul babi. Info yang jual taco tuh barusan.
I'm alright with that.
It's for a TI win, mate.
Prediksi gue OG menang soalnya udah botak setahun. Coba dulu gini, gak usah banyak bacot dulu. Nih ya, OG kan di sini turun, mana nih lawan ini. ketemu kalau nggak entity liquid ya, liquid lah pasti harusnya lah. Semoga aja liquid ya. Menang dulu lawan liquid, baru ngoceh. Liquid gak perlu botak anjing, Liquid malah pakai Yesus anjing, cosplay Yesus, Matumba cosplay Yesus. Diadu aja anjing. Liatin aja nih, Boom yang botak 2 sekarang. Oh enggak, 1 doang masih. Kalau nggak salah Boom kalau menang lawan LGD botak dah, 1 lagi dah.
Next team up against them is going to be PSG LGD.
Lu bayangin gak sih Ame botak anjing? Atau Shinkyu botak jadi ini anjing. Lu tau gak sih patung Buddha yang begini? Patung Buddha yang warna emas yang begini. Shinkyu kalau botak gitu anjing, persis dok. Jadi bobo, enggak bobo anjing. Jadi patung anjing, patung Buddha yang begini. Bangsat.
Yeah, I mean, they beat the winners of all TI. What's the second placer team?
These runner-ups. It only gets easier from here, right?
100%. I mean, this team have come a very long way throughout the year. Their drafting has expanded like amazingly. Arlington Major even, I think they had one of the newest and freshest drafts I'd seen from them as a team when they played against LGD in that upper bracket. So I've just really enjoyed how they've really been pushing their comfort zone to get to here.
Yeah. Having followed the SCA region for a really long time, this is probably the ultimate stack they could have formed.
Mari kita curse Boom Esport. Mari kita curse Boom Esport ya guys. Mari kita curse.
2018 or something.
Terus botak gimana ya? Atau Bang Tukul Bang Rigo. Mari kita curse Boom Esport ya. Kita bet yang banyak ke Boom Esport. Kita akan curse mereka guys.
They had to beat EG who was first in the group. They 2-0'd them. Then they went to a tiebreaker. They beat Sonics. They beat Bet Boom.
Gue nge-bet Boom semua 3-3-nya anjing.
Probably the hardest journey possible to get to the lower bracket. Now they're like beating the previous two.
Tutor nge-curse anjing.
If they beat PSG, That's the type
bentar,
of
gue ini dulu lah.
as a team, like beating
Ini jadiin
first place
panda ya,
to
Cok.
runner-up,
Panda
now you
lebih
have to
lucu.
maybe look at them with a
Hello,
different eye,
panda.
'cause-
Hello,
yeah.
panda.
Do you agree that Giants are falling in the lower bracket? Like most of them, right? Like we've seen EG, we've seen Team Spirit.
Nah, gue udah ngebet 3 ke Boom ya. Kalau misalnya Boom kalah berarti emang curse gue GG sih.
From the upper bracket, because there's always a chance that you could have met Team Spirit. You could still meet, PSG, LGD, and people were, I'm sure, afraid of EG. They run through the group stages. It's like, okay, what's going on? What's this team doing? Yes, SEA today could come out just looking spectacular.
Gue ngebet 2 akun naik.
And then the previous match of Beast
Cahyo.
and now also SEA as Boom Esports have their chance. So yeah, the Giants seem to be falling. You're right, Lizard.
And the Giants did look kind of wounded when it comes to PSG LGD throughout the year. They're an amazing team, but they
My God, kenapa sih Ame satu-satunya nggak pakai ini? Yang nggak pakai apa? Yang nggak pakai masker? Oh iya anjing. Gua counter bet nggak apa-apa bos, asal lu mau Kaisang nggak apa-apa. Gue no problem. Kan gue nge-curse. Curse aja. Atau gue harus nge-curse LGD coy.
I am concerned by them.
NTS juga nggak pakai. NTS soalnya NT bro.
They don't know how to win on this patch because obviously the last time we really saw them properly was at Arlington, and there's been a patch since then, and a lot has changed. And even there, they were kind of forcing weird drafts with their like double Naga pick in grand finals. They've had like a little bit of cracks and stuff.
Ini nggak bener nih anjing, satu bajunya abu-abu, satunya putih cok. Kalau di lapangan tuh nggak bisa bedain ntar cok.
I think Arme also said that he is looking to retire soon and bow out at his peak.
Wah,
So
kali
how do
7
you
cok.
really maintain that strength of mind when you have 2 players at once?
Gimana Ler? Apa gue counter pick? Gue nge-pick LGD semua Ler. Jadi seandainya Boom menang itu gara-gara gue curse gitu. Gimana? Teori nggak?
2 or 3 heroes opening styles, unlike other teams where they've opened a much more variety. So yeah, a little bit of a weaker PSG this time around.
All right, well, it seems like the players are ready to start picking and banning some heroes, so we're going to be going into match 1 here. It's going to be a good one.
PSG, Boom Esports versus
PSG
LGD.
Game 1.
Ding.
And we get to be a little bit nerdy now as we go into the picks and jazz. I can see she nodding at this. Yes, we are.
Gue mau bilang kalau Boom menang gue botak tapi gue harus sidang.
Kind of heroes, but in terms of the players, because it does take them a little while to get a few moments to get started.
Kalau menang 2-0,
really focusing on if I'm
gue beli baju Anya. Gue streaming pakai baju Anya.
I'm looking at Fate Beyond.
Gimana?
This man is retiring, but he's not retired yet.
He
needs to be enabled. Like you can't give him.
Boom kalau menang 2-0, full set atas ke bawah, rambut pink, ya, full cosplayannya gue.
He's countered by the global plus another lane.
Kalau 2-0,
if you enable Fate Beyond, like he was enabled in the DP game, he can be that third carry.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Boom, I think FBZ, we don't really mention him too many times, but in that previous series...
It's offlaners again.
Real coy.
Coincidentally...
Anya yang mana dulu pun orang kiki? Ya enggak anjing. Anya gue cok. Anya mas itu bondo.
But he found ways to play his hero without dying.
Jangan lupa emak sama bapaknya nggak bisa dong.
He was instrumental in punishing teams.
2-0 tapi kalau 2-1 enggak. Kalau 2-1 enggak. Kalau 2-0.
An unsung hero.
Kalau 2-0 enggak.
Kalau
2-1 enggak cok. Kalau 2-1 enggak cok.
What do you think who enables the offlaners better?
Kalau 2-1 kalau 2-1 dikit menang gua. Tapi kalau 2-0 gede menang gua. Ah itu. Makanya 2-0 better cok.
I'll be real, I don't particularly look at the pos 4s of these teams too much. Like, for Boom, I just want to add on to what T said. Yeah, you can look at FBZ, but like this team is evolving. It used to be that everyone would just pile everything onto Yopaj to give them the best game, and that's what I said the last time we paneled for Boom. But then you watch how they play against Spirit, and actually they completely turned their playstyle around to be
gue bakal jadi anjing.
Kalau kata Kobo anjing. Refresher and trusting his carry to win the game for them. So I like that they are now a much more versatile team in the strats that they can bring out.
And I'm still noticing this trend of offlane. You go FBZ.
Okay, Enigma di band.
Hyped up Whisper. What do you play?
Nya mana? Kontol.
Could it maybe be.
If you look at my Doa buff, it's pos 5. But if you look
Kenapa
at the
1 menit
extensive
40 anjing
roster
di
of my
serve-nya?
Doa buff, it's off lane, baby.
And when you look
The best role.
at the teams as well, they are focusing the offlaners early on, right? You see the Enigmas,
Aura mana enggak dong?
Primal Beast a little bit more versatile, but he
Kok reserve-nya 140 sih?
most of the time as
Waduh,
well.
waku-waku. Ya nanti, Cok. Kalau misalnya Boom menang 2-0, gua cosplay A-nya full. Plus waku-waku. Ya. Plus itulah. Nggak tahu gua Anya ngomong apa anjing. Besok anjing.
FBZ mods
Masih kenapa
and Mango,
penalti?
first 2 bans.
Boom kena penalti apa anjing? Kenapa
He
Boomnya
was
kena
just
penalti,
so
Cok?
obscenely good at these heroes.
Marcy
and he would
ban,
just
ada yang
use
ban.
Everything, like he would push the heroes to the absolute limit of what they could do. Like his Pango,
Beli
he
rambut
would
Dylan,
play to the
kan? Beli
last
rambut
sliver
Dylan.
of health, just to try and get that.
Kalau
extra
botak kan
shield
terlalu
crash,
cringe
swap
ya, kan gua udah
buffs,
sering
that extra
botak ya.
little kill off.
Seconds remaining.
Oh, Boom kirain LGD-nya ngapain anjing?
Predictable.
Ini kalau LGD gue layak, ini Boom anjing nih, 140 Boom.
Cheating. You get paid to be here, T-Governor. Why have you got all the answers in front of you?
Because the answers are cool.
Primal Beast Ben. Berarti first pick Chen. Oke, first pick Chen coy.
I wouldn't be able to
10 kill Boom, wes.
But is it a pretty standard
Yeah,
opener for both?
Yeah, I'll just quickly double checking what Boom's openings have been, and it's
10 kill Boom nggak sih,
Marcy,
first pick Chen?
Enigma, and then like the March Shadow thing there, kind of like the 4 or 5 or 6 heroes, sorry, that are kind of floating around in the first phase.
But the heroes that are banned against them usually are Undying and Enigma.
Yeah.
So it's kind of well prepared by PSG LGD, obviously, as expected. But Chen in the first phase, instantly.
Sabar, lihat dulu first picknya Boom.
Are they bringing in the tempo? Something they liked from the last game, perhaps, as well?
They've only first picked Chen once so far.
Oh ya Allah,
in,
please,
in TI.
gue request,
They picked it
please, kepada Boom Esport, please pick hero ini. Please.
Chen, Leshrak, Mars, TA, the quick rotation with the TA, the aggression, the heal of the Chen.
Ooh, Tusk is fun because that can go mid. We've seen 9 playing it. I think Yopaj has played it in the past as well. It's
please.
a hero that initially was really cool to see come out because people weren't
Cok,
familiar with the mid.
Joji, please pick Joji. Allahu Akbar. TM.
Because they just didn't know. Yeah, and you don't go this tag team. You can go the other 2 nukes. You're able to farm and do loads of damage at the same time. So Tusk, very fun hero to come out in the early phase because of that flex.
Especially because Tusk enables the 5 positions to, once they win lane, to rotate and perfect hit. They pick the Crystal Maiden. It's like, against Chen, this will lock down one lane, but you don't really rotate as quickly as a double support Joe potentially. So now if they win their side lanes, and now they're running onto mid, Chen, sure, if you bring the correct creeps, might be able to help out, but
ame monyet coy.
It's already going to be a little bit quicker than what a Chen +1 can provide.
And the Crystal Maiden is still decent against the Chen. If not on her own, then she provides the mana to everyone else on the team to actually spam out all the nasty creeps that he brings to the table.
It feels so weird. Of course, Boom are second pick, so they will get to react later down the line, but seeing a second pick where they just pick 2 supports, sure, there's a little bit of flexibility with Tusk, but not often do you just see, here's my 2 supports, let's now play some Dota.
It does open you up for... it's a little bit harder later on in the game to counter certain cores, right? Like if you don't have that
Yopaj is my idol. I'm with you, bro.
Is he everyone's idol since
Tuh kan?
Singapore Major?
Masih ada yang meragukan Boom PH. Itu barusan apa anjing, bukti bahwa itu Boom PH anjing.
We're all a big fan of Yopaj. He is so humble, so talented.
And we're all ex-Nova as well. Yeah.
I mean, don't forget that this is a CTI and this is the final, full C team left, right? Like, if they get eliminated, then now you're picking for individual players on teams. So
belakang ada Gary gratis ongkir emang ya.
We might hear some bias in the crowd for this Boom team at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take my bias out of the panel because I'm going.
Nah, please. There you go.
Now when you're PSG LGD, you've picked up your Monkey King very early on. It's uncrowned king, Ame's special, right? Like he enjoys playing the Monkey King. Is there some flex possibility?
Ya, ketutup, nggak bisa kita bet 10 kill guys. Siapa anjing Sahrudi? Ngebet kecil banget anjing.
Especially now after the being banned out.
I think it's a very good carry to pick on 8 here, just because when you see CM Tusk, like the Tusk specifically in lane, you want to
gua nggak peduli 10 kill dah, pusing aja mikir 10 kill, yang penting menang dulu dah.
And also in the later portions of the game, as soon as you throw down that Wukongs, the CM can't stand still and probably going to die. The Tusk can't snowball in and be aggressive, you're going to be out of position. It allows just PSG to play around something in an area now.
Entah di mana dirimu berada.
Monkey, what do you pick against him?
Hampa terasa hidupku tanpa dirimu.
Tusk buys Ags, you just blink in, kick Monkey out of his Wukongs. That entire construct now gets broken down, but...
Yeah, but how many times...
Lu pas grup stage kemarin lihat dah top 1 weekly menang nama akunnya top Babayo real orang Indo ya.
Yeah, not a lot though, not a lot.
Pon pakai week A-nya baju boom boleh. Pokoknya kalau boom menang 2-0. Nih, kalau 2-0 gua full set baju A-nya, kalau 2-1 baju boom doang. Enggak ada A-nya. Gimana? Tapi rugi gua, cok. Gua ngebet ke boom kagak dapat duit. Ini anjing, kagak dapat duit ya buat beli baju anjing. Full set bajuannya rambut Dylan gimana tuh? Anya, cep Mac, gitu dong. Gue lebih percaya Jepon namatin Outlast daripada Boom 2-0. Ya benar juga sih, gue juga sih.
Rubik is a TI combo that goes back so many years, and then it just makes sure
every single TI
you see it at least once or 100 times, and then your offlaner now just needs to be that tankier initiator to enable it. But yeah, Boom are the ones that need to try and evade playing into the overly tanky heroes right now.
Esports turn to ban.
How do you feel about some good old classic Tiny as well here for PSG LGD? You're still left in the pool, can be rotated between mid and the position 4 with the Chen. It's an option for them, right?
For sure.
They have drafted it before as well, obviously, as every single team has. TI 10, 11.
They'll get to see one more hero before they pick, so I guess that will be the indicator, right? Because with a CM Tusk, they'll maybe see an offlane pairing. That offlane, if it's a ranged hero, will indicate Tusk being the 4 potentially, which will give more leverage for PSG in the draft.
Musi udah mengamuk anjing. Gua ngeri anjing liat muka Musi kayak ngamuk terus 24 jam gitu.
When it comes to strength and the flex opening from them, or do you just like the two supports?
I proper like seeing CM Tusk. Like, okay.
Ya Allah. Udah kayak pub match ya anjing, ngepicknya support 2 ngepick support 2 biji pertama terus habis itu pos 3. Habis itu pos 2 terus baru carry-nya anjing.
We literally watched Yopash play this against Spirit. FBZ is the god of Mars. Like every single game he would play this hero during DPC. He is so good at it.
Could you not, like, if you're PSG here, this could be like a Kunkka Rubik situation. Now, your Kunkka, it's a damage mitigation against the aggression. CM Tusk can't really gank this hero that effectively, especially the Rubik, like we mentioned before. It is a tiny Rubik game. Any hero that he looks at, you steal a spell, you're going to just be better than them.
Not so good versus Mars because you can toggle the bulwark, which Rubik then steals. So you just have to be, but it does add that little bit of stress. Like, I have to remember to do this.
Yeah.
But for a Mars veteran should be not.
You've been asking for Kunkka a couple of times today.
I think right now with the skirmishing meta that we have, having a solid mid lane that you don't need to always help out that much, and it kind of gives you some comfort throughout the mid game, it just feels really good. Especially like they get looking for
Oh my god!
Oh, they got Snapfire though. I was still good.
Wow.
1 out of 2. Close.
It's good enough. Good enough.
Don't worry, they'll get the true sight when PSG win TI, and then you could be like, I want Rubik and Zhao. It's like, no, you didn't wash your face. You're playing Snapfire. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's cool. This is nice. I like PSG's second phase picks.
I do like the snap in a way that now you get some damage mitigation from the Kunkka, plus you get a lot of damage by snap, right? Like Mortimer's Kisses.
Snap's nice. Snap just, like, she provides not only magic damage, but armor reduction. So this monkey's going to be dealing a lot more damage too. I'm a fan of it, and it makes the offlane stronger as well.
Yep. Boom, they're a very decent response to the Kunkka. Of course, the Kunkka doesn't do anything to Lifestealer now, so PSG, their final pick in the draft is going to need to cover the Lifestealer a little bit. They don't really have BKB piercing stones. They have no way to prevent this Lifestealer just freely clicking. It's more about if PSG wants to fight this, they stand still and hug each other. That's their fight.
So what bans are we looking at here? Is it like Beastmaster Slardar, something like that? These BKB piercing heroes that are really good versus Lifestealer?
Yeah, potentially.
Razor in the pool potentially.
Razor as well. Yeah. They would lack some control. Like if they
kalau gue jadi boom ya, gue ngeban Razor.
I feel like they're in the same position in which Collapse was yesterday with Joedi, when it comes to overall draft and how it makes sense.
Yeah, and Boom Esports, ended up beating Spirit to be here, so they, maybe don't want to be the trap.
I'm sorry to talk so much about them, but like they're the team I know the most. For Boom, this is a draft that they have actually run quite a lot. Like in terms of comfort and familiarity, this is something they have played a lot. Jackie's lifestealer throughout DBC Tour 3.
Gak usah nge-ban Timber.
Very often, and I talked about the playing with Yopaj type strat. This is what they would do. They would have 4 heroes that run around, making space for Jackie, who sits in the safe lane for as long as he can.
Tapi Timber juga
farming that Midas into whatever he needs.
And good that you mentioned it, because I'm so happy that Jackie evolved, because a few years back in Team 1, he would be always that, not necessarily lifestealer, illusion-based hero, right? Like he's always just AFK farming until 30-minute mark, then he joins. But if you're playing a lifestealer, the fight has to come to you sooner than later. Like you actually have to be a bit more active.
He was like that in DBC Tour 1 as well. He was on Motivate Trust playing Wraith King Medusa every
FBZ bisa main Timber gak sih?
So yeah, he's really like bloomed on Boom. I'm very happy for him.
Probably scam a little bit, having a say or two, a word or two to tell him,
I'm trying to think for like PSG, their final pick now, I mentioned the BK piercing. They have the Slardar route, but I think that could be a little bit of an issue into a CM in the lane. It's nice that speed. The other option is like maybe like a Legion.
Okay. Bisa tapi nggak terlalu bagus, jangan kalau gitu mending. Tapi kalau di ban sia-sia anjing lu nge-ban Timber di sini.
The fact that you can take some of the earlier fights just through Boom wanting to run at you, you just defensively reposition, you wait, you bide your time, you see an opportunity, then you jump.
What about instead of caring about locking down really hard, you just focus on balling out?
Stunnya PSGLG dikit.
He's gonna be able to.
Dan dia juga nggak bisa nge-stun tembus BKB. Jadi kalau misalnya Timber, oke lalu menang lane. Mungkin mid game-nya bagus gitu karena mereka tebel-tebel, karena mereka physical damage semua. Cuman kalau misalnya kayak gitu, lifestealer-nya free farm, cok.
Look at them and what they are thinking. Like even the Morphling ban, like they're going way out. They're thinking perhaps even the Kunkka on the offlane or something like that. Monkey not being position 1.
Sama juga lu ngontor Monkey anjing, lu ngontor temen lu sendiri bangsat. Oke, main Slardar.
It's like, even though I completely understand why you're worried about the CM and the lane that might be problematic for the Slardar, this Slardar snap. Like no matter what you bring there, I believe they should be able to beat Lifestealer +1.
And you're going to go into the mid game now where one good fight outside the Roshan pit, you get that Aegis. Boom Esports, their entire lineup, it feels like if we don't get the kill,
underrated,
big spear, that big initiation, sure they can get cheaper fights, but
kalau Marsa FBZ
to be able to take prolonged
atau Hero Spirit.
If he's a big cooldown hero, then
are we looking at the Spirit then for Yopaj?
Atau Hero Spirit.
Kind of where I'm leaning.
Atau Hero Spirit.
Japway Ember down. I mean, I'm just. It is going to be his Mars, I think. And
Tusk or Mars?
Oh no, it could be Tusk. Yeah.
I think Mars on the offlane, so you can spear the Monkey King away.
It's an offlane.
Actually, Mars safe.
Phoenix. Offlane Phoenix, my man, FBZ.
All right.
It's new.
Okay, so
minus attack speed on Monkey.
Kan ada step fire ya?
It's not only.
Kan ada step fire.
Always keep vision on the Monkey.
Nigga, what the fuck?
Over the trees, you can bring him down. It's one of my actually favorite matchups to play on the offlane. Even though it's not really popular right now, it's really strong. Plus, with Yag, you can take him down from the trees.
But then on the flip side, they got Jinkyu on one of his specialty heroes, the Snapfire, the little shredder. You get into position with a blink dagger, you kill that egg. You're deleting a core now, not a support. So a lot of emphasis on FBZ. You had last pick in the draft. You picked up a Phoenix.
Ada step fire anjing.
Clutch with your eggs in this game.
But it wouldn't be Boom Esports unless they did something like this in the draft.
Go crazy. Why not?
It's really crazy. I'm leaning quite heavily towards PSG LGD. Snap versus Phoenix, Slardar versus Nyx. It just looks simple to execute.
Yeah, it's also like Kunkka's going to go for this AC Hex build, I want to say. I mean, I don't know if you have a different idea with this. Like,
what the fuck,
Mushi? In there too. It all seems like Kunkka's Iron build helps counter Booms a lot.
FBZ Tusk enggak anjing, FBZ Phoenix.
I believe in the boys. Boom are very good at skirmishing and fighting early. They can easily like outplay LGD just through fighting.
And T, what do you make of this?
No, I think I agree with what Lizard mentioned about this draft. I think there's a lot of pressure on this last bit Phoenix, and I just like the simplicities of PSG. And this Kunkka in the second phase, I think it just kind of unlocked PSG to have a comfortable end to the draft.
Yeah, and of course, game one, I admire Boom to bring out something new and kind of adapt during the draft. I don't know if this something is planned. We might be able to.
Jujur gue gak ngerti dia ngeliat apa anjing di Phoenix yang
post a draft interview with Boom Esports. It's the coach, Mushi.
Oke lah, gue ngerti combo apa arena telur. But still, motherfucker.
Pretty exciting stuff here. The crowd is going absolutely ballistic. So please, were you expecting this kind of draft from LGD? I'm sure you did a lot of research there. The crowd favorites. Any surprises coming out from their side?
Not really. I think we read them quite well. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Are you going to have the momentum to win this game? That's a very aggressive draft. Are you confident?
Yeah, we got what we want and we have nothing to lose though. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Fantastic. That's what you like
Bacot
to hear.
kontol musyid babi.
To our wonderful casters.
Number tower killed before 25.
Oh, thank you so much, Slacks. We do get into it. Game number 1 here between PSG, LGD, and Boom Esports. John, you hear this crowd. It is absolutely electrifying in here. You've seen both these drafts. What are you thinking?
I think we're going to have a good game regardless. We've got a few surprises from Boom. You know, we heard Mushi. It's all according to plan that they're getting out there. So we'll see if they are truly ready for that plan. We've got a lot of
Wah, gua kopium Boom dah, gua nge-back kopium Boom anjing Jackie Boy ya kan, readyan gitu, let's go.
The entire game and I'm looking forward to see.
Gua masang 5 di Boom 20 ya, gila. Judi sertifikat rumah bisa nggak? Bisa, Cok. Bisa. Kalau lu goblok, lu tolol, lu nggak punya otak lu jadi itu. Emang kalau lu pintar ya kan, nggak tolol, jangan.
Just shouldn't be happening. We're in round 2 of the lower bracket.
Oh yeah.
Boom Esports had 1.4% chance of making it through the playoffs from the group stage, and PSG LGD, I mean, you would have just thought they were in the grand finals through the upper bracket.
Yeah, they've had such a smooth run throughout the year. Maybe the performances were a little bit more up and down, you know, not really managing to get those.
My God, satu doang bontinya.
A lot of people had high hopes for them. Same thing with Boom though. Like every single time we've seen Boom go into an international tournament, it's always kind of fallen flat, but this is this could be their opportunity to prove everyone wrong as well. And again, a lot of hopes hanging on that last Southeast Asian team here.
Absolutely, we'll see how it does go. Of course, we'll start with the mid lane. Nothing to say, going to be there against the Aro Yopaj. The Mars versus Kunkka. What are you thinking about this one? Who has the advantage? Who should win out this lane?
I mean, it feels a lot easier for the Kunkka, right? You've always got Tidebringer coming out. The Mars has some play though. By level 2, level 3, you can threaten, you can get some good spear backs, but it's just a lot more consistent for the Kunkka to kind of work that lane.
Ya Allah, si Eslul, Yopaj.
What about that bottom lane, John? I mean, you've got Jackie and Skin.
Oh, Phoenix off lawan snap. Enggak anjing.
It seems like a bit
of
of
a
tough lane for Jackie as it does go on. Right? When you get the levels up on face beyond it, with that added bash, it's always hard for the lifestealer.
Satu tick lagi anjing.
Kind of relieve that pressure as the game goes on.
And somewhat, it's really aggressive lane. We heard what the panel was saying about that bot lane. It's just Slardar plus Snapfire, all the stuns in the world. You can just easily eat through the lifestealer if he's not careful, especially in those early levels.
Yeah.
And it's just chain stun after chain.
Iya, secara teori bisa aman. Kalau misalnya dia telurnya di antara Stepfire kena masuk di arena atau telurnya di luar arena. Jadi kayak kan arena kan nggak bisa tembus ya. Proyektil kan nggak bisa tembus arena. Bisa itu benang. Bisa keluar telurnya gitu maksudnya. Karena ini kan combo standar ini Mars Phoenix kan.
Of course, we did have a look at that top lane as well. Yopaj, he does end up missing that spear, but top lane, FBZ and Tim's going to be against Arme, and of course, why? Seems like a bit of another rough lane for both sides here, at least for Boom Esports. The Phoenix off lane coming out as well against the Snapfire, kind of surprised.
Ini kalau misalnya Jackie diganti Skitter ya. Gampang anjing, ini gamenya lebih gampang dari gamenya Skitter. Gamenya Jackie sekarang ini lebih gampang dari gamenya Skitter, Cok. Lu nggak ngelawan Timber, lu nggak ngelawan, ya lane lu gampang gitu. Gak sih, gak gampang sih lainnya anjing. Snapfire, anjing Snapfire apa? Snapfire Slardar susah sih.
It does feel like for Boom, this is maybe a level 3, heck, even level 4 or 5, where you can really start to get aggressive. And that might be more than enough room for Ame to just farm up and get what you can.
Yeah, I mean, you saw why. He went for that early Divine Favor. I was about to say Divine Rapier. John's still thinking about yesterday's game, but, you know, just wanting to play a passive lane, I think, here for Ame is, of course, why. Just going to do his best to make sure he does remain alive. You do see the headdress as well, of course. Plenty of regen available there and why. Just making sure his Monkeykin can stay there forever. We'll see what Tim's NFBZ can try to do about it. Back into the mid lane, nothing to say. Like you mentioned, John, should have a very good time and is having a very good time. 17 and 3 on the Kunkka. But we've seen this man play the Kunkka many, many times. He's an expert at this hero and obviously showing us a bit of a masterclass.
Wasit goblok, Yopaj tolol anjing.
Same goes for Yopaj though.
Allahu Akbar.
So he should understand the ins and outs of almost every matchup. It is just tougher. Again, Kunkka's just much more consistent with the harassment there.
Itu ada krimi lepas anjing.
Bit of a fight up at top lane, just trying to make sure these pulls don't get away. Bot lane. Been a bit of activity. Faith Beyond and Sin-Q have been getting rather low on the Snapfire and the Slider, but they will regen up with that salve available on Faith Beyond. Though a nice cancel there from Skim. So against that Crystal Maiden, as long as you've got the regen. FBZ top lane, he got rather close to dying, but he's going to be just fine. Question is, does he have the regen to remain in the lane now?
He's going to need a little bit more to fly out. Does have the courier coming in with at least the tangos and the Ring of Regen, so a little bit more to play with. That's just a lot of space coming out from Ami. He's had a little bit of a slower lane, not too far behind from anyone else, but it's not like a free lane so far. I mean, big difference. Really just nothing to Say's lane. A lot is coming out from this Kunkka. A faster level 6 lines up with so much aggression that you can get out with these early timings that a lot of your heroes do have. Like, heck, even a good Chen rotation at some point towards mid might ruin that tempo for Yopaj, which he really wants in this lineup. It feels like the Mars is really setting it for Boom.
Very close in the balance strike there for Ame, just barely off and connecting with FBZ. Still bullying out the Phoenix very, very effectively, and FBZ just going to go back to the fountain for a reset. Of course, going back to the mid lane, you saw Skem and Tim's rotate. They secure both water runes, they secure both bounty runes, so just really enabling Yopaj, not allowing nothing to say that the kind of bottle refill he may be looking for, or just the regen in general. Just no runes available whatsoever for PSG LGD, and I suppose that's one good way of just slowing down the
lane kalah anjing atas bawah, Cok.
Take all the runes away.
Mid juga kalah anjing.
Can kind of cause nothing to say to play a bit safer, but he's always got the XTP back for a top up. He really does feel the pressure, and they're not quite committing on Boom to apply that pressure. Still focusing on the side lanes. You see Tim's here just being chased away, but creep army of Y. He's got the most annoying creeps, Chain Lightning creep and the Purge creep up. So you really can't do much about that if you're the Tusk right now.
We're trying on to the Tusk. Great boundless strike out from Ame from a mile away, and Y able to secure first blood here for PSG LGD. That was right on the edge there with Ame. My goodness.
Yeah, and it's just when you have access to that small camp and you get lucky with some of these creeps, it just gets really hard. There's just not much the Tusk can do. And again, Ame's just getting
2000 net worth late anjing, lagi laning phase 2000 net worth itu berarti lu kalah lane semua anjing atas bawah.
But the Monkey King can kind of just get active a little bit faster, it does feel like.
Skim's going to have a rotation up towards the north, maybe just scouting out that dire triangle. Of course, power runes are coming up very, very soon. We'll see if Boom want to try and secure both sides as well here. Is Skim actually just going to go for the block on the Ancient, Sin-Q. May not have caught him doing that. I believe he was within the fog at the time. Well, nothing to say mid lane. He's going to get sharded up here. And they are just trying to contest power runes right now, as you will see Y and Sin-Q also join the fray. It's going to be Skem down at the bot side of the rune that does actually pick up the double damage, so he just gets away with it, just completely denying it off from nothing to say, and just a great way of slowing down the Kunkka, not allowing any rotations. So as I say that, they may just run mid. Arena is down defensively. Can they take him down? It's a lot of damage. Sin-Q, he'll still land the cookie through the arena. Just on the outer edge, they just hold him down, but now nothing to say. He could be in danger.
Anjing, KM Dede nih bos. Gila.
Actually doing a hell of a lot of work, but Sin-Q, he shows up again. They find another. Is Tim's? Can he run now?
Cookie, dar.
Chasing far. Very nice cookie and a triple kill out for Sin-Q.
It's that aggression we talked about, having such a great foundation out from such a strong start from Nicktoday, and with how good your supports are at going towards mid, it's just really easy to bully out. Boom started out with a really good spear opportunity, but not really able to commit with Tim's around. He's under-leveled on a Tusk.
3000 anjing menit 7, 3000 net worth late. Nggak make sense.
Really do to help Yopaj find these kills.
Absolutely not. It's a very slow start here for Boom, but a great start for PSG LGD. 3k ahead. Ame, I mean, you kind of talked about this already. He's been just free farming this whole time. 7 minutes in, he's not too far in, but you look at the net worth just snowballing out of control already. You could say the same about every core on the side of PSG LGD, all the way at the top of the 3 cores from the dire end of things, and well, you couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah, it's just perfection. 0-4, 3k lead at 7.5 minutes in. And you're going to hit all your spikes really fast. Level 6 coming out for Faith Beyond, going to make it a lot easier to start finding those kills. Already has the Morbid Mask ready as well. And the timings for Boom, it's such.
Ini apaan anjing di bawah? Bangsat kalah sama supportnya musuh, Cok.
Your Tusk for a little bit more damage and a little bit more utility out from the snowball and the shards. And you kind of want Jackie to just farm. They need to kind of get their supports online and really get FBZ online with the Phoenix, because that's their big combo. The Arena Egg, it's got to come into play at some point.
It certainly does, and you're always going to have to be worried about Sin-Q in the end of the day, right? With that little shredder. She hit that level 1 mark of the egg. LGD, they'll slow the game down a little bit. No need to rush this one, though. As I say that, we do have a rotation into the mid lane. Yopaj little bit of danger here as Q once again with a fantastic rotation, backing up, nothing to say, but do they have the damage this time around? Yopaj gonna try to run, but they've got it. The Tidebringer was there, and now the cookie back out from Q. They won't care for the Tusk kill. No need to overextend for that. They've got the
tempoing themselves so well on LGD. They saw that movement down from the sports down bot. They knew they had enough space to go for Yopaj. They scouted out for the Chen creep at bot lane. And Yopaj just can't do much. Like, the moment he gets X stuff, you do have enough magical damage on LGD. And Boom are just trying to get something on the sides. They're committing so much time to try to find those pickoffs, but LGD just punish.
Absolutely. Very, very tough start. I mean, you've just got to try and slow the pace down now if you are Boom. In the meantime, more stacks being made, but no, the sentry is still there. So they have not managed to de-ward that sentry that was there by Skim. In fact, he's got them both of them. Really trying to slow down the pacing of nothing to say. They've done absolutely everything to slow this man down, but he's still top of the net worth board. In fact, he's going to find Jackie on the Lifestealer. X is there, but Rage will be there in time to juke out the cookie. Still beyond is going to show up. They do have the X back. Jackie, he's in huge trouble on Q. He's going to find a 4th kill. This Snapfire, he's just doing too much work.
He's all over the map. And
gini mulu anjing Q. Bangsat gak boleh diem anjing.
He saw the cookie come out. While the X was on, he had to rage. And he couldn't outlast that X mark, so he just gets punished. There was a smoke rotation out from Boom, trying to head up top, but they're still not finding anything for their trouble. They dragged Yopaj around for that. It's LGD really working this map out really well, just using the vision they have from the Chen creeps. Starting to get activity in Ame.
Yeah, he's got an arcane room, but in comes nothing to say along with Ame. Arena is down, but here come the kisses. Tims, he'll buy them a bit of time, allow them to get away from those kisses, but it's still a lot of damage. Now the egg will be dropped down. Ame, he might be in trouble, but no Tims. He's the one in danger as he does go down to Y. PSG LGD, they'll just keep running. They might just want to reset and just back out of this team fight, as it seems like Boom have brought Jackie over, but it's going to be a bit of wasted time for the Lifestealer. Nothing going to come out for Boom. LGD still 0-7 in their favor. Boom to pick up 1 kill.
Gak ngeh gue anjing, sumpah main apa ini, Cok?
Drag in Ame. They start to use that Monkey King, get a little bit more vision out, get some good jumps in to follow up, and Boom expend the arena and the egg. The combination was there, but they didn't lock anyone in. LGD, they're just sidestepping everything.
They are not even giving Boom leeway.
Pusing gue ngeliat mainnya Boom anjing.
Still 0 kills on the board. His Faith Beyond, he'll take care of the bot T1 tower, has the Mask of Madness up, gonna make very, very quick work of it. This is what I was kind of mentioning earlier, John, like against the Lifestealer, you're gonna have such a good time perma-bashing Jackie up if he does get caught out with the initial stun, and I'll see if they can capitalize on it later on. For now, I mean, with the 6k net worth lead, they can basically do whatever the hell they want, LGD.
Yeah, they've got free reign of the map, they've got some pretty good wards by the ramp sides on the river, so they're always going to be able to check if Boom is trying to sneak around without the smoke. Boom, for their part, just constrained on their side of the map. They're not able to cross that river. They're not able to really scout out, use that deep ward they have on the top jungle to stop any of this farm game. Like, it's just a very static game right now for Boom and LGD. And they could play it static now as well. They're going back to farming with Ame, just getting that build up into the Desolator coming out here for the Monkey King. They've even got the early mech up and running for Y, so much more sustainable in these fights. Considering how durable you are with Chen, with Kunkka in the boat buff, even if Boom somehow managed to get that initiation, it doesn't feel like they have enough damage to eat through that.
Absolutely not. And we're talking about damage LGD, they've got all the damage. Like, you pointed out the Deso on Ame coming out with the...
Gue tau kenapa musik Pick Phoenix, kenapa tuh anjing? Tolol banget anjing last Pick Phoenix tuh. Tidak membantu di mana-mana anjing, nge-lane-nya nggak guna.
Experience they have to try and deal with as LGD. They are starting to move in, but Boom are waiting. In there goes Jackie. They find Y. They do have the help around though. Nothing to say. Trying to save the day of the Chen, but the Y is still going to drop. That's one. Just a +5 kill hit for Boom, but it is the first kill of the game for them to pick up.
Halo, Bos Jackie. Hai.
It's a start, and not the biggest, but little cheeky play.
Oh, Faith Beyond almost finds Tims, but
the mana? Sabar.
A little bit of time as Tims is still going to drop, and now Yopaj, he's been caught out. Boundless is there as well. They take him down. No chance survival, just perma-stuns.
Boom kalah anjing, gak ada yang bisa diselebrasi, Cok.
Into the tier 1 mid tower they go.
And it doesn't take too long to push for just how much damage is coming out. Not even a full Deso out from Ame yet. Just with the numbers they have, with a little Shredder to provide some minus armor.
Gue masih gak ngerti anjing, lu mikir apa nge-plus Pick Phoenix? Ya Allah, kan banyak hero-hero bagus ya.
And then they just don't manage to get anything else. They don't manage to play with their combinations, and LGD just recognize that when they're split up, when the egg's not a threat, they've got a huge open.
Here we go.
Kenapa qualifier anjing, qualifier apaan, Cok?
Cookie is going to be there. Y will be just fine. Snowball, they're going to follow up. They really want something for their
LGD 2-0 bakal cosplayannya, goblok. Boom, tolol.
It's just not going to be enough. They even commit the arena for this. I mean, it's heavy commitment from Boom.
Oh, keren bus.
The state of the game right now, they need everything they can get.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same kill back to back. It's just not swinging that much net worth. You have to commit so many heroes in. It's a lot of space for LGD.
Kalau Boom menang 2-0, gua cosplayannya. Boom.
On nothing to say. And on
nggak ada gua ngomong LGD menang 2-0, nggak ada.
Boom are lagging behind by pretty big.
Semua orang expect LGD menang 2-0 anjing.
And the timings for LGD are just ramping up. You know, more damage coming out from Kunkka. BKBs will come out soon. On top of that, Deso timing coming out from Ame. And you have very little to deal with any of that spell immunity here.
Yeah, you certainly don't have much. Ame just continuing with that farm. Third in net worth right now. Only third to both his two cores on LGD. Nothing to say. Still at the top somehow, considering how much they tried to shut the man down. And was Faith Beyond right behind him. Almost has his BKB up now, and that's going to be very problematic. Don't worry about anything here from Boom once you have that up. Apart from
lu pada jangan bohong mulu udah tai. Gue yang dibilang bohong, padahal lu pada yang bohong anjing. Capek gue.
Game down, understanding their own strategy, their own draft, and just wait till perhaps the mid game to get going once again. Boom, all they can do, I mean, this is the draft where they want to try and move in and start fighting early on, but they just can't make it happen right now. They've got to sit back and relax.
They need to wait for their own BKBs, maybe a blink coming out from Yopaj down the line to kind of help them set up with a better arena, catch some better heroes out, ensure the spear lands on target, and have that follow through from the egg. Because you are playing against a snap, as long as the snap fires outside arena, you're pretty okay in protecting that egg. So your combinations can still kick off. It's just it's a lot harder than what LGD have, and all they need to do is throw out an X, get a blink up on your Slaughter down the line.
Lebih aneh pick Kuku atau Felix Musi. Sama-sama aneh anjing, orang-orang saya nih terusnya aneh, Cok.
Cost you much from LGD to just keep that aggression, whereas Boom, they can't risk it. They just have to keep playing the slower game, take what space they can, and LGD are just thriving in that environment.
Well, with a better scan out on Sin-Q, Scam, he's really the only one around right now. As PSG or Joedi, they'll be the ones to move in and try to find the Maiden. It's underneath vision, but does manage to back out of range. Nupaj gonna stick around. Sin-Q and Ame, very confident with their own positioning, understanding it's gonna be quite hard for Boom to actually pick them off. Instead, Boom will just back their way out, understanding again, they're not ready for a big team fight right now. Not even these smaller pickoffs. Jackie now, double damage is going to be picked up, but he does try to rage away from it. Rather the X, that is. There's nothing to say. Not going to be able to stop him this time. So important for Jackie to just keep that farm going. For now, he'll hang around that Radiant Triangle, just stay within the safety of the Radiant Jungle.
They don't have the best vision right now from Boom to kind of protect himself.
Agak ada musibet anjing. Musibet gimana ceritanya orang Boom ini, Cok, underdognya, Cok.
Might find something juicy, although Y's there to break.
Yeah, both supports are around. Good positioning from Y, but they are going to chase down Sin-Q because he's the one with the streak up right now. So Sin-Q, he'll get stunned up. Yopaj with a very nice spear. Sin-Q really has no way out of this, so they do secure a nice pickup. Tims will be the one to take it.
Yeah, that's a much bigger kill than the Chen. With that streak coming off, Tim's going to get a nice injection of gold to work towards potentially down the line his blink, which is going to be key to save out. However, LGD, I mean, they're still farming a lot better. You've got the BKB up on Fate Beyond, so the Slaughter really has nothing to worry about. They're already making their way into Roshan with that Desolator up and running on Ame. And this is them taking it without the Corrosive Haze. Once Fate Beyond's there, this is not going to take too long. And again, Boom, they don't have the best wards here to spot that.
It's going to be a very, very fast process. Boom, they are making their way over, maybe trying to force a fight as the shards are out, and they really don't want to let this one go down. But how do you initiate a team fight here? Wukong's being committed by Ame. There's just no chance in hell. So LGD, they'll take the first Roshan of the game. Defend that mid-tier 1 tower, and it might be just time to group up and smoke up.
They've got all the tools.
Gue gak kecewa kalah dari hiburan tai juga loh.
Again, with that fresh BKB on Fate Beyond, with a fresh BKB on, nothing to say. And these team fights for Boom, it's not going to feel great. They have nothing to pierce through unless they somehow get a full channel on that egg, but you're not going to be able to protect as much with the arena with the BKBs up.
We are going to have a quick pause. There is a headset issue right now. Of course, we did see FBZ. He's got the Spirit Vessel up now, so they might be able to...
Gue ngambil soju dulu ya. Seandainya, oh nggak jadi, udah unpause. Seandainya Boom menang, nggak jadi. Nggak usah diambil ya, nggak bakal menang juga.
is under attack.
Doesn't seem like it. The Yopaj is within vision, and Arme is going to try and slow him down. The Mars, how do you get out of this one? Arme, Dallas, no, it's off the mark. A very nice sidestep from Yopaj, and he's out. Has his own BKB up now as well.
Yeah, that would have been massive if they managed to kill him off. He barely had the gold to buy out the recipe. So that would have.
Assalamualaikum. Lonte.
Scam is going to get caught. Nothing to say, should have no problems taking down the Pos 5 CM and does not. Meanwhile, Jackie, he's a much bigger target, but a nice rage away, avoiding the boundless strike for now as Tims is going to TP.
Whee! Cakep.
He's just going to make it. That's a 5-star review right there for Tims. Perfect timing.
Oh yeah, perfect escape vehicle coming out there right in the nick of time for Jackie to just infest away. They are dodging out from these bigger kills for LGD to find, but you're still not gaining too much ground. You're at least getting that build-up you want onto Jackie here. I mean, he's working onto his own death, so they might run into each other again.
They may, nothing to say. He's a big target, but the spear is not going to land. Nothing to say. Going to try and go onto Jackie with the X-Back, but it's not going to work out either. Shards won't be on the mark. LGD just trying to control that Radiant jungle for now.
Ayo lo sange banget bus sama Sin Q bangsat. Oh, dipencet tuh.
Just bully out the side of Boom Esports and don't allow that safer farm.
Satu kill boom, satu teguh. Gak masalah gue kayaknya anjing, enggak tapi enggak mau.
Choking you out of the map and not allowing you to farm in any safe position. Very strong play here from LGD, and you kind of wonder what Boom does about it.
They're just trying to retake control down.
Paling gue cuma minum berapa? 2 kali paling ya.
From LGD,
bubar duluan gamenya, Cok.
Be able to see who's farming in the bot jungle, and they're really still safe. Age is still up for 2 minutes 40.
Jelas anjing tuh.
Melt these objectives with the Chen army and all the minus armor they have with a low shredder and the Desolator up and running. It doesn't take long to just wipe this map out from Boom.
Yeah, absolutely not. LGD, they'll even find the top tier 2 tower, no problem. Calm play from LGD. And towards the bot lane, Arme. Take care of the defense of the tier 1. Again, Boom Esports currently just playing the avoiding game, not wanting to deal with LGD whatsoever, as they are still 11k behind. Just gonna stick as a group right now, but the problem is you are still kind of being choked out. You're not getting any farm, and you're letting Arme get all the farm in the world right now. That's gonna be a huge problem.
It's gonna be a massive issue, and one thing that Boom does have to play with now is a fresh blink up on Tim. So they've got some saving plays with a snowball. They can try to be a little bit more aggressive. I think you'd ideally just want Yopaj's blink at this point. Again, have that arena at the ready, try to get some control out, try to kill some of these key heroes. LGD just don't provide any openings. They're sticking loosely together in the same side of the map. Again, they've got better control, really good wards to watch that top lane and just control the jungle area. And once they commit to a push, Boom just don't even bother trying to defend, so they might be able to get away with maybe all the tier 2s very soon.
It does.
Bro, there's no way Boom's gonna win this, man.
Absolutely nothing. Boom Esports just no interest in trying to defend. They will let it go down. LGD acting like they might go high ground here. I'm not quite sure about that one, but with the Deso up on Arme, still a minute and 15 to go on the Aegis, he might try for this. And he will. It's not going to be a long process. Not with Faith Beyond and Arme just hitting away at that tier 3 tower. FBZ and Tims, they'll hang around the tree line. In goes Tims with the Walrus Punch. Arme, he'll get 4-staffed away and he'll be just fine. They don't want to take the fight anyway. With the Aegis up, they'd rather force LGD back. It's a substantial amount of damage being dealt by LGD. I think Boom will just be satisfied with the fact that their base is still intact for now.
That's cost them at least 1 fortify and a lot of TPs out. Jackie is just hanging around.
Bacot sumpah bus lu, bacot banget anjing. Malas banget gue anjing bacanya ngentot.
Snipe someone out while nothing to say did head up top at LGD. Very
There's no way Boom's gonna win, bro.
Boom just not gonna be able to really maximize the smoke. They need the kills. They've got to find a pick off somehow.
I guess 20 lar.
Very hard position for Boom. They've got to try and find a way to get towards that Roshan pit, but it's just not that easy crossing that mid lane. There's nothing to say. He's going to show himself in that Kunkka. He has the X-Back, so he knows he's safe. No way to lock him down. Esports again, fighting their time. Giving more time over to Jackie, who's not too far behind. He's about 2.3k behind Arme right now, but considering the state of the map, it's just so hard to find that farm. It's not really only Arme you have to worry about, because again, Faith Beyond, he's pretty much transitioned to his own style of carry now, going into the Blink Dagger. Doesn't really need it, but just with that massive initiation now on the Slaughter, it's just for Jackie, it's just so hard to get away.
Yeah, it's an extremely difficult time for him, and you're so armored up now on the Kunkka. Again, with all the saves you also have on LGD.
Gimana cara bunuhnya, Cok?
Jackie's gonna need
Physical damage semua udah punya assault cuirass, bangsat.
Just doesn't feel like he'll be able to sustain that. LGD going out for the smoke play now. Aegis is gone, so they don't have the safety of that, but it doesn't feel like they even need it.
Certainly does not. Try to be aggressive here. Boom, very patiently waiting the tree line. They seem to have an idea. LGD are looking for a fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Control the triangle for now, LGD. Scan is there from Boom. Know exactly where LGD are at the moment. Get 14k deficit. They don't want the fight right now, and it does seem like they're going to successfully be able to get away from LGD. Thing is, if you are LGD, you might just set up for the mid-tier 2 tower now. It's the only outer tower left standing. Seems like Y is just going to get started. Is he doing a decent enough job with the support, with the fire spirits, just kind of pushing them back? Because he does see nothing to say. Does not really want to deal with the Conqueror right now.
Dede anjing.
Can find a double damage rune now for nothing to say. This could be prime opportunity for them to try and force another fight. Thing is, they've got to find Boom East.
Yeah, I don't mind LGD actually just playing this safe. They've got control of the triangle. They've got the superior precision to push into that tier 2. Whereas Boom have to play on the low ground on the defense. Doesn't feel great.
TM digeprek sama MK juga udah mati anjing.
At the least you've got a way to initiate, but again, it's so difficult to find the right target here to combine with FBZ's egg. They will go for a smoke play though.
Be very awkward timing though with that rune available. Boom. They're going to try for this. They've got a bit of vision in that mid lane, but they don't know where LGD are right now. Maybe they've got a brief idea, but the smoke is there. Faith Beyond. He's going to have his smoke broken. Yopaj not reacting quick enough to catch him out. So now both teams understand exactly where each other are. Looks like they are going to try and bait them forward, but Boom, they're being very, very careful with their own position. They understand they've kind of missed their opportunity to surprise LGD. They are just going to back their way out once again. You really do need that initiation.
Tapi gini ya, Boom butuh cuman satu team fight kayaknya udah langsung fair, langsung imbang dah. Boom menang satu team fight imbang kayaknya. Satu team fight yang dapat core ya, bukan dapat support. Imbang sih.
Just in case Jackie gets focused on down the line. The threat of the snap bar is always there for SinQ if he is inside the arena and the eggs in the right or the same spot as he is.
Yo, beli makan, silakan.
It's very conditional for Boom. And for LGD, it's just such a clean game. 3-10, 15k lead, 25.5 minutes in. They've choked out Boom to pretty much just stay at the bot jungle area for their own farm and Jackie.
He's going to get jumped on here down at bot lane. Does have the rage available, so we'll try to run as now Faith Beyond is going to make his way over, but a nice infest blink away. So they should be just fine though. Faith is still trying. Meanwhile, they have ended up getting Skim out of there as well, so he's fine. So it seems like they are not going to be able to catch up once again. Boom doing a fantastic job of avoiding the side of LGD. LGD just kind of running across the map, trying desperately to find a pick-off, but finding absolutely nothing. It's really turning to a game of hide and seek this game one.
Yeah, they're just poking and prodding, waiting for those items up on Boom and LGD. Again, they would want to get some kills. They need a kill to kind of secure the tier 2 here.
Bisa fight.
Might get
Bisa ini bisa.
Do see the rune though, nothing to say. Ready, but they're still gonna jump in. Walrus punch is there. Arena down, but the spear was not there in time. The BKB was out, nothing to say now. Gonna turn with the bow for the egg. It's still going. Can it last? It cannot. FBZ is down. Tims will try to TP away and barely makes it out, but they've left Yopaj all by himself, and he is gonna drop.
PKB-nya kencang banget anjing NTS, Cok.
Very comfortably taking that team fight. It didn't seem like they were worried whatsoever.
And again, you just see how difficult it is to actually initiate. Tims manages to blink and instantly get the Walrus punch off, but one small delay with a spear and BKB's turn on, Arena does nothing, and off the back of those kills into the Roche once more. LGD go. They've got the security now for a tier 2 into the high ground.
PKB-nya keluar anjing tuh.
BKB up from nothing to say, just unable to get the spear off in time, and that's really just what turns it, right? Like you get the boat off, you're just so much stronger, and of course FBZ with the egg as well, just a bit out of position, I would argue. Way too far forward, making it way too easy for LGD to just take him out, and now they're onto the tier 3 tower. It's a clinic so far from LGD. The tier 3, not going to last too long with all this minus armor available from Arme. Very confident, just stay on the front lines is the Monkey King as the BKB has been forced out once again. Cookie will not land. They do find a tier 3 though, and LGD, they might not continue. If BKB's down for Arme, they don't want to risk it. Even with the Aegis up, you may as well wait till the BKB's back up and available and just take the just go high ground again. In the meantime, though,
Tangkap, please, tangkap.
See if Boom can kind of try to find a little bit more.
Allah Akbar, kenapa Sin-Q anjing?
Find Sin-Q on that Snapfire. It's not the biggest kill, but it is something.
Yeah, so you take what you can get now when you're this far behind. 19k lead still standing for LGD. Much needed kill coming out for Yopaj to find. And you know, you're not under too much pressure. You're gonna have egg off cooldown in a few seconds. Arena not the longest in the world, so you can kind of just take your time here as LGD. I mean, they've got a lot of security on hand, right? Like Aegis still up and running for 3.5 minutes. Scotty being built up by Ame, so durable on this Monkey King, and just taking away the healing that Jackie will want to do when he's right-clicking away. It's not getting any easier for the Lifestealer. This is just not a game where it feels like Jackie can just simply farm and carry the team. Everyone's gonna have to work as a unit here up against LGD, and they're just looking way more coordinated. Their movement's just been perfect.
But they are down at bot lane. Faith beyond, gonna see Tims, but the blink away is gonna be there. Still Faith. We'll get a corrosive haze.
Lagi LGD.
LGD might be in a position now where they just push high ground again. The BKB is back up on Ame. Very, very good timing here from LG, just waiting that item out, and in they go. For the bottom tier 3 tower, Boom, they will try to set up for this team fight. It's just so rough to see how you get the initiation off before the BKBs, but there it is. They've got the Conquer, nothing to say. He's a big target, but he's gonna get out. He's got the BKB in time as Jackie's Yopaj is gone. Oh, it was such a great start, but they find nothing.
Oh, they call it.
They call it. Egg is down, they've had enough. Very rough game one here for Boom, and well, for LGD, it was just an absolute clinic.
Yeah, they just played perfectly, start to finish, from the laning, all the choices they made. They read the draft really well. We heard how confident Boom was, right? Like Muji was, this is within expectations. We've drafted to what we know we can handle up against LGD, and LGD shows us their prep work was probably a bit better.
Yeah.
They just come out on top. We saw that combination at the end. Blink in from Tims, the instant stuns onto one, but you left the channel.
Gak ada cowok Bumi Sport 1,5 gak ada. Gak jadi cosplayannya gua, aman.
The LGD we're used to seeing. I think we're gonna have to give Boom a call. That we're gonna need to shave some more heads here, Jonathan, because things are looking rather tough here for game one. We'll see how they change it up for game number 2, though, very, very soon as Boom. I'm sure they'll go for a reset, try to talk about what happened. What do you think actually went wrong here for Boom? Like, was it a drafting issue? I mean, you talked about the coordination already, but was there something else you'd like to see them change up in game 2?
Gak ada profit di hidup gua, gak ada profit anjing.
Maybe it did go back a little bit to the draft. Like, we didn't see as much activity out from Skem and Tims. That's where it feels like it really fell flat. Like, towards the mid, you saw how much Sin-Q did with Watt.
Yeah. Sin-Q was an absolute monster. Look, we are going to head off back to the panel and see what they had to think about this game number 1.
my panel are laughing about, I think, the Observer got a crimson. Congratulations, Baby Scriff, maybe Web has, and I know there's other observers there. Patrick, yes. So yeah, first crimson we've seen. But thank you, MLP Dota and John X Fire. Welcome back to the panel. And this looks like, the team PSG LGD. They've been runner-up twice at TI, and people, we said like, oh, a little bit shaky. But that wasn't a shaky game. That was just dominant. And a lot of teams have come out the laning phase and held it quite nicely, but they held it tight, right, Sheep?
Yeah, the way that they accelerated their lead was fantastic. They had these really nice, at first, defensive wards down, where they just had them on the cliff so they could farm and just keep farming safely while they were crushing their lanes. Like, coming out with these crush lanes is so good. And then on top of that, they get this Roche because Boom have to use like 3 to 4 heroes just to kill one single hero on bot, and they take that advantage to go to Roche, get that, and then use the Roche and Aegis to go deeper into the side of Boom's map, and then place like these deep lane wards down, like mid and top, and that way they're able to just keep hunting them.
And Lizard, you pretty much, from the draft, you said I would much rather be, PSG LGD here.
Yeah, like if you look at the 2 drafts.
Gue masih nggak ngerti anjing Phoenix itu apaan anjing fungsinya.
Like, on one side you have the Slardar, he's dominating the lifesteal.
Useless banget anjing last pick Phoenix.
That guy, but Phoenix last pick. I don't get it. Like it's good with your Page as Mars. It gives you a lot.
Nggak logis anjing Phoenix last pick.
Potential, right? But on the offlane, the hero isn't nearly as good as he used to be. Plus, you're playing into a Snapfire. Like that Snapfire is always going to be a problem. Like literally at every single point in the game, your egg can just be destroyed.
Tuh di MPL gimana anjing? Gak ada MPL di sini, Cok. LOL ada. My God, lawan RNG.
Slightly out of position, but when you get, in one of his last eggs, but of course, when you get the, BKBs as well on your cores, PSG LGD, Mars Arena, you can still get to the egg, even though, it could have been maybe a little bit further back. So I wouldn't say, a rocky start for Boom Esports, but what I did like what they did, and this is going to sound a little bit rude, they GG'd early to keep some, I hope, kind of energy, because a lot of teams, fight to the death, but it's game one. It's like, look, this is not working out. We've had that opportunity. I won't say GG early, sorry, but some teams are like, okay, let's try and swing it around. Let's use our buyback.
Udah selesai kapalku, tinggal ambil minum. Lu ngambil minum di mana anjing?
Let's just, reset and go into game.
Ngambil minum di mana? Bangsat lama banget lu ngambil minum 30 menit bangsat.
Some games are obvious, right? Like you just see
Lu
from
ini narik dari sumur dulu apa gimana, Cok, bangsat.
It's one of those games for PSG where the lanes
narik dari sumur ya kan, dimasak dulu airnya, baru didinginin dulu, dikasih es batu atau didinginin dulu, baru diminum. Lama banget anjing. Setengah jam bangsat.
You can say not last pick the Phoenix, but we're not going to harp on that. But
we're not going to harp on that, but sometimes your draft is really difficult, right?
Yeah. No, I would say it's just about having the needed layers to play out a game. Because, for example, PSG, they had the tankiness of the Kunkka, but supported
hujan mau beli galon. Oh, lu pakai air hujan.
The Slada, the Monkey King, everything complement each other. Where Boom, it was we have to fight for position. If we
air hujan ditampung terus dimasak.
PSG, they had all these heroes that are very good at also playing those areas.
Keren. Mata setengah jam, Cok.
So I think for Boom, this was one of their clunkier drafts that they've done, and not to their true form of nature, at least at TI. Maybe in other DPC games they've tried doing this other stuff before.
I'm sorry, Scurf or Vapus or PTP, they're really happy with their Crimson right now. You can see him trying to... He's hovering above the Crimson.
We'll have more Crimson updates in a moment. But actually,
menang satu nih tadi.
With Singapore,
itu bubar.
With the commentators and Casey and Slacks.
Hello, my friends. Yes, that is right. We are here in Singapore. In fact, for the Southeast Asian TI. In fact, with the greatest Southeast Asian casters in the last game of the last team in Southeast Asia.
Kemarin cair nih, gue liatin yang cair berapa.
Honestly, these guys, MLP, John Xfire, the best in the world at casting scene.
20.
It just felt ironic to me, so I just wanted to...
Kalau yang cair 200 gak apa-apa dah.
Please.
Casey, back to you. No, not back to you. Yeah, no, how exciting is it to be together in real life? Because he was telling me that you only met in person, like, recently after casting together for how many years?
5 years it was.
What?
Yeah, it was 5 years. It was a long-term relationship, a travel, what do you call it? A long-distance relationship.
That's right.
Yeah, it was a rough road, but we did make it together in Stockholm.
Gay guy, gay.
This is your very first TI. It's your very first time being able to be on the big stage in your region. Like, talk us through the feelings there.
It's amazing. I mean, the crowd, the fans have been amazing. Everyone's been coming up and talking to us and taking photos and complimenting us and everything. And the crowd has been electrifying as well. All the SEA teams have been going home, obviously. It's not the greatest feeling in the world, but it's still a great TI, and we're very happy to be here.
Were you guys nervous at all?
Nervous? No, but I kept expectations low. When we got the message, I
So iya. Pasti gue yakin Halimawan kalau di sini juga kayak gitu pasti.
I didn't know if it was real. So it's just been, it's different. It's amazing.
Did you ever go back and wash the dishes?
Yeah, I did finish. I cleaned up.
Yes, absolutely. So Boom, last game won. I know you guys have a lot of pride. It's okay. This is my one moment. You guys have been doing a great job casting and not being biased as I would have been. But now, in this moment, in a non-professional setting with an interview with Casey, can you say any words here for the last ride of the boys in the region?
I think the crowd got it right. Boom, tarat, tarat. That's all they need. Just keep chanting that, and they're going to get good.
There's definitely going to be a game number 3. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We're going to game 3. LDD, they haven't washed their faces. We all know what happens after they don't do that, and we're going to a game 3.
All right, guys. What about you?
Bakal ada All-Star nggak ada kayaknya.
Game 3? Are we going there?
I saw one thumbs up.
Okay, thank you so much. One guy, very excited. Fantastic. All right, guys, well, put your bias away now. Put it back. Become professional.
Yeah, the bias that you pulled out of them and forced them.
It was very forced.
Nggak ada, soalnya nggak ada miracle, tai.
Go back to the panel for this wonderful, wonderful game 2.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Thank you very much, Casey and Slacks. But don't worry, you got some more thumbs up here. You got a double from Sheets, and yeah, MLP, Dodo, and John X Fire. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we've been enjoying all the commentary over from the studio here in Norway. So yes, Boom Esports, last SEA team. That's not something that we want to
Oh nggak ada, ada. Bukan nggak ada. Anjing setengah cok, odds cok. Gila, orang-orang langsung kayak abum cacat banget kan terus mainnya. Gila.
The weight of your whole region, but do they have it in them to take on PSG LGD? Because PSG LGD, out of the group stages, 4-4-1, Boom 1-3-5. PSG LGD lost a secret to be here. Of course, Boom Esports did beat Team Spirit, but with that interview, it was a little bit heartbreaking with Mirror, and in terms of the kind of state they felt their team was in, or at least their confidence. It does feel that PSG LGD have a bigger ramp up. They had more of a run potentially through this tournament.
It really did. It's hard to judge from game 1 because it was a stomp. Like, you can't compare their strengths when they're at full strength because they're not being able to give their all. But I do think one of the biggest issues they had was picking this lifestealer the way they did. It allowed it to get countered. They left FBZ's hero for last. I think they shouldn't have, right? If they focus on just giving Jackie a really good game and let FBZ have that hero that might, be a little bit worse, I think that's better.
Yeah, so opening up Jackie the carry just a little bit more. And what kind of heroes do you like on Jackie, if you can say?
I mean, I like a lot of heroes on Jackie. It's more like I just want a hero that's good for the game, because if you look at those 2 games, they only picked Monkey King, but at least it had a purpose. The way that Monkey King could get involved early was much more effective than a Lifestealer, because you have that Boundless Strike, the Vision, the Wukong's Command. Lifestealer doesn't give much.
Plus, it's flexible, right? Like Lifestealer, maybe there was a patch or 2 where he was 4-5, maybe offlane, going into that Ancient Creep, but that's long time ago. Like Jackie, I think it's fine. On the Lifestealer or any other carry, he's improved a lot as a position 1 player. However,
stupid anjing, sumpah. Mushit draft anjing, stupid.
Just didn't allow them to play the game.
The thing as well with Lifestealer, it's one of those heroes that I think it's got a decent win rate so far at this TI, but when teams pick it, seeing the stuff, it's like, okay, this is going to feel good, but then they suddenly the enemies
bola ada
a
kayaknya.
little bit of shift in momentum.
Bola hari ini UCL anjing.
Lifestealer is a hero that it needs time to kind of build up into the game. It can't be kind of under
pressure
early
depan,
on. If you're under pressure early on, you're just basically a creep running around. You might infest and save someone and keep them some heals, but it's a very morphling-esque hero that it needs some time.
And if we could call the Slardar,
I think the guys are ready to come out to
ada
game
Blast.
2. There are
Gue nggak ngikutin Blast sama sekali anjing.
But yes,
kabar Blast gimana Blast?
They are back. PSG, LGD. Apologize once again, Lizard. Arme, nothing to say. Faith Bian, Jinkyu, and White really dominating on game 1.
Ding,
and,
overtime.
Yeah, the crowd cheering up Boom Esports there after, unfortunately, not really getting to play the Dota that they wanted to play in game 1. Jackie Yopad.
Big kalah sama Sangal. Sangal siapa pemainnya anjing? Gue cuma tahu Fuzzy.
Thank you.
Siapa anjing ini?
Up in the studio here. But that one was for me, but we can pass it over to Boom Esports. But there's hopefully the reset's good. But
Vitality berapa ininya?
Drafting against Zhao 8.
It's not easy. Like,
right? I mean, we all saw
QB siapa ngendot?
Sorry, the miniseries of Zhao 8 drafting. True Sight.
Yeah. That's one.
That took me a little bit. It took me a while. But yeah, they were just so good at predicting each other. And do Boom have that kind of experience in the draft?
For sure. I mean, they have Mushi here.
And Ohio. He came back.
And Ohio as an analyst, yeah.
They have so much experience in regards to their draft. It's also, I think, even if you have the experience, sometimes when you get to a TI, your players, they have like a certain hero pool that you utilize, so you might not have
Mushi
the
anjing.
that other teams have, and I think that's where maybe PSG.
I think we expect this bangsat. Iya, expect dibantai anjing emang GG bang.
Look at Entity. Their heroes aren't that wide, but they still make these heroes and adapt to their playstyle.
Iya, dibilangin pakai Joji anjing, itu udah paling bener cok Joji cok.
Yopash, give him his heroes. Like he can contribute more than just this arena that's a setup for an offlane Phoenix. Like he can dominate the games. And mid Mars, I can see you, Sheepo. I can see you. You want to say something? I know you want to say something. It is good. but in certain matchups with a certain other offlaner that you have that can transition into a true core. Phoenix with the Yules and the Vessel, he doesn't contribute as much.
But like, counterpoint.
Tuang dulu, apa yang mau dituang, bos?
The Phoenix, I do not like the Phoenix at all. However, you have second pick, which means that your advantage is being able to counter in the draft and give yourselves winning lanes. But because they picked that lifestealer where they did, it meant that LGD just got to pick a Slardar and completely counter it and destroy their lane.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the ideas are a little bit, sus because you want to leave your offlane for last so you can shut down Ame, right? That's probably the idea behind it. But Ame is someone who thrives even when he loses his lane. He is the best farmer in the world. So shutting him down, I don't think is the right idea. I just wanted to see Jackie have the best game possible and just work on that.
We'll have to find out what happens in game 2, as it looks like we're getting ready to go into the draft. And
Game pertama kan di-ban, kagak di-ban, kagak di-pick aja.
1-0 up, and this could be the last game for SEA.
Judi dulu ler. Sama.
Boom Esports.
Real?
PSG
Real, bro?
LGD.
PSG turn to ban.
Ada bea cukainya nih.
Boom versus PSG.
Gue masih salting dicium Penny, ya dah.
1-0 to PSG LGD.
Gue masih salting disenyumin Marsen
We'll be starting the draft.
Air pegunungan mana? Ini air pegunungan Jeju. Air pegunungan Jeju, ya. Jeju water.
PSG has.
Ntar jangan dimatiin lampunya pun, tai.
And we'll be seeing that shortly.
Enggak, gue bakal mabuk aja.
The same as the last game.
You think it'll be the exact same draft? Do you think the bans will get shaken up?
The bans
already changed.
Very good.
But that automatically means that Boom is now allowing the Marcy or the Primal Beast through. And it could be Boom. They themselves love playing these heroes. So if you start banning out some of the PSG other heroes and you flood the pool, it gets them through. But actually PSG they're banning the Marcy themselves. So Boom, do we now have to ban the Primal Beast so PSG don't get it? Do we maybe ban a different hero? They take Primal Beast and we can then go fly.
Jangan nyembur. Kalau nyembur mah kagak, bukan bir anjing.
There's so many options. There's Clockwork, there's Primal Beast that you mentioned.
Sabar, 10 kill dulu kawan.
That's not really in the fondest memories of all PSG LGD's fans when it comes to crucial games.
LGD first pick Undying.
But definitely for PSG.
Jangan lupa dimatiin ya. All in LGD apa? Ya guys.
I hope I don't see Magnus now on Boom Esports side. Different era, different tournament.
Janji nggak nyembur.
Ya gila.
All in mana nih? Ayo, gue ngikut dah. Gue ngikut lu pada dah. Gue nuang ini dah.
Best thing that you can prepare when you're a second pick team. Your preparation only really goes as far as your bans until you see what they first pick.
Gue belum beli Yakult, babi.
Guesstimate it kind of, but just PSG. See the bans. Boom.
So in SCA, I've seen it in different regions. I've seen the silencer on offlane. I've seen it work amazing.
Gun B.
Dying. Is that perhaps an option that they can go for as well?
First blood bloom dan first blood boom. Kan kill AGD.
I've seen a lot of death prophet offlane.
Okay.
We're thinking the same, like a ranged offlaner.
Mereka? Death prophet, Hoodwing, Melar. FBC Death prophet. Anybody believe?
Offlaners, unless you have a 4 that's going to be able to buy boots and drag waves for you.
Gimana?
That's the problem, right? Like
teman-teman.
The strength offlaners, it's the most picked strength position 4 is the struggle against them.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to either creep skip, like you said, or you can get something like a Hoodwing.
Gimana teman-teman?
Death prophet, good call.
It's the Southeast Asia special. These guys, the entire year, all 3 tours.
Kalau ada satu bet yang menang, gue satu shot. Yo.
Like Talon as well, love it as well on KP. It's just like, I don't know, I think in their minds they just have this idea of DP as a reliable laner that wins most of the time and is able to take objectives for them. It kind of just fills so many roles.
And if you guys remember the last year,
satu kill mana ada sih? Satu kill nggak mau gue tadi kan gue udah bilang nggak mau.
It didn't matter, and who was picking it all the time? It was.
Ayo yang bener ini judinya apa, Cok?
Be playing it here most likely. It's a 5, which was drafted long time ago, but not any longer. However, he understands the hero completely.
An interesting thing that PSG can do is by move, even though the Undying will be the 5, just move him into the Visage lane potentially, and then you can pick up a different hero like Jinku can then lane with Arme.
LGD yang mana? Bet apa LGD?
You mentioned it. This Death Prophet pick, it just gives DP a free lane. If Undying's there, you
satu
don't
creep
care.
buat JK satu shot. Enggak, gimana kalau 10.000? Enggak. 10.000 3 mili. Enggak. Ntar gue mabuk di stream, nggak mau gue. Enggak.
like for Fate Beyond to get that rate packed early on. What's also really nice
First Blood
about
Boom.
Visage in this
Oke,
matchup
First Blood Boom.
is you can follow Hoodwink through the trees. You always
Ini kata Randy ya, First Blood Boom, 10 kill, LGD, fair.
just dies, so
10 kill LGD.
it's an enjoyable matchup.
Udah ya. First Blood Boom, 10 kill LGD. Nggak bakal ada yang bener anjing masalahnya.
But not at the very beginning of the game. In the lane, he has one of the worst bats.
Karena kita nonton aja nih.
Base attack time, it takes him a long time to wind up and shoot.
Gue belum beli Yakult anjing.
Which means that if you place him in a lane against carries like Juggernaut, for example, they can destroy him.
Baunya anjing kutek, apa pembersih kutek.
It's very easy to just free farm your carry and you take advantage of that weakness to an offlane.
A really good point. Do you think that they have these carries
dulu ya udah.
that they can abuse the
Gombe.
Visage?
I'm trying to think
Keringat
about
BP bukan anjing.
It can be the double-edged sword as well, because even though he does not hit creeps very well, he doesn't have to go for grave shot.
Lagunya harus lagu Korea, biar gua kerasa di Korea.
The one that comes to mind is
Lagunya harus lagu Korea, harus ada lagu Korea biar gua kerasa di Korea. Bener nggak? Lagunya berarti lagu apa anjing lagu Korea? Ini. Nama shutdown anjing. Ponbet MU Chelsea FA besok enggak. Tahu nggak lu lagu ini? Biasanya gitu, Cok. Lagi galau-galau. Ya kan, lagi galau-galau. Bisa gitu, Cok. Dah. Enak anjing cum-curum daripada yang lokal. Tai. Wah, aftertaste-nya manis. Anjing. Segitu cum-curum, Cok. Apa? Comsol biasanya nggak gitu? Comsol apa itu lah. Bacot. Ayo nonton yuk. Joedi Dots. Oh, Yopats Kunka. Tuh beli berapa lama nyampe 2 hari? Kan kemarin lusa gue beli. Nah, gue tanggal 18 tapi kan malam belinya, jadi dikirimnya 19. Nyampe 21. 2 hari. Enakan cum-curum lah daripada itu Chimsol. Daripada yang itunya IU. Berarti bener Jenny, Cok, ngambil cum-curum ya. Aku disayang Jenny. Tokonya di Indo apa di Korea? Di Indo lah.
Trying to hold and get a little bit more information before they lock in their carry.
10 seconds
I like morphling that we called earlier even more now.
Very good.
You get to turn into the Ember, you can mess up with the layers of.
Enak anjing kalau soju Korea tuh enak anjing, kayak nggak keras kayak soju Indo anjing. Soju lokal dog shit banget, bangsat.
Yeah, they're keeping this flexes open. But like we mentioned, the strength of lanes, right? The DP hits Undying, that will negate that lane. You then have the Ench, which is super powerful in lane. Earthshaker is a hero that kind of plays on the fringe of the lane, grabbing creep waves and stuff. Ench, very good at bullying and following that if needed, or even just crushing the offlaner.
You basically got 2 supports on 4 and 5, Hoodwink and Enchantress, that do not care about Undying whatsoever. These are the ones that are in strength base, that can poke him from distance.
And the ban, PSG bans out the bristleback, as we mentioned earlier, so covering themselves a little
Last
bit
pick boom lagi ya?
Yeah,
tadi first pick Undying ya, last pick boom lah.
This draft from Boom, it's so evenly distributed in their ability to take towers, to take defensive fights, to smoke and find kills. That is the perfect recipe for a morphing to just farm behind. So yeah, I feel like that is got to be a ban. Unless it's going to pick it themselves potentially, and just try and get a Skadi morphling timing on PSG. They have the first pick before Boom, so maybe they just ban.
They have options.
Exactly.
Perhaps open themselves up for a PL, but there's Shaker, there's Ember Spirit.
Wouldn't mind a little bit more burst on LGD, just because this Enchantress is going to be the one breaking smokes throughout the game, and they don't have the spells, I think, right now to
or a vessel
get rid of her. Yeah, I mean, Ember could maybe buy it.
Gue yang mulu si anjing. Lu lihat anjing tuh gak bisa diem, Cok. Lu lihat tuh. Geter-geter no.
I'm just considering all the things.
Gitu-gitu
like
anjing.
Ability to rotate on mid, they don't have any movement. Mid heroes like Quap or whatever, or Puck, so they can like trap them on mid, but Kunkka and DP are both so tanky, I'm not sure how effective that will be. I would still like to see him rotate to help secure runes for Ember and give him the ability to play on the map and gang.
One option as well for PSG is going for a weird route, potentially like a Luna.
Habis makan jokbal, dia kan orang Cina ya, Cok. Kenapa makan jokbal anjing? Bukan orang Korea, Cok. Ini aneh anjing makan kakinya. Apa kakinya babi?
Like a minute earlier. Put the hands.
I've loved Luna.
Gue pengen nyoba sih.
Using the night vision on her really hard. It's like so rough when you're in a jungle and they see you first just because of Luna. Especially when you're like breaking smokes on each other at night.
Speaking of vision, I have a feeling that Boom might struggle in that
department. Belum pernah rasa pun, belum pernah gue makan jokbal.
Dying with Tombstone, Ember that can zip in and out of fights. It won't be that easy to just set up and take down the Tombstone on those cliffs.
Yeah, no one really hits it. Like Lina is usually the type of hero you look at for that. Maybe if they want to. I mean, you could always put the Kunkka on a carry, right, and throw some Lina mid, or even Lina carry. That was something that started being a trend at the beginning of TI.
That's something that's plaguing they're the ones that ban it out because they're thinking.
They're scared they're just going to block pick it, and now they're playing into a morphling, Skadi timing. And they go for a Drow. Right. It's all about the lane. We've seen the rise of Drow.
Is PL too wild versus an Ember versus a Shaker?
Slacks, what the fuck?
Hold it face, but no. PL's always a weird hero because you just need a lot of time, but because Boom has built this like really well solid lineup, you can go for these greedy heroes. I guess the only caveat to that would be Visage would have a free lane, Ember should do well mid, those two cores playing well plus Drow.
Hero FBZ kayaknya ini last pick.
So there's a lot of things that could go wrong.
Carry DP.
Variables that are spooky.
I mean, a lot of
NTT
people
draft
just
shit.
going against this Drow with just more range. Sniper.
You play sniper, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I wrote that down.
He did.
That's good.
I actually did.
He's got it
I'm
in
not
the
going to
notes.
say it, but
He did, yeah.
I can
There's
see that there's a potential sniper.
The only problem perhaps would be the Ember that can get on top of you easily.
That's terrifying, yeah. And like Earthshaker as well, being able to block you off early before you get your shard. They have a lot of ways.
Iji gugur ya, Iji ditelan bumi udah.
One thing that Boom is really lacking is stuns. Like, look at them. There's if you're hoping that Bushwhack is going to be the best thing that you've got.
What do you think about Faceless Void then? If we look at carries with stuns, usually it's like him and Wraith King.
My concern is just what damage are you providing? In the early game, some fissures will disconnect.
Oni carry jelek, bro.
If you get Visage, he's going to be too tanky. There's Soul Rips.
I mean,
it's just a lack of damage, but it's an insurance policy. But okay,
so that's something.
They want to go for the fight. They go for the Bloodseeker. No, I see it. You rotate sniper.
No. I was going to say
sniper. Yeah, I see
it. And actually run at them instead.
Oh, sorry, the invisible ink.
EV ada gak? Ada. EV upper bracket, bos. Kalau lower bracket ini Sipo.
I feel quite stressful. I will say for Boom Esports what they I think have to do against the draft. At least what are your guys? The experts. What's your opinion?
It's definitely a complete comfort zone for SCA teams. Getting this Bloodseeker as last pick, it's good versus Drow. You have that rupture to prevent her from running around. You can get on top of her if she can't move, right? But overall, I feel that PSG LGD's draft once again is just much simpler to execute.
Gotta agree again with Blizzard. I think just the fact that Drow now deals with the Death Prophet lane. You've got Visage who should just have a decent time top. And I think the main thing in this game, we spoke about off lanes in game one, it's now the mid lanes. Kunkka v Ember. Can Ember get the runes to get those rotations to unlock the pace of the game? Is Kunkka in position to counterplay? Yeah. A lot of pressure.
Well, thank you for bringing us the draft here at the panel. And yes, this could be the last match.
Gambarnya nggak gerak ke MPL, wow. Nggak ada ini ya, nggak ada animasinya. Biasanya ada hologramnya tuh keluar hero-nya. Kalau Earthshaker kan mainan ini, dung, terus tepuk tangan. Biasanya gitu, Cok.
Thank you so much. I am here with Xiaowei, the brightest mind in Dota and Dota's best hygienist, and of course Helen to translate here. Okay. Drow Visage. Even I am smart enough to know that's a good combo. Nothing crazier than that? I thought you were a Dota 2 genius. You're just going back to basics?
你报道作为 Dota 的最强
大脑机，死灵龙和这个绝配，连他都能想到，
你觉得很厉害吗？
我就是在后台听说他。
selingkuhan siya. Selingkuhan si Yao Ek.
In backstage that you talked about it. That's why I picked it.
My bad. Okay, and the other question, are you ready for the terrifying Boom Bloodseeker? I mean, this guy has taken a lot of lives here. Were you expecting this?
你做好准备了对战 Boom 的绝活之一，他们的血魔了吗？他们很恐怖。
Pasti pink roknya, bajunya pink
没有
anjing.
想过他们选血魔，所以我相信我们应该会赢。
We already thought about it, so I believe that we will win.
That's what I like to hear. All right, a lot of confidence, a lot of power.
Apakah ini Dove? Bukan anjing, bukan.
Thank you so much, Slacks. We do get into it.
Teleport cancel.
Punya minim sih. LGD, John, I've got to admit, PSG LGD game 1 they made it look way too easy. You look at these drafts, do you think it might be a bit of a
highest
close
net
matchup
worth
there?
game and Jackie boy.
Like LGD does have
Highest net worth by 10 minutes. Yo patch. Yo patch god ya. Pok gang kill.
FBZ Death Prophet that we saw him play throughout the entire season from December onwards, and he's always had a great time with that.
Gue tahu kenapa Transistor nggak lepas masker karena bawa COVID.
He's a specialist himself, and now Nothing to Say is going to have to try to deal with that on his Ember, and that matchup's going to be a little bit more back and forth. So I think Boom does have a little bit more play, but just considering how easy it is to execute LGD's draft, I mean, it's Drow Visage. If they manage to get a running start, I wouldn't be surprised if they just dominate this game once more, if things go the same way as game 1.
Yeah, it's certainly a very scary draft here from LGD to try and go up against, and it's like you mentioned, John, like the tempo that you can apply here from LGD.
Minggu depan udah pindah arena ya? Ini minggu depan tanggal 28 29 kalau nggak salah pindah arena. Apa 29:30? Cuman 2 hari kok di arena di stadion yang gede.
We'll start with the mid lane. Of course, you're going to have Nothing to Say there against
you. Judul bentar kalah nangis. Kalah
you kind of talked about the fact that these heroes are both specialties of the enemy hero on the mid lane, but who should have the inherent advantage between these two?
This does feel a little bit better for the Kunkka.
Oh my god, Yo patch menang blok. Opening kapan waktu final?
Just gonna have to juggle around with the bottle down the line, try to secure the water runes to keep that harassment up. Yopaj can just kind of dance back, toss around with the Tideburner, get some good rotations out this time with the supports they have on hand, especially if Skem gets room to kind of swing out with a really nice
hero baru nggak tahu.
Fisher block their top lane, Faith Beyond trying to get that creep equilibrium going his way. Off the back of Sin-Q, of course Skem and Jack are going to be right against them, and should be a decent enough lane here for Jackie, but levels do get up. You'd have to be a little bit worried about the amount of damage Faith Beyond can pump out, especially once he does have that Soul Assumption up. If he does go for it in the end, as I can see Skem asking quite a bit here on the Ench as well, and they just end up going for the Gravekeeper's cloak instead, just to remain safe against all this harassment.
I like this little move out from Skem. He recognizes that there's no Soul Assumption. He can comp some damage without being traded back favorably from the side of LGD, and just try to give some space out to Jackie. This lane is still pretty annoying for the Bloodseeker. I'm just getting slowed up, losing a lot of attack speed on the Bloodseeker does make it a little bit more manageable for Faith Beyond to kind of just work that lane.
What about that bot lane?
Ya Allah, lasit lah Yo patch tolong.
And why once again? This seems like a very potent lane here from PSG LGD. Especially once you have a couple levels up in the Frost Arrows in conjunction with the Tombstone from Y, it's just so much damage and so much slow that can be dealt out. Just like if you get caught out of position, there's just no escaping it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Boom to try to be aggressive here. If you can gap close onto Ame, Bushwhack along with Spirit Siphon, you can kind of melt her down, but with Y blocking off the path on the Undying, you don't have too many access points to reach into that back line without copping a lot of decays, without maybe having the Tombstone come out if you overextend. So I think this is just, again, another safe lane coming out for Ame to just build up, and you shouldn't expect too much from FBZ. Maybe by the time he hits, I don't know, 5 threatening into 6 with the Exorcism ready, that's where action can pick up for Boom. Before that, unless Ame really missteps, it's going to be hard to punish that Drow.
Absolutely. No first blood being drawn quite yet. We are seeing a bit of shenanigans here from Skem and Faith VR. Bit of a pull here for Faith to be able to farm securely underneath, or rather behind that tier 1 tower. Though Skem going to be a little bit annoying just hanging around, but actually will pull his own creep wave away, as we do see Sin-Q. Again, Fisher blocking here, just trying to set the creep equilibrium in the favor of LGD. Just wanting to give Faith Beyond a very easy lane stage to get started as Skem. Maybe chase down a little bit, but they have nothing to really lock him down, and Eventually, this creep wave will push into the tier 1 tower. That'll mean it'll push back the other way. Faith beyond. He might need to be patient,
ya dapat.
but eventually the creep wave is going to be his way.
Iya goyang-goyang. Iya.
Yeah, nice little snipe. Jackie knew it was coming. He tried to micro it back, but he didn't manage to get far away enough. Sinky managed to just snipe it away. It's a nice little take, but Jackie did manage to get his items out, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Trying to top up in this lane is just going to be a little bit tougher. Sinky is out of mana. Does have the mangoes ready, but he is getting the pull off, and there's really not too much Scam can do. He doesn't have anything like the Blightstone. Level 1 enchant, not going to really slow down Sin-Q, and Faith Beyond just, again, being allowed to get that EXP, along with a fairly greedy support in the Shaker, right? He does want his own experience flowing in as well. Scam can't really stop that.
Certainly cannot. Go into that Radiant Triangle, just take some creeps away, put a ward down as well. Sin-Q will see him out of there. Is now nothing to say. Mid lane, gonna get X'd up here by Yopaj, but no Torrent to come out. Nice Bishop from Sin-Q, not gonna allow the water rune to go back the way of Yopaj. And eventually, well, Thames, he will secure the bottom water rune at the very least. Nothing to say, he is gonna try and show up for that, but Thames will snipe it away from him. So neither mid lane are able to find a rune here. So it seems like LGD did adjust, because this is one thing that Boom Esports were doing very effectively in the early stage of last game, is just securing all the runes and making sure Nothing to Say couldn't get one. This time around, LGD, they're going to make sure at least Yopaj can't find his own.
Yeah, and speaking of that mid lane matchup, we talked
First
about
blood dong, cepetan dong,
Nothing to
Chanco.
Say is actually working lane a lot better. 25-7 now on CS, compared to Yopaj, just stuck at 20-4. Good lead here coming out from Nothing to Say. He's managing to even sneak away the bounty rune there. There's a little bit of action across the map as they try to jump it. They don't really have stuns on Boomsend unless they manage to get a good enchanted creep from Skim, kind of punish Faith Beyond. And so far, this kind of static game, it does feel favorable for LGD. Once they build the levels up, you get the marksmanship up, you get the familiars up, and you have this Ember dancing around you. It's very easy for them to jump in and take these fights and go for objectives if Boom isn't careful.
Absolutely. Bot lane, a bit of aggression happening towards Y, it seems. He does drop rather low on the Undying, but still remains just fine. He has not skilled up too yet. He's waiting to get that skill point. The right moment to see exactly what he needs, but for now, he's being very, very patient. Doesn't seem like Boom's been too aggressive down to the bot lane either. So, seems like both sides are just very satisfied farming up for now throughout this laning stage. We are yet to see a kill to come out. Not really many rotations happening either, though mid lane, Nothing to Say, gonna get X back into a torrent. A little damage to follow up though. Yopaj gonna force the reset out of Nothing to Say. He can always just remnant back into the mid lane anyway. Meanwhile, bot lane, Y, he's gonna deny himself off.
Hitung first blood gak itu? Hitung first blood gak itu? Hitung first blood gak itu?
So the 6-minute power runes now. Let's spawn up.
Gimana Bus? Lu gak pernah nge-back first blood Bus?
However, well, the Hoodwink, that's a nice
gak ada first blood.
Nothing to Say, dropping rather low. Will remnant back the other way.
Cancel.
You've got the enchant there from Scam, controlling up Nothing
Nggak
to
dihitung,
Say.
nggak ada dong berarti.
Have the damage, but Sin-Q is going to show up with the Fisher. Make sure they can't keep chasing, so instead they've got to go after the Shaker. But it might be first blood to go.
Woi, dapat! Wah, dapat first blood! Ya, ada first blood. Woi, menang first blood, menang first blood. Selebrasi dulu guys.
Does get chained up by Nothing to Say, but there's
selebrasi dulu guys. Selebrasi dulu. Selebrasi dulu. Kan gila kalau tapi abis ini ngentot.
He's been playing around really aggressively with that potential on the 6. Of course, it's hard to lock something in like the Ember. Maybe a bit of a small spec didn't manage to really get the X off when he got that initial control on Nothing to Say before.
Gue kira nggak bisa, setahu gue nggak bisa dah kalau kayak gitu dah.
You still find the big kills, you find that first blood, you're buying space out for Jackie, who has had a very free top lane now. So your Bloodseeker is going to meet that initial item timings you're looking for.
Woo!
The Maelstrom coming out, BKB down the line to Shard once the time is ready. And it's going to be pretty tough to shove.
Gak apa-apa lah, yang penting gak rungkat.
We still have concerns about Ami though. He's not too shabby down bot either, and FTZ's not able to do as much. But the
iya, setahu gue dulu nggak bisa anjing, kalau udah mati sama tower nggak dihitung first blood anjing, nggak ada first blood.
You can just camp that lane up top and keep it shoved out, and FBZ can always threaten with the Exorcism once it's ready.
Hilang lu anjing.
Not needing too much. Meanwhile, mid lane, however, they've got the Ember stunned up, but Nothing to Say got the Remnant out in time. They can't really follow up onto the Ember Spirit for now. Bushwhack, though, is going to land from Tim's. Yopaj going to show up once again, forcing the Remnants forward. However, they've even got the Inch there. A nice little juke away from Nothing to Say, but they've got the X back with the bow, and they will find the Ember.
Guys,
a much better start.
10 kill-nya kalah sih kayaknya. Kalau kayak gini ceritanya.
We saw it in game 1. Tims and Scam were rotating in, but they weren't finding kills. This time around, they're able to play off the setup Yopaj had and dance around it. Xingqiu trying to block off this push. Not the fastest coming out from Boom, especially without FBZ around to kind of speed that up with the EXO. But they are chipping away slowly.
Lagi nih, kill lagi nih. Why?
Still a fair bit of damage thanks to the enchant of Scam as they are going to try to chase down the hoodwink. Tim still finds a bushwhack back onto nothing to say as he does run towards the
dapat dua itu.
actually make it up, but no, he does go down. Scam
selamat anjing, ada FBZ soalnya.
FBZ is going to rotate on the DP. Make sure they can't go for too much more. It seems like they are looking for the tombstone, but it may just be too late in the end. Just eventually expire.
Better mana sama Daya? Better Daya lah. Daya friend gua soalnya. Gua nggak kenal sama Yopaj.
Really at this early stage. Seems like a very nice start compared to the last game, though, at least for this Dire side.
They're finding a little bit more. These small wins are starting to rack up a little bit. Jackie's had all the space in the world to keep farming. Does have a rupture up, but he's being surrounded here.
Fish is there. Jackie, can he find his way out of this one? They've got the familiars to back him up. Jackie's still running. Doesn't seem like he's taking too much damage. In fact, now the rupture is there. Xingqiu gonna try and get his way out, but it's not gonna work. The torrent is there. Familiars, they will stun a little bit, but Xingqiu understands he cannot get away. So Yopaj, he'll take his third kill of the game on the Kunkka.
Just so much activity.
Wede, gila penontonnya seru anjing. Ayo pengen ikutan gua. Paham? Beli tiket dong ke Singapura pulang pergi sama tiket TI ya.
Again, you kind of want to just camp a lane, keep that farm up, slow down the core. They're not able to threaten in the same way Boom is right now.
Certainly not. BZ able to secure that bottom T1. All 3 cores of Boom now top of the net worth board. This is basically a mirror switch of what happened in game 1, at least for now. LGD, they might still be confident in their own timing with this Visage kind of draft. Might just take it easy, get their farm going, just trying to avoid the side of Boom. But Boom for now, they want to fight. And you can see it as Yopaj going for a bit of a chase onto nothing to say. Won't end up going for the X up yet. In fact, now he's the one on the run.
Karena penontonnya ngikutin yang menang anjing. Penontonnya pada karbit semua anjing. Penontonnya ligar semua, cok karbit, cok.
To really lock down the Kunkka.
Berapa persen sama kan?
12%.
They take a creep off from Yopaj. Not the biggest loss in the world here for Boom. They did manage to find a tier 1 tower trade eventually from LGD's end, clearing out top. That does give them some good forward control here. There are defensive wards out for Boom to check if
kalau Indo udah teriak tuh anjing.
Jungle. They've switched
Boom Esport! Boom Esport! Tapi kalau ada RTZ gitu, cok. Tai emang.
3K lead for Boom, slight advantage for them. On LGD, it feels
tapi sayang RTZ udah ditelepon sama Traveloka disuruh berangkat ya, balik ke Amerika.
They're building up, they're not losing too much off the map. So things don't feel too bad for LGD at the moment, despite being a little bit behind.
Yeah, still plenty of map control available on their own things. Xingqiu, a bit of de-warding out. Very nice, just securing that Radiant jungle. There's nothing to say. He had a bit of a slower start, working towards the Yule Scepter now.
Takbir, takbir anjing bangsat. Ya nggak mungkin anjing takbir anjing ngapain, cok. Iji kalah 2-0. Sudah berita kuno itu, bro. Sudah berita lama, bro. Dari kemarin kalau nggak salah beritanya.
There's Boom. Bit of a smoke up, but there's a counter smoke coming from LGD. Which one finds which first? Yopaj. Can he make his way
mati mati Ye mati itu jelas tuh ye. Atau Xingqiu mati Xingqiu.
Time already, always getting caught out here by Yopaj. Oh, nothing to say. He's a much bigger target. They are going to land the X onto the Ember. This could be a fantastic start if they can find him, but they won't. The torrent will be off the mark, and the Fisher will be there, so nothing to say. A very nice juke out. We'll be able to TP back towards the base.
Yeah, really dodges out with the sleight of fist. The silence would have been on point, and that could have.
Gue kira artis botak dapat buff kayak Yatoro, tahu enggak? Soalnya manajernya Biskos juga botak anjing. Aduh botak tadi itu kalah ternyata.
Bot jungle, and they're buying space out for Jackie to keep his farm game up. Maelstrom already on the way out. Same could be said for LGD. Full Vlad's already up in Faith Beyond, not too far away from the raid pack from this point. And once that's up, all that damage mitigation, all that durability of the Visage up front, it's going to make these fights feel pretty awkward for Boom if they're not careful. If they can't manage to maybe isolate the Visage or just take it out of the equation early on.
That's very rough against this hero, right? Like just so tanky with the Gravekeeper's Cloak, and like you mentioned, the Wraith Pack to come out makes it even tougher here to deal with Faith Beyond. One of his specialty heroes as well. We used to watch him years and years ago playing this hero, and See, now it's back in meta. That Visage is very, very scary to have to try and play against.
I got efisiensi.
Damage being dealt up to the Scam.
Goblok anjing. Gua kira efisien anjing tolol.
Scam going to be just fine to stick around though. Has his own way of healing himself. The Seeds of Serenity, I believe it is, and just fine to stick around. Nothing to say, still trying to poke and prod, but it seems like the Ench just going to keep kind of sticking around that top lane.
Efisien enggak anjing. Enggak gitu, cowok.
Nobody's rushing for a fight. They're both trying to hit their own timings throughout this mid game. They'll just sit back, relax. You kind of wonder who this favors, right? Because you did have a pretty decent lead for Boom, and they still hold on to that lead. But is there a timing they're looking to kind of hit? Because you can kind of tell LGD are trying to hit their own timing throughout that mid game with this Visage.
I think you're okay on Boom. You're just working towards those initial BKBs. Paj.
Bro, F in the chat, F in the
Very
chat.
close to his, it's still lacking the recipe
F.
gold, but it's gonna.
F. Apa internet gua anjing? Internet gua kayaknya. Enggak, deng. Lancar. Bro.
Have their own BKBs. They're gonna have their own level spikes. Maybe even down the line, the blink out from Sin Q starts to pop up. And you just have issues in these team fights. It's already really hard to lock in Nothing to Say. You're gonna have to clump up for it. And once you're clumped up, Sin Q and Fate Beyond are gonna get to town.
Oh, smoke from Boom.
See another smoke out. Boom, they'll head down towards the south, through the mid lane. Who are they going to find? Fate Beyond on that Visage, showing up with those familiars. There'll be an X out. This could be a big pickoff, but the familiar stuns are going to be there. Still, the X is going to make it in time for the boat to land. They'll find Fate Beyond. The familiars may not be so lucky either, as they would at least find one of them.
Wes, Jancok nontonnya kayak gitu.
With the exorcism, not going to be too hard for them to take them down. In fact, they found Sin Q now on the Earthshaker.
Boom! Begitu anjing.
Tim's just sniping from a mile away with that sharpshooter, slowing him down, and well, that'll be the mid-tier 1 tower gone.
That's the timing we were talking about. Not quite the BKBs coming out, but
gila digas anjing sama Boom, cok.
Protect that ready in triangle. It's a lot of damage coming out from Arme, but not quite enough to finish off the job as Yopaj able to find his 4th kill of the game. Trains will not land on any. FBZ gonna try and put the TP up.
Ada familiar.
Just in the nick of time. They will find at least something for their trouble.
Pasti semuanya yang disuruh dukung. Gue tahu anjing sama Gary apa sih sama Gary pasti disingkinin anjing. Yang dukung Boom gue beliin level. Anjing.
For LGD, they still have time to build up, and you are still getting some decent build up here on Ame. He's allowed to just play in that triangle, no contention coming out from Boom in that area outside of that one invasion, and they're just praying and hoping that eventually the Drow and the Ember are just going to be really hard to handle. For Boom though, again, the BKBs are still on their way. That spell immunity is going to be a really big factor in the middle of these fights. The full raid pack is up on Fate Beyond. So again, if he does manage to use that item in time, Boom might have to spend more time trying to find that kill and give enough leeway for LGD to respond.
Haste! Sin Q gets spotted out here. Scam will move in. Yopaj, she'll be there with the backup. X into the torrent will connect, and it seems like Sin Q just has no way out of this one. They will lock him down with the bushback and take him out once again. That'll be the
bro, 10 kill Boom, bro. Randy, tanggung jawab Randy.
Start 16 minutes in. They top lane. They might have a look at Nothing to Say. They land the silence though with the bushwhack. It seems like they will be able to find the bushwhack because FBZ, the sharpshooter, is going to be up at the Ember. Has the Yule Scepter. Will go for the remnant towards the left side, and it looks like he's going to be just fine. He does have the stick charges. They don't have the burst damage for Nothing to Say.
Randy tanggung jawab, Randy Seraph tanggung jawab. Lu 10 kill kak? Iya, gue percaya Randy Seraph anjing. Katanya first blood Boom, oke benar. 10 kill PSG LGD, bullshit banget.
And Jackie is still getting his own build up. His own BKB is almost done. So it possibly could be just a triple BKB timing for Boom, where LGD, they're not going to have that same level of protection. Outside of the Ewelts coming out here on Nothing to Say, they're going to be very vulnerable to the damage here.
Oh, nice chains out from Nothing to Say. Fisher will be there to follow up. The Tombstone has been dropped as well. This is going to be a fair bit of damage as the cast will land on both. Yopaj, he does have a BKB up. He'll pop it immediately.
Biji kenapa nggak mau ngeluarin EXO? Kawan EXO kawan.
Multi-shot there from Arme. It's a lot of damage, but Yopaj, he'll keep forward, keep moving forward. At least the Sin Q does go for a Fisher, but he's trapped in the tree line right now. The bow will fly in. The sharpshooter's there. They'll find at least one as Tim's. We'll look for a bit more now.
Kalau menang gue ganti yang lu kalah 10 kill. Siap, Bus.
Be able to back his way out, though. Only find the shake.
Oh, gitu tuh Randy. Tanggung jawab gitu anjing. Nyuruh orang ngebet tapi kagak tanggung jawab ya. Nyuruh-nyuruh doang anjing. Ya, oh shit, mati yo pas please don't die. Ah, no BKB. He's dead bro, he's dead. Tapi ini Boom udah menang game 2, bener juga sih lo. Mati sih. Enggak aman. Gak apa-apa. Jackie Boy lagi farming, Jackie Boy. Tenang. Jackie Boy lagi farming, Jackie Boy.
I think you're pretty happy for LGD though. You force out those initial BKB uses, you only really lose your support, and you're starting to get some activity out from Ame. He's more than willing to join into these fights. So Boom have to be really cautious about going in like that. You can't afford to just fully commit onto supports. You need bigger targets to kill off. Once those BKBs fade, LGD can just kind of dance around, and once they shrink in duration, these fights become a lot harder for Boom to kind of find their openings for.
The shot is there. FBZ does get locked down. Looks like LGD are ready to try and push forward here against Boom, but unable to really find the lockdown they're looking for. LGD, they will retreat, look for a better moment for themselves.
Anjing udah beli gemanya cok menit segini cok.
Too much of a tanky target to try and go on. LGD still hanging around on the low ground, but doesn't seem like they're going to try and make their way up to the high ground for now. Meanwhile, again, I think the main kind of focus you have to have on here is Jackie on that Bloodseeker. He's 10k net worth right now. He's just absolutely huge. And Ame, he's not too far behind, but Jackie, it just seems like he's getting away with it a little bit too much. They will see nothing to say. No way to lock down the Ember, so he'll just kind of ignore him and go for the creep wave. And letting Jackie farm like this, always a scary affair.
Yeah, he just knows how to work the map really well. Very efficient as a carry. Has been for a long time, since his time on Motivate Trust. Speaking of Motivate Trust, I believe his former teammates here, Mr. Fearless, all the way from Thailand. Lots of people watching, of course. Working onto the Basher here for Jack. So, gonna try to get some control going his way. Again, with all the room he has, that Basher time is gonna be pretty good. Yo, Pasho.
Beyond, he'll lose a Familiar. X is there on nothing to say, but he's gonna remnant out a little bit too early, so the X-Back is there. Won't matter though, the follow-up is not gonna be up from Boom. Be a smoke out though, Boom. So they can find with this. Wrap around through that dire jungle. It's like LGD, they have smoked themselves as well. Both sides looking for that opportunity. It's a bit harder for Boom to try and make the way through the Radiant Triangle, just not having the vision, but LGD might be waiting. Ame has a huge target. The X is there. They have a way to drag him back, but the torrent's not going to land in time.
Kamu di kapal anjing.
Why he moved in to try and defend Ame and has done.
Jackie jangan mati Jackie. Jackie. Oh, Jackie aman.
He'll barely survive. Meanwhile, FBZ in the middle of nowhere is forced to pop his own BKB and make his own retreat. Fisher though.
Jelek ini kalah. Kalah ini pakai jelek banget, Cok.
Trying to run more stick charges. Yopaj, he'll finally throw the boat out, but the chains are there to lock him down with the familiars. Yopaj, which way is he going? He wants a Roshan. He's not gonna find it. Faith Beyond will be able to take the killers.
Dapat gem anjing.
He'll find another. It's gonna be Scam on the edge. The Fisher will be enough to just keep him down and take him out. That's two down.
Not good, bro. Not good. Not good.
Really finding a great way of pushing back here against the Dire.
Boiled down to just small mistakes.
Sekarang LGD anjing.
He did have the force staff to save, so that did complicate that in that fight, having that way of just dodging out from control from Boom. And those are massive losses. Like even Scam dying there, he had a gem, free gem coming out for LGD. They just melt the Roshan. You're starting to see that power of the Drow and the Visage. They just do so much.
Nggak ada yang bisa ngelamatin Drow-nya anjing.
And Boom, they've got to be a little bit more careful.
Itu nggak kena anjing apa toronnya tai.
It certainly does. They didn't retreat in time, like Jackie getting caught out, barely surviving through that. The Echo Slam proving not to be enough damage here from Q, and even FBZ forced to pop his own BKB. LGD doing a fantastic job of just kiting this team fight out perfectly, and of course the reinitiation there from Q. Exactly what kind of allowed them to punish Yopaj, who had no choice but to try and go for the deny with the Roshan.
Udah jelas yang dapetnya DP apa ini ya. Draw Ranger nggak mau di kapal anjing, aneh.
Boom, I mean, it's just getting a little bit difficult. LGD, with the Aegis up, can take a little bit more risk in these fights. They could look to just take more objectives. The mid-tier one still standing. Could be a nice, juicy one to start to force into the Boom's jungle and just shrink the map even more. Like, they are just still getting built up everywhere else. Like, Yopaj with the plate mail going to feel a lot more durable up front, but again, it just boils back to burst damage. If Fate Beyond puts his body forward with a raid packed up, he is such a huge nuisance that you do have to notice. You can't just ignore the Visage in these fights, but they also can't handle it. And they have to execute here on Boom. It just feels like, again, we're seeing that difference in execution here, Mike, where LGD, it's a very well-oiled machine, and Boom, sometimes every now and again, there's a little bit of jankiness in that movement out.
It certainly is. LGD grouped up top lane, maybe going for a bit of a push in that tier 2 tower. They've hit a very nice timing now. With the security of the Aegis for Arme, feel very safe moving into this tower, but there is going to be a smoke up from Boom. They want to try and defend this. Up through the mid-river, there'll be a double damage available on Yopaj. That could be the exact buff they kind of need here to take the fight on with LGD.
Tangkap backline, tangkap backline.
Xingqiu on the back first. Because Fate's Beyond going to be there as well, but they're all in the tree line. Xingqiu pings around, but a nice fisher. Xingqiu locking down a couple again into the Echo. FBZ
bisa di fight.
BKB off in time. They're still trying to force the fight, but is this the one they really wanted? The boat is out. Yopaj, he's already retreating. He can't find the target he really needed to go after. And now FBZ, another nice fisher, lock them down, take him out. Scam, he'll get used up. He's not making it out either. Now LGD, it just seems like they knew they were coming. They had just the superior vision, stayed in the tree line, and just surprised them and just don't show anyone.
Xingqiu just in the perfect spot to break that smoke, and Boom overcommit. They feel the pressure to try to make these plays. They don't manage to land on targets they want, and Xingqiu's just been a nuisance with these fishers throughout all these fights, just finding the perfect angles to cut off Boom.
He has Xingqiu a real nuisance. So Yopaj, you saw he trying to find Arme this whole time, but just unable to get him. It's the ward placement here from LGD, just fully prepped for that fight. Actually, Lee Scam will be the second pick up here. So LGD really looking quite strong now. Still a 2k net worth lead available for Boom, but it's really nothing to write home about. We're 25 minutes into the game. It's a very
Television
equal between
anjing.
these two teams. Still could go either way, but it's all about these team fights. It's all about the next Roshans. Speaking of Roshans, Aegis is still available for Arme, so you just never really had the risk of losing it this whole time. You kind of wonder, what does Boom do now? Like, do you want to slow down the game? Do you keep trying to find LGD? Like, what's the idea?
lagi, Cok.
You need to at least maintain equilibrium here. Don't lose ground up against LGD. They've lost their gold lead entirely. You've got some protection coming out now for Ame. Lincoln Sphere up. So you can't just try to X her back. And that just makes things so much more difficult. Feels like this game is starting to boil down to Tim's getting a good bushwhack off. Easier said than done. And the Drow sitting so far away. They could try to mount defense for the tier 1, but it's pretty late in the game to kind of keep that alive.
Chains are out, that's a big target. Yopaj once again forced the BKB early just to run his way up.
Ya bakal menang lu bus kayaknya bus.
Tier 1 tower. A double damage rune also being spotted out. The Scam might be able to deny it off and does. He'll get away with it, not allowing nothing to say to pick that one up for himself. He's bottled it up. That LGD, they'll take over that dire triangle. Very strong position, deny more farm away from Jackie. Boom. They might just try and head over to the other side of the map. It just doesn't feel like they're ready to actually fight yet.
They've got so much.
Jackie itu tadi nggak ikut fight anjing soalnya.
When you've got these heroes that can constantly run in.
Kali yang nge-fight kagak bisa lompat ke target dia, nggak dapet target.
You've got the mobility.
Ya sih anjing.
He's got the full blink up with a slam ready to go, and he's been a menace without that blink. With that blink up, it's just going to be so much more difficult for Boom to get anything done. But LGD in a really good spot right now. 7 to 10, slightly behind in kills, not fully back in that worth, but they've evened that deficit out. And they're the ones with the initiative. They're the ones working the map well. They're the ones forcing these issues onto Boom.
He's been spotted. Why? He'll move in with the Glimmer Cape. Jackie seems to know they're right behind him. A nice fisher out from Xingqiu, and Jackie's been locked down. Oh, that's a massive kill out for LGD. Tim's also being chased down. They won't.
Jackie doing Jackie things. Farming, top network nge-fit.
Massive win for LGD. Jackie just trying to farm where he can. LGD understanding that where they have to be. They have got good wards watching that top jungle. They just came from the triangle, so they knew the only spot Jackie would have to be in is in that triangle on the Radiant side. And the punishment is severe. LGD, I mean, the damage output coming out from Ame just with a Hurricane Pike and the Lincoln Sphere, it's more than enough. No one's there to gap close. And that marksmanship aura is always going to be active.
And it will. Very tough. We just haven't seen any kind of risk for Ame at all. He's always just been in the perfect position every single time. Just unable to catch him out. As he continues that farm now, top of the net worth board on the Drow. Nothing to slow him down. GD, that well-oiled machine you talked about, now well and truly running now as they're the ones that need to try and find an answer for this game number 2. You kind of wonder what they do here, though. I mean, they're sitting back for now. They're just playing a little bit defensively, but it just feels like they've lost all the lead they had. And with the time that LGD's hit, they can just take their time with this one. There's just no rush for game 2.
Just build up, keep getting that farm you want onto your Drow. I think the one thing Boom could try to do, a little bit cheeky, go for the shard on Yopaj ASAP. Get the tidal wave, pull back the Drow. That could be one way for you to get Ame out of position. Easier said than done, but it feels like you need that disruptiveness in these fights. The Ag shard, maybe even the Ags down the line, because you're not seeing any big BKBs here.
Thank you.
Side of LGD.
Gonna jump in. He has found Tim's on the hoodwink. More staff away may not be enough, but no, it will be. They've got double. Tim's looking just fine as the zombie will chase him down, but it won't be enough.
Mana Jackie farming doang, Jackie ngentot.
Careful themselves. They're not overextending. They're not giving any openings over to Boom. Want to fight nearby that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Now Jackie walking on towards his Eye of Skadi, has a blink dagger up as well. Yopaj will try to rotate to defend the bot lane. It does do so, but can't find the familiars. 8 to 10, still a 2k advantage the way of LGD. Still a very close match, but it does feel like Boom are the ones that need to find an answer, as they might smoke up, and they do. Smoke on smoke situation. Across the other side of the map, the only thing they really see right now are the familiars. Because FBZ, he'll just try to secure those instead, and well, he gets one of them, might find a second, but they are going to be spawned back up by Faith Beyond.
Really awkward position for both sides. Roche still a ways off, so even if you lose this next fight, you might have the opportunity to fight back.
Thank you. Very aggressive play. We'll get X'd up back to the turret and the boat. They might find the shaker and they will.
Giliran Shinkyu di kapal ya, giliran Draw Ranger kagak di kapal tuh teorinya dari mana anjing?
Shows the mid lane, will creep skip. Backs towards his team once again. Both sides just waiting for the next Roshan. Still a couple minutes away though. Seems like Boom will try to infiltrate their jungle once again. Spear wards off while they can. FBZ who will look for the outpost. LGD, they are grouped up, ready to go whenever. Seems like they are not going to make the jump in. Not yet, at least. Again, Roshan still a bit away, though. Going to move on to FBZ. Just fine, though. Just a bit of chip damage coming out from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, they're working to this point where they might get this blink up on Tim's. So you're going to have a little bit more of an easier time for the Hoodwink to try to line up those hits with a Bushwhack, get that much needed control in the middle of these fights. Again, it does feel like a lot of it starts to boil down onto Tim's trying to surprise them. The X is just a little bit too telegraphed. You've got the BKB up and running as well for Ame, so much easier for him to dodge out if need be in the middle of these engagements as well.
Chains around on the edge. Again, just fine to back his way out. No problems here. Shun now 1 minute away. LGD, they're the ones that are really keeping tabs with these familiars, but do at least have the skeletons coming in from Skem as well. They're gonna go for a smoke. We've got a 5-on-5 situation in the mid lane.
Nggak ada. Gue kira Eko aja.
In time, the tombstone is being focused. Both sides not really sure if they want the fight. Skem, he's gonna get jumped on. They found Yopaj, but the boat is out in time. 4 staff away. They need to save the Kunkka. Skem, he's the one in trouble, but no, they look back towards Yopaj. They should have him. Faith Beyond takes him down.
Gak ada BKB semua anjing.
They'll just burst him down. So much damage coming up from Faith Beyond. Name just standing right behind him. It's like, how do you
get this
all the visage?
They have no reach. It just boils down to the fact that they don't have a high mobility initiator that can dance in, something like the Ember of Nothing to Say, to try to catch the backline, to try to stop Ame from dishing 1 million damage in one engage. And off the back of that, with a double damage rune, of course, for Ame, Roche doesn't last too long here. Boom they had a great start. It just gets harder from here, it feels like. Even with all the durability in Yopaj with the AC, if no one can touch Ame, all the armor in the world doesn't matter.
Yeah. GD once again now a 6k advantage. You'll see the replay, and there was a nice initiation, at least from Q, forcing out 3 BKBs with that one Fisher. And they just retreat immediately after seeing those BKBs. Just no hesitation from LGD. They understand they just need to wait those out, move back in, and then just get right to work. Like, you can try to run, but there's just so much slow available here as they are even going for tier 3 towers now. LGD, they understand the lead they have. Boom, again, they just haven't found the opening throughout this game.
Sumpah Jackie nggak fungsi anjing. Game ini Jackie nggak ada fungsinya, sama sekali nggak ada fungsinya.
Tower's already gone. Shot there from Ame, just scouting out Yopaj, will hold down the Conquerors. There's your bushwhack out there, find nothing to say, but he's got the Yule Scepter. Torrent is going to connect with the tidal wave and the rupture, but it's not going to be it. The sharpshooter, he jukes it out. Oh, what a juke from nothing to say. Fisher is there, Q locking them down once again, just not letting them get out. Oh boy, 3 down for the side of Boom. This is looking real bad now. LGD, they will go for the tier 4 towers. How do you stop them?
It's difficult. Maybe you get a good tidal wave back. We saw Yopaj trying to make that play, but man, it's so much easier to do what LGD is doing. Just keep pushing in, play with the damage you have on hand, fortify forest out. Tier 4.
Jackie nggak fungsi anjing, dikasih hero gitu tapi mainnya farming.
They still have ages. There's nothing to be scared of.
Absolutely not. The T4 towers once again, Skim trying to set up. He did buy back, but it's just waiting for a few more respawns. The tier 4s are dropping so darn low. They're onto the Ancient now, Boom.
Udah kelar.
Waiting for the respawns, but they're not coming in time. They've got to try and rush for this, but the Ancient is just completely going down. Q is holding everyone back. They finally make it in, but it's too late. It is just too late. LGD. I can't sugarcoat it, John. They made this series look easy. 2-0 the way of LGD. And what can I say? Boom Esports, they tried their best, but just weren't the better team today.
It was such the journey out from Boom, of course. A 1.4% chance to even come in to that lower bracket that they beat Team Spirit in. And now having to face LGD.
Manggil lagi Cahyo.
To win TI itself.
Kasihan cok bapaknya Cahyo cok.
They put up a fight, LGD, they come back so strong here. We're seeing that strength that might have been a little bit more up and down in groups that might not have shown in the early days of the playoffs.
Yeah.
LGD, they look to be back in fine form.
Just such a calm team, just such a coordinated team. Is very composed, no emotions here from LGD. It's just another day for them, another 2-0 victory, and just look towards the next day as for Boom, a pretty tough loss, John. A lot of these players on Boom first tier.
Juara berapa sih, Boom?
They do have to leave through the lower bracket.
Dapat berapa dia? Dapat berapa?
It happens. And again, just their journey to TI was a bit of a rocky one. Everyone had high expectations coming into the majors.
Boom, dapat 300.000 ler, main ler.
Tournaments. They do pretty good here, I think. They've improved a lot, just a lot more to work on.
Well, with that, let's see what our panel has to say about this game too, as we are going to throw back to them.
Thank you very much.
Dia masih naik. Iya kalau naik. Segituan lah, lumayan lah.
Congratulations to PSG LGD. They really got some wind in their
sails. Boom udah pulang. Go home.
But of course, that means that Boom Esports, the last SEA.
Hari ini Boom B-nya bandara.
And another 0-2. What do you guys make of the match?
It was clinical, I would say. Right, like the way PSG LGD, I believe MLP said it the best as well. Cool, collected, calm the whole game. The way they played against Boom was just on point.
Karena hari ini Dota udah habis dan judi saya seperti biasa.
Literally every single part of the game, even though they were losing a little bit.
Nggak minus, nggak Jepon nggak sih? Iya nggak?
Never felt like it's out of.
Atau lagi pelanggan Traveloka, iya anjing. Atau lagi pelanggan Traveloka GG anjing.
They force you to fight where they want to, and they have an undying.
Besok siapa sih main?
They force you next to a cliff. They pop that tombstone on.
Boom B-nya bot nggak anjing, B-nya bodoh anjing.
Yeah, Sheep, you mentioned the way that LGD
besok is, itu yang main
could you really
tanggal berapa? 22.
Up and how they kind of
Thunder Awaken, Secret,
I
Undra Esport, OG sama NTT sama Liquid. Emang si OG Gaming Gladiator lah ya, jelas lah ya, OG kan nggak bisa main ya kan. Terus tim Liquid NTT jelas lah NTT karena NTT menang TI tahun ini. Thunder Awaken Secret jelas 2-0 ya. Secret menang TI juga tahun ini. Yang menang 2 tahun ini, yang menang 2. Tundra Aster, Tundra anjing, Tundra main gila. OJ dibikin kayak tim tier 2. Enggak sih, OJ emang tim tier 2. Dah. Bye guys. Ini kelar ler. Lu mau ngeliat apa? Nggak ada yang bisa dilihat anjing ini. Nih. Bum pulang lah.
You know, we're just, you know, a little bit not nervous, but a little bit, you know.
Gak jelas anjing, cuma ngobrol-ngobrol aja. Mending kita udah nanya dah. Bye guys. Dia pantir 2, dia nggak terima gue cabut takut diserang sama fans OG.